things you can only do in Madrid.
Just 10? That's not enough.
Number 1, the Prado.
You can head to Reina Sofia.
Really?
Don't forget the temporary exhibition.
Of course not.
Or the Tyson Museum.
Number 8 could be the best spot in the city to take a selfie.
This one's the best.
Or this one.
The Puerta de Alcalá.
Hey, that was my number 5. That was my number 9. Can I tell you something really amazing to do?
We've already been.
Just spectacular.
Oh, you're off to a musical? This is what I call a plan.
Or here?
Those views are amazing. They're all perfect ways to bring our list to a spectacular end. Just perfect.
It doesn't end here.
Where are you going? Wait! We've already done more than 10 things. Hello? Can you hear me? But you'd have to come for more than a week to fit so many things in. This is crazy. What is it with everyone in the city?
We're having fun.
Yes, I got that. That's also a great idea.
I told you it would be hard to name just 10 things.
Meet Climate Trade. Climate Trade is the first climate marketplace that enables companies to take direct action in the fight against global warming like never before. Our platform brings together the biggest sustainability projects in the world and guarantees investment in real cross-cutting impact contributing to the SDGs. These investments allow our clients to meet their environmental commitments by offsetting their carbon footprint.
Hola, buenos días. Hoy me siento bien. Yo me vengo arriba y me subo por la pared. Llega la mañana y no me puedo parar. Vivo peleando en el ojo del huracán.
No se me escucha. ¿Ahora sí? Hola, buenos días. Buenos días a todos. Bon dia i benvinguts a la primera cimera mundial del futur del turisme a Barcelona i Catalunya. Moltes gràcies a l'Ajuntament i a la Diputació de Barcelona, a la Generalitat de Catalunya, per la seva voluntat d'impulsar aquest projecte. I will now switch to English as my Catalan is not very good and we have the amazing presence of over 130 speakers that will debate the main topics of tourism for the next 2 days. I want to thank our co-organizers, President Bonet, that he has always believed in our project, and I want to thank the Secretary General of the UNWTO, Surapolo Likashvili, for his unwavering support for this kind of project. And INCIDE has been with us all throughout the time. We want to do a very, very short opening because we have so many different topics to discuss. And to start with, we will have a few words from the Minister of Industry and Tourism of the National Government of Spain, Minister Reyes Maroto. ¿Ya? ¿Yo hablé con ella? ¿Queda?
Hola, muy buenos días, ¿me escucháis?
Hello, good morning. Do you hear me?
Sí, perfectamente. Buenos días, ministra.
Good morning, Minister.
Buenos días,
Good morning.
no sé si me escucháis desde Barcelona.
Do you hear me from Barcelona?
Sí.
Muy bien, pues muy buenos días a todos y a todas, querido secretario general de la OMT, conseller de Empresa y Empleo de la Generalitat de Barcelona, querido Jaume, primer teniente de alcalde de Barcelona, presidente de la Fundación INCIDE y de la Cámara de Comercio de España, presidente de Advanced Leadership Foundation, resto de autoridades, representantes del sector turístico, amigos y amigas. Me ha gustado estar con todos vosotros en Barcelona. Sabéis que tengo Consejo de Ministros y es el motivo que no pueda acompañaros. Una ciudad, Barcelona, que es líder en turismo mundial y un espacio en el que estáis como es la lonja de mar, un edificio cargado de historia, donde la cultura, la arquitectura y la economía se fusionan en un espacio único en Europa. Me gustaría empezar mandando todo el cariño y el apoyo a los palmeros y palmeras que están viviendo una situación muy difícil, decirles que no están solos y que todo el sector turístico nacional e internacional está con ellos. Trabajaremos sin duda para recuperar la isla bonita, y muy pronto espero que esto pueda ser una realidad y que puedan volver esos turistas a visitar la isla. Quería también agradeceros poder participar en esta cumbre mundial de turismo organizada por la Fundación Advanced Leadership, la Organización Mundial del Turismo y la Fundación INCIDE. Una cumbre para reflexionar sobre los retos a los que se enfrenta el sector del turismo y los viajes, y que estos días va a congregar en Barcelona a diferentes organismos internacionales, asociaciones empresariales y redes de reconocimiento a nivel mundial. La industria del turismo y los viajes sigue atravesando tiempos difíciles como consecuencia de las devastadoras efectos de la pandemia, y me vais a permitir un reconocimiento a todos los empresarios y trabajadores del sector en España y en el mundo. Un reconocimiento por su capacidad de resistencia y por su trabajo continuo para salir adelante. Todos recordamos con mucha emoción la celebración de
Of Fitur in May, we knew how important this fair was to reactivate the touristic activity and the international mobility. 6 months later, we can say that Fitur followed these goals. It was a very important point, and now the tourism touristic sector is recovering and we will be able to go back to the levels before the pandemic. And we hope to repeat the same success because Spain is going to hold the 24th Assembly of the UNCT at the end of November because Morocco cannot celebrate it because of the health and the mobility restrictions. So it's going to be, we are going to be very proud to be the headquarters and a permanent member of these committees and celebrate this General Assembly in Madrid and in some exceptional circumstances. And I am sure that we will be able to make this assembly to be a success and also the recovery. And in the perspectives for the last quarter of the year, with the arrival of international tourists would be in the last quarter between 10.7 and 10.9 million euros. This represents that we are going to recover 66% of the tourists that we had in the same period back in 2019, 1.5 times higher than the ones we received in the third last year. So we can see this reactivation of our touristic sector, and it will allow us to go back to the levels before the pandemic in the following year. But we need to be prudent, and all perspectives are conditioned to the development of the pandemic and the restrictions.
Pero es cierto
que aún nos queda mucho camino por recorrer en este tramo que nos resta. Lo vamos a poder transitar con mayor grado de certidumbre y de seguridad que cuando emprendimos. We are going to have a lot of uncertainties, but less than the ones we had 1 year ago. And this is thanks to the professionalism of the touristic sector, very professional sector, very resilient, adapting to the healthcare requirements, and also thanks to the policies by all the public administrations. These policies
justas para que nadie se quedara atrás,
been very fair to everybody, and they've been very efficient when reactivating this sector.
Como decía, gracias a esta respuesta del conjunto de las
administraciones públicas, the public administrations, a historic one and modelic from the small city councils, widening the terraces in coffee shops and restaurants, and also the regions implementing touristic vouchers, and also the digital passport from the European Union. Also the government in Spain, we know that we've always known that the priorities of our policies after the pandemic have been protecting companies and workers, and has been the most efficient way to face this challenge.
La más justa, sino también la más eficaz. Desde marzo del año 2020, tras el estallido de la pandemia, el gobierno desplegó una ambiciosa red de seguridad que ha permitido proteger a ese sector más de 52.000 millones de euros puestos a disposición de la industria turística por medio de distintos instrumentos como los ERTEs, una nueva prestación para autónomos, las ayudas directas o los avales públicos de ICO, avales que han facilitado la financiación por valor de 18.254 millones de euros a más de 130.000 empresas del sector del turismo, del ocio y de la cultura. Soy consciente del camino que queda por recorrer. Soy consciente del camino, que queda por recorrer, pero sin duda la esperanza se abre paso gracias al proceso de vacunación o la recuperación económica y social está en marcha, y además nos debe llenar de orgullo el éxito de la estrategia de vacunación
the vaccination strategy. Spain is one of the leaders with an important rate of full vaccination, 88% of the target population. So we are an example, everybody wants to copy us, because
mostrado
the
hacia un
citizenship
sistema
in
de salud
Spain
pública. La
has
vacunación es también el
trusted
resultado
this
de
system,
una política de
and
apertura
also
de
thanks
fronteras,
to
de
the opening of
flexibilización de los
borders,
requisitos
flexibilization of the
sanitarios de entrada a
requirements,
España que instauramos en el momento
that
oportuno, ni antes ni después,
that
sino
we
cuando fue
started,
seguro
when it
hacerlo y
was safe
manteniéndonos
enough to do it,
siempre dentro del consenso
and
europeo.
always following
Nos
the
adelantamos a
European
otros países,
consensus.
eso también es
We're
justo reconocerlo, en la
pioneers
implementación del
and the
certificado
implementation
digital
of
que estuvo
the
operativo en
COVID
nuestras fronteras
passport.
antes incluso de su entrada oficial en vigor, como sabéis, el
Working
1 de
here in
julio,
Spain
lo que favoreció
before
la recuperación
it was
paulatina de la
standardized,
movilidad
and
internacional
this
que venimos
fostered the
apreciando desde el mes de
recovery
junio.
of the
Desde
economy
entonces,
since
España
the month of
ha
June,
emitido más de
and Spain has
25,1
issued more than
millones de
25
certificados
million
y ha
of
validado
certificates
cerca
and
de
validated
10,5
more than
millones de
10
certificados de vacunación,
million
recuperación y prueba
certificates
diagnóstica.
of
El
the
certificado
COVID
digital
pandemic.
está
This
facilitando
digital
la
passport has
recuperación de una
facilitated the
movilidad
recovery
y
of the
circulación
mobility.
seguras entre los países de la Unión
We
Europea.
are the
Y me gustaría
countries of the
compartir
European
unos
Union, and I
datos
would
que acaba
like
de
to share
publicar la
some
Comisión
figures from
sobre el
this
seguimiento
commission
que ha tenido
about the
este
follow-up
instrumento.
of this tool.
Actualmente, 43
Nowadays,
países ya están
43
conectados al
countries are
sistema de la Unión
connected
Europea.
to this European
Se están
Union
llevando a cabo
system,
discusiones técnicas
and
con 28
we
países
are
más. En un tiempo
starting
récord, la
conversations
Unión
with
Europea ha creado un sistema de
28 countries, so we have created this
certificados
digital
digitales seguro e interoperable, un factor sin
system
duda
that is
clave
very
para la recuperación
safe
del
and that has
turismo
boosted
mundial.
our recovery.
España ha conseguido
Spain has
mostrarse
achieved
al mundo como un destino seguro
to
y ello
be
también ha
a safe
contribuido, como decía, al
destination,
exitoso
and
proceso de vacunación
thanks
y
to
unas
the
reglas de movilidad
vaccination and the
aplicadas de
mobility
manera
regulations
coherente,
applied in
sin
a
vaivenes y
consistent
sin duda la
way,
eficaz labor de
and
promoción
thanks to the
de toda
promotion
la red de
of
oficinas en el exterior que tiene España y
agencies
España.
that
Por
Spain
compartir
has all over
algunos
the
de
world.
los
Now
datos de
to
los
share
impactos que ha
some
tenido
figures about
la
the
campaña de verano
impact of
Te
the
mereces
summer
España
campaign.
llegó a más de 53 millones
More than
de
53 million
visualizaciones y se convirtió en más de 2
visualizations
millones de
and more than
búsquedas de
2
vuelos y
million
más de
searches of flights and
60.000 reservas.
60,000
Esta semana hemos lanzado una nueva
Last week
campaña
we
para la
launched
temporada
another campaign
otoño-invierno
for
dirigida a adultos,
fall
a
and
jóvenes
winter,
mayores de 25 años y
for
familias con hijos, centradas en 3 grandes temáticas como
and,
son los
older
destinos
people,
culturales del interior,
cultural
el destino urbano y el destino
urban
sol y playa,
destinations,
en este último
beach
caso
and sun
centrándonos en
destinations,
Canarias.
focusing on the
Sin
Canary
embargo, no
Islands.
debemos conformarnos
And
con
it's
volver
not
a la
only
situación que
this,
teníamos
it's
antes de
not
la
only going back to
pandemia.
the situation that we
Tenemos
had before the
como
pandemic.
prioridad mantener
Our
nuestro
priority
liderazgo
is to keep
turístico.
our
Para ello debemos
leadership,
adelantarnos,
and we need
adelantarnos a
to
las
be
transformaciones que ya
pioneers
están en
and make the
marcha.
transformations
Tenemos una
before.
oportunidad
And we
única a
have a
través de
unique
los fondos
opportunity
europeos,
thanks
los
to
fondos
the
Next
European
Generation, el
funds,
mayor
Next
instrumento de
Generation funds,
estímulo
a
económico
very
jamás
important
financiado por la Unión
tool funded by the
Europea.
European
Como
Union,
sabéis,
the
vamos a
largest one in
desplegar un
history,
ambicioso plan
and
de
we're going to
modernización
deploy a
y
modernization
competitividad del
plan
sector
in the
turístico, un
touristic
plan dotado
sector
con
with
3.400 millones de euros
3,400
y que
million
incluye una
euros
batería de inversiones
with
para acelerar
different
la
investments
transformación
to
del sector
accelerate the
turístico
transformation of the
hacia un
touristic
turismo
sector
más
towards a
sostenible,
more
más
sustainable
digital y
tourism,
más
more
inclusivo.
digital and
En
more
definitiva,
inclusive.
hacia el
So
turismo del futuro.
the future,
Para
the
abordar
tourism of the
los retos en
future, and
materia
to
de
talk about the
sostenibilidad, vamos a
challenges
poner en
about
marcha los planes de
sustainability, I want
sostenibilidad
to
turística en el
implement
destino, unos
these
planes
plans in the
dotados con
destinations
1.900
with
millones de euros. La
1,900
sostenibilidad la vamos a
million
trabajar
euros.
en
We're
los
going to work on
destinos, en las empresas,
sustainability in
en
the
las
companies, in
relaciones
the
laborales y
destinations,
también
in the
en nuestra estrategia
relationship,
de
and
país.
also
Es
our
nuestra
strategy as
hoja
a
de ruta.
country. This is
Y
our
es que hoy
roadmap,
sabemos que nuestra
and we know
competitividad
that
como
our
destino se basa en
competitiveness as a
saber aprovechar
destination
ciertas
is based on
ventajas
making
entre las
the
que la
most of the
sostenibilidad es un
advantages
pilar
of
central.
sustainability.
Muchos modelos y
And
estudios
many
ya lo
models
corroboran, como los índices de
show
competitividad de
this.
viajes y turismo del Foro
And
Económico Mundial o el
as the
Sistema Europeo
Economic
de Indicadores
Forum and
Turísticos.
the
Sostenibilidad
touristic
y
indicators,
seguridad
sustainability
van a
and
determinar
safety are
la
going to
reactivación
determine
del
the
turismo.
reactivation of the
Y junto a
tourism.
la
Together
sostenibilidad, otra de
with
las
the
palancas de transformación
sustainability,
de nuestro
another
modelo
lever to
turístico va a ser
transform our
la
touristic model is going to be
digitalización. Va a ser
digitalization.
clave para
It's
seguir
going to be
atrayendo a turistas cada vez más
appealing
hiperconectados y
more
con estancias
tourists
de mayor valor
with
añadido. Y para
longer
ello vamos
and
a
more
poner en marcha un plan de
added value
transformación digital
stays.
de
We are
nuestro
going
modelo
to do a
turístico dotado
transformation based on
con
this
334
digitalization
millones de
with
euros.
300
En estos momentos
million
estamos
euros.
trabajando en la
We are working
definición
on
de
the
una plataforma
definition of a
de
platform
inteligencia
of
de destino y un sistema de inteligencia turística.
smart
Y finalmente, este
tourism.
ambicioso plan de modernización
This
incorpora
modernization
otra
plan
palanca sin
incorporates
duda
oliva
muy importante importante que es mejorar la competitividad de nuestro sector turístico y para ello vamos a apostar por el desarrollo del producto turístico y la modernización de todo su ecosistema y en las próximas semanas presentaremos una estrategia que permitirá fortalecer y preparar para su comercialización y promoción las diferentes experiencias turismo en España. Y para despedirme, como no, quiero terminar con un mensaje de optimismo, un mensaje de esperanza. 2022 sin duda será el año de la recuperación del turismo a nivel mundial, pero también tenemos que avanzar hacia un turismo de calidad, un turismo sostenible, digital y inclusivo. Es sin duda un reto ilusionante y estoy segura que vamos a trabajar juntos, sector público y sector privado, para conseguirlo. También es muy importante la labor que hace la Organización Mundial del Turismo, que sin duda debe ser un espacio de reflexión, pero también de acción para ayudar a los países a afrontar los retos que tiene el turismo tras la pandemia.
In order to help the countries to face the challenges.
España albergar la próxima asamblea de la Organización Mundial del Turismo, una demostración más de nuestra apuesta decidida por el turismo. Quiero terminar deseándoos que esta cumbre sea un éxito que sirva para trazar una hoja de ruta hacia la recuperación y hacia la modernización del turismo a nivel mundial. Buena cumbre y muy buenos días a todos y a todas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Maroto. Thank you so much for your words. Before continuing, and as more people came in, I would like to acknowledge and thank the presence of so many ministers of tourism from over 20 countries, secretaries of state, including the Secretary of State of Tourism for Spain, Mr. Valdez over here. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Pere Navarro from the Zona Franca de Barcelona, who has also supported us from the outset, and the leadership of Javier Collado all throughout this project. Next up, I would like to give the words to our president from the Advanced Leadership Foundation, Mr. Juan Verde.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful. I'd like to once again thank everyone for being here, but also thank you. Thank you for giving us the most important asset you have, a limited asset, which is your time. I think there's an issue here. So much to say, but I have to begin by thanking all the authorities here today. And hold on a second. It's not working. I think we're having a technical difficulty. I apologize. Thank you very much for being here once again. This is a wonderful opportunity to bring together the industry, bring together world experts. We're going to have to invest trillions of dollars in the next couple of years worldwide to promote economic development and economic recovery. And as we do, I think we have to begin to think about where this industry is going. There's so much going on, not only in terms of how consumer behavior is changing and what the tourist preferences, it's now changing all over the world. But I think it's extremely important for all of us to actually come together and think about how this industry will make us more competitive going forward. So I'll be very short. I simply want to welcome you all for being here. We have so many people from so many different parts of the world, so this is an extremely, extremely rare case where we bring so many experts to discuss how we remain competitive going forward. So thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Juan. Thank you for your unwavering leadership and support for every project we always do, not only in Spain, but in all the 15 different countries we operate. Next up, I would like the president of the INCIDE Foundation of the Chambers of Commerce of Spain, Mr. José Luis Bonet.
Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization, Ministry of Industry of the Government of Spain, Maria Reyes Maroto, Conseller of Enterprise and Employment of the Generalitat of Catalonia, Roger Torrent, First Deputy Mayor of the City Council of Barcelona, Jaume Coponi, President of the Leadership Foundation, Juan Verde, authorities, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this wonderful building, this Chamber of Commerce of Barcelona, this wonderful room or hall to celebrate a World Summit on the future of tourism. Welcome, therefore, to Barcelona, Catalonia, and Spain. Lockdown we had to undergo during the pandemic has created a set of limitations for everybody regarding mobility and has damaged an industry which is tourism. This has led us to a situation where we have seen an interruption of the promising trend of tourism, and this has consequences for people, for companies, and for countries. We need to recover and accelerate progress in this respect. Right now we have to do everything we can to recover this sector, put it back where it belongs, and continue to progress. At the end of the day, tourism provides us an open-mindedness, and for countries is a source of wealth that's really, really important. Therefore, this COVID crisis needs to be overcome at a personal, corporate, and national level. This is what we're going to talk about today, how to do it, how to do this. I am convinced that we can restore our situation we had back in 2019, but I think there's going to be an acceleration. So we need to reflect on how we need to approach this new stage, this new period, and protect tourism in this new age. That's why WTO and the INCIDE Foundation in Spain, we decided that we had to celebrate a meeting here in Barcelona with more than 100 experts and government officials all over the world, so that in the next 28 hours we're going to debate and find constructive conclusions. I think this is going to be an important contribution in order to accelerate the tourist sector in the near future, in the coming future, and thus contribute to fairness, and sustainability, and inclusion. We need to do this as the pandemic has taught us to do it all together. We need to cooperate and do what all societies have seen, a public-private cooperation. It's clearer than ever that this is the basis for success. We're finding a solution, and the levers that will help us to progress are at hand. The European Commission has pointed out this in their guidelines. Those are digitalization, sustainability, training, and above all, training, because talent is the most important thing of all. In that respect, we need to go the extra mile. We also need to reflect on the cultural and social aspect of tourism, because this is going to become more and more an individual experience. That will be enriching for people, and we're going to see destination tourism. We do this from Barcelona, Catalonia, and Spain, in a city that is one of the main tourist destinations in the world. And it is a pleasure, I'm from Barcelona, being able to do this meeting here today, that we expect to be repeating in the following years, because tourism requires this. I encourage you to work towards the goal of advancing, preparing for progress, and I thank you for being present both personally or virtually in this World Summit that is intended to become a recurring event and becoming a reference in the sector. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Thank you for your words.
Introduce what I would like to call a friend now, who has been helping us in everything. It's the Deputy Mayor of the City of Barcelona, Mr. Jaume Collboni.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Bon dia, buenos días, good morning to everyone. On behalf of the City Council, our warm welcome to sharing here this opening today. We are very proud to be the city which hosting the first edition of this summit. Moltes gràcies per ser aquí.
Thank you for being here, especially the Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization, Roger Torrens, Company Employment Corporate President of Councillor of the Generalitat, and Juan Verde, President of the Partnership Foundation, for being present here today with us. Why here? Why now? And what is this summit about? These are the three questions that come to mind, and that the media here present today have relayed to us. This is Llotja de Mar. This building is an emblematic building. During the Middle Ages, they thought, or it was created to facilitate trade exchange in Catalonia and the Mediterranean. It was like a hub where goods were exchanged and agreements were and deals were reached. Here, trade started. A characteristic of Barcelona, an open city that favors idea exchange and experience exchange, a city that has always thought looking outside with the backdrop of the Mediterranean Sea. This place has evolved, and what's happening now, or what happened in the past, had nothing to do, or what happens now doesn't have to do with exchange of goods, but the exchange of ideas, and that's what we want to do with this forum in Barcelona. We want to do this now because precisely after the impact or the shock of COVID 19 for the tourist industry worldwide. And at the time where many regions and countries in the world are debating about what sort and how much tourism is required, this COVID break has been an opportunity to think and reflect about these issues and to think about those countries and regions that are for having a prosperous tourist industry, because it's been a great industry for many countries. It's a great industry for cultural exchange between among people of different origins. To be able to know different realities. This is one of the strong points of tourism. How to mix this with an increasing demand of sustainability, equity and quality, and then COVID break out and force us to carry out in-depth reflection. And this when the idea of celebrating the summit came about in a key city such as Barcelona, because this debate was just really strong in Barcelona, city able to attract talent and investment and also tourism. That's why we decided to celebrate it here in Barcelona. That's why we do it here. That's why we have said to the World Tourism Organization, this is why we think this is the ideal place to do it. This is not a trade show. That's not the goal. There are other fairs, other trade shows. The intention here, the objective is to be a forum to teach, to learn, and we're lucky and the privilege to have here with us today representatives of government, regions, nations, local representatives all over the world, despite the mobility restrictions and big companies and operators of the tourist sector that can provide their thoughts. This is the first edition. It's not surely going to be the last. We're going to start this forum with the will to persevere in this objective of achieving affordable and quality sustainable tourism that's at the service of human development in all respects. I think it's a great cause and it's worth it. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Yama. Thank you so much for your words. Next up, I would like to introduce the Councillor from Empresa y Treball, el Conseller Roger Torrent.
Secretario General de la OMT.
Secretary General Zurab, Mr. Zurab, Deputy Mayor of the City Council of Barcelona, President of the Chambers of Commerce of Spain, Mr. Bonet, and Mr. Juan Verde, President of the Advancer to Leadership Foundation. Welcome to Catalonia, welcome to
Just
our
a few words
country.
in Catalan to say welcome to Catalonia, welcome to our country. Es un honor para Cataluña acoger
It's an honor to host this World Summit about the future of tourism. We are one of the main tourist destinations in Europe, a tourist hub, and also a country with the will to take part and engage in common objectives together with the rest of the societies in the world. In this respect, as many other governments, the government of Catalonia has set the immediate priority to recover economic activity halted by the COVID crisis. We don't want to limit ourselves to go back to the pre-pandemic situation, because the facts have shown us that our development model had structural deficiencies, increasing inequalities, and we didn't face the global challenges of our time. That's why, following the line of the EU, we have decided to promote a set of transformations in Catalonia. Among them, to make our productive system more resilient and sustainable, adapting it to the new reality. A goal that has a double influence on the tourist sectors. On the one hand, is one of the main economic drivers of our country, and on the other hand, any transformation has an effect on the tourist offer or supply. This tourist supply in a country like ours is a reflection of its reality. What we offer beyond tourist infrastructure, it's an experience. Landscapes, the coastline, the mountains, the human contact, gastronomy, history, the cultural life and social life, leisure, art, sport, activities of all kinds. Everything is tourism. In a way, our tourist offer is the country and the people. And the other way around, the tourist model has an impact on the configuration of a country. It determines how spaces, infrastructures, resources, and public services are managed, and it has a specific weight on the economic activity and the labor market. As a consequence, the debates started in this summit have a dual importance for us, because will be relevant for the future actions in relation to the industry, an industry that has its own challenges regarding sustainability and the adaptation of technology resources in order to improve its offer and adapt it to the new demands of visitors. And at the same time, it has an impact on key aspects of the public management. It is obvious for us that tourism is an integral part of the solution when facing all these global challenges we are facing together. Not in vain, as Michelle Bachelet said, tourism is a sector with a future that's not afraid of change. So, I feel welcome here, which is your home, and that the changes we decide on this summit help us advance towards a more sustainable model of tourism, because it's a decisive industry to promote the transformations our world, our country, and our cities require. Thank you very much, and welcome to Catalonia.
Thank you so much, Conseller. Last but definitely not least, our very good friend Sura Polikashvili will open this summit.
Buen día. Buen día a todos. ¿Se oye? ¿Ya? ¿O no? Todavía no. ¿Ahora? Sí. ¿Sí? Yeah. Buen día. Dear ministers, excellencies, many thanks to attend this very important summit. I know that many of you came from very far destinations, and your participation is very important for all of us. Esteemed colleagues, let me begin by congratulating our friends and the Advanced Leadership Foundation for organizing this landmark event. Thank you, Juan, to be with us. Also, you came from very far, and your presence is another commitment to this landmark and very important meeting today. Congratulations also to the Foundation INCIDE de las Cámaras de Comercio de España. Querido presidente Bonet, gracias por su participación y por su ayuda. Y Ayuntamiento de Barcelona, la
and the city's Council of Barcelona, the Deputation of Barcelona, the Consorcio of Zona Franca. I have to thank Jaume and Roger here as well, and their wonderful teams that have made this possible, to have all these visitors and guests here at such a high level.
Send special thanks to His Majesty King Felipe VI for agreeing to be honorary president of the summit. Such support from the very highest level underscores its importance of what we will discuss in the coming 2 days. Barcelona is a leading example for the world of the power of tourism to create jobs, support economic growth and advance modernization. Today, all eyes are again on the city as we look to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has hit tourism harder than most sectors. And last year, destinations around the world welcomed 1 billion fewer international arrivals than in 2019. Tourism workers, businesses, and destinations, especially those in developing countries where the sector is a lifeline, have borne the brunt of this unprecedented crisis. At the same time, tourism, like every other part of our economies and societies, must face up to the climate emergency. Next week, the UN climate talks will be held in Glasgow. The world's rightly demanding action, not just words and empty promises. And tourism must be the part of the solution. The summit makes clear that we are looking to the future with determination and working to identify every opportunity for tourism to contribute to positive change. With the leadership of the governments, the power of innovation and new ideas, the reach of businesses and energy of use. All of these are represented at the summit, the first two focus of the future of tourism since the start of the pandemic. Make no mistake, tourism can drive recovery and it can be a pillar of sustainable and inclusive growth. But only if it's properly supported, politically and practically, with investments in infrastructure and people, and the right support for businesses, innovators and jobs. As the United Nations Special Agency, UNWTO, has united our diverse sector and guided it through the worst crisis in our history. Now we are working with the governments, destinations and businesses to ensure that visions of the better future become a reality through tourism, and I call on you to join us. Now is the time for tourism to deliver on its unique potential to change the lives, protect heritage and provide opportunity for all. Before I end my speech, I want to say that we will be in 1 month again, and I always call Barcelona one of the most beautiful cities in the world, because we will have another very important conference, which is sports and tourism. Again, Barcelona is one of the best example and reference worldwide how to promote tourist destinations and how to create sports and tourism centers, and that will be another opportunity for all of you to attend. But especially I wanted to mention, as our dear Minister Reyes Maroto announced this morning, one of the most important tourist events in the world, it's our General Assembly, which will be held in Madrid the last week of November, 30th of November to 3rd of December. That is the place where we want to invite all of you, all of your delegations. That will be the place where we really will discuss the future of tourism, and your attendance will be crucial. I want to thank the government of Spain, Secretario, muchas gracias. It was really shocked for us knowing that the General Assembly, which was planned in Morocco, and now it will happen in Spain, in Madrid, to organize in 1 month. And thanks for your efforts, your 24-hour job you are making in these days, and I'm sure that we all together will host on the highest level our dear member states at the end of November. I want to wish you a successful event. This event is important. Why? Because we will discuss the future of tourism, like we call it, and this is an opportunity to know and to learn from different friends, what we are going to do in next year. Next year has to be much more than it was 2021. I don't want to remember 2020, and let's make it successful together. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I invite you, all the speakers, to step down. The ministerial debate will continue. Thank you all. Sí, si hacemos la fotografía y...
Bien.
¿Has visto el mail de la Mari?
Buenos días. ¿Qué tal? Sa. I would like to urge, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Juli.
Yeah, they're
Tell them. We have 7 minutes.
I know, but they're not, like, we're asking, please come in, and they're not coming in. The picture wasn't big.
The video of Salazar, is it on? The video of Salazar SG Icao. That's the first one I caught. Can you help me understand?
And you can tell people to start sitting down your microphone.
We would like to kindly ask you to take your seats. Please take your seats.
Just to say hello.
¿Podemos subir el volumen, por favor?
¿Quieres ir diciendo que se pueden sentar o no?
Si están fuera no me escuchan. Sí, sin problema. Sí, lo sé, les pido yo. Sin problema. Sí. Ven.
Se lo puse. Vale, para hablar en inglés.
Sí. Perfecto.
El micro de... Dos. El micrófono número 2.
I would like to kindly ask everyone to take their seats, please. Please take your seats. We're about to begin the ministerial debate. Please, everybody, take your seats. Te llamo yo.
Ah, nos vas a llamar.
Sí. Please, everybody, take your seats. I am very pleased to be here.
¿Cómo se dice en catalán? Aquí. Come in italiano. Si avvicina tantissimo.
Please, everybody, take your seats. We are beginning now the ministerial debate. You're giving me a very uncomfortable job. I feel like I'm in school and I have to get the kids back in. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministerial debate is beginning. Kindly fasten your seatbelts and get ready for the discussion, but we need you to sit down, please. Vale. Good morning once again from the Future of Tourism World Summit of Barcelona. This is supposed to be the moment where the decision makers of the world share with us their vision of future. My name is Alessandra Priante, and I am the Director of the Region of Europe at UNWTO, and hereby being your MC, about to introduce the wonderful, honorable speakers that have joined us from all over the world today. "2021 has recorded, according to UNWTO numbers, still a decrease of 80% of international tourism arrivals compared to 2019. That had impact on GDP, on jobs, on critical resources for conservation, and for all the beautiful plans that we had before this pandemic hit us. The question is, do we want to go back to 2019? And if we do, how? Is numbers the real deal breaker? Or is actually something else? Future, many say, is what we shape and what we make. And obviously, you need to be in the position and have the strength and the focus to do that. So, without any further ado, and with great honor, I would like to call upon an addressee of high importance, the Secretary General of ICAO, Juan Carlos Salazar, who sent us a video contribution all the way from Montreal, Canada. Please.
Let me please start by thanking Mr. Pololikashvili and Mr. Brown for their kind invitation to address this session. International aviation continues to face many challenges due to the pandemic. but also continues to connect our world when societies need it most. Air travel recovery has been uneven to date, with domestic travel being far more robust owing to domestic travelers not facing border complications. International demand has been admittedly less encouraging. But what we are clearly seeing in the overall trends is that people want to fly, and that those who can are very confident about the health and safety aspects of the air passenger experience. This confidence is being borne out by the latest national data. And I think that as border risk management steadily improves, we could see a more accelerated return to profitability for travel markets than is currently expected. To help add to that momentum, ICAO recently concluded its high-level conference on COVID. This is a very critical time for governments to be reviewing and refining their pandemic restrictions on international air travelers. And we were encouraged that ministers committed at the conference to using adaptable risk management strategies guided by the latest scientific evidence. They also agreed to promote an inclusive, WHO-compliant approach, including by alleviating requirements for fully vaccinated or recovered passengers and by implementing specific travel health corridors. Governments must now be proactive in actioning these results, adapting their local measures to align with the actual levels of risks arising from their aviation systems. The cost of not doing so are being felt by millions of people and thousands of small businesses all over the world today, and their futures are in our hands. One of the key challenges we face in addressing country-to-country COVID variations concerns the persisting disparity in global vaccine access. Simply put, vaccinations save lives and open borders. They are the key to putting COVID-19 behind us and to launching a sustainable new era of connectivity and profitability for the global travel and tourism sectors. This speaks to the urgent need to improve access to vaccines for all countries and regions, and for accessible and interoperable digital health certification solutions. Ministers at our conference agreed that countries will continue to work through ICAO to resolve this global interoperability challenge. They also endorsed that related solutions must be accessible to all and fully protect traveler privacy and protect personal data. This focus on innovation for future resilience and sustainability was a key characteristic of the high-level conference. Participants were keenly focused on building back better and underscored the importance of new technologies to realize a healthier and more efficient contactless air travel experience. Digital and other technological innovations were also highlighted as a key means for governments to become more capable and aligned when addressing future pandemic crises. With COP26 front of mind for all concerned, ministers at the high-level conference also formally recognized the challenges posed by climate change to the long-term resilience, sustainable development, and future growth of the aviation sector. All of us today must be unwavering in our dedication to the reduction and elimination of climate-harming emissions. And everyone in the aviation community has been greatly inspired by the recent cross-industry commitment to net zero air transport by 2050. This is the first such commitment adopted by an entire global industry sector, and you will be learning more about the pioneering innovations, how helping our sector to reach that goal during the closing session today on the future of travel and civil aviation. Another key outcome of the high-level conference is its recognition of the need for economic and financial support to sustain current operations and ensure the provision of essential services. Bringing a complex global network back to full capacity is quite obviously a massive undertaking, and ICAO is assisting industry and member states today with essential guidance and resources to support the safe resumption of air operations in regions where flights have become inactive. We are also training national regulators on how to work more effectively with their public health authorities so that operations return to normal with minimum inconvenience to the traveling public. Reconnecting the world and building back better for resilience and sustainability are significant challenges. The responsibility to meet them requires that we all become more dynamic and transformative. But at the same time, there is a profound global consensus and credible level of excitement and energy being devoted to finding solutions. The rate of progress being seen makes me extremely optimistic about the future we are discussing here today. And I am just as optimistic about the solidarity and ambition of the air transport sector as we partner with the tourism stakeholder to keep this world and its people connected and united. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General Salazar. Now I would like to call on stage His Excellency Zura Parolikashvili, Secretary General of UNWTO, for a short address that will kickstart this important debate. Secretary General. Can someone switch on the microphone of the Secretary General, please? Secretary General, I wish I could share mine with you, but because of COVID, apparently we're not allowed. Otherwise, we would have to be very close and you can speak. They're going to switch it on. Yes, I think now. Is it? You're on?
It goes viral, huh?
Hola. Ahora. I'm sorry. It was not my fault. All distinguished guests, delegates, I'm sorry this morning I forgot to greet ambassadors. We have numbers of ambassadors coming from Madrid. Excellencies, welcome to our very important event. Again, it's very important, all of you, to be presented here and use these 2-3 days to have more contacts, more friends in tourism industry, and thank you again to be with us. To save the time, I please ask that you consider all protocols observed. Thank you for making the effort to attend this summit in person. This is the message the UNWTO has been pushing. Travel cannot stop and must lead recovery. The pandemic has made clear the relevance of our sector to our economies and our societies. The massive fall in international tourism arrivals will lead to an estimated in global GDP around 4 trillion in 2020 and 2021. At the same time, it has put as many as 100 million jobs and many millions of business directly at risk. This is true for established destinations and for emerging destinations where millions depend on tourism to bring them the better future. In many parts of the world, tourism is restarting, and this offers a hope. But it also presents two big questions of the sector at every level. A return to grow must go hand in hand with opportunity. We must find the right balance between tourism for people, for planet, and for economic prosperity. And this requires clear and strong leadership and real commitment. We need to ask the important questions and provide the right answers regarding the impact of tourism on the planet and communities. Before the pandemic hit, tourism had been enjoying almost a decade of strong and consistent growth. In 2019, more than 1.4 billion tourists crossed the borders. Growing numbers of middle-class consumers and cheaper airfares allowed countries and destinations around the world to enjoy the benefits of tourism. And businesses led the way in making travel more sustainable and inclusive. Today we know that tourism growth and the benefits it can deliver cannot be taken for granted. Governments, destinations, communities and business all have a role to play in kick-starting tourism recovery and generating that future growth delivers economic prosperity for people and planet. This needs clear support and credible commitment. The transformation of tourism needs the right financial support and economic incentives. Foreign direct investment in tourism fell by almost 74% in 2020 compared to 2019. We therefore face a double challenge. To restore and increase investment levels and to direct investments to projects that can make tourism more sustainable and deliver benefits beyond the sector itself. At UNWTO, we know that there is no lack of demand. Tourists are increasingly aware of the impact of their travels. Consumers want to minimize their footprint and maximize the benefits to the communities they visit. There is also a strong business case. Reducing emissions by investing in the green building sectors of emerging market cities presents a $25 trillion opportunity between now and 2030. This also presents as a $1.5 trillion opportunity for the backbone of the tourism sector, hotels and restaurant buildings. This shift towards green investment and greater sustainability needs direction and leadership. Now is also right time to embrace the power of new ideas and new voices. Digital solutions will fast-track recovery, and they will play a vital role in ensuring a future growth, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Once more, we cannot seek before, back and wait for innovation and entrepreneurs to provide us with solutions to the challenges facing tourism. We need to give them the proper support in terms of financing, infrastructure, and regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, this past 18 months has represented the biggest crisis in the history of tourism. But out of crisis can count on many opportunities. Our job is to seize the opportunity. We owe it to the many millions of people and businesses who depend on our sector. And we owe it to the global community to deliver tourism climate activities responsibilities. I look forward to a live throughout the provoking debate. I think, again, we will have very important and serious outcomes from this event, and again wish you successful and nice stay in beautiful Barcelona. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for addressing the audience with such important items. We would also like to remind you that the second after pandemic was declared, our Secretary General's vision had a hashtag, which is Restart Tourism. Without any further ado, please allow me to call on stage the ministers who will animate this ministerial debate. It will be obviously presential and virtual. So I would like to have the ministers connected also available on screen for me to call them. I will now start calling. Please, when you hear your name, start sitting from my very left, which is your very right. So I would like to commence with His Excellency Yassine Hamadi, Minister of Tourism and Handicrafts of Algeria. Monsieur le Ministre, s'il vous plaît. To be followed by Ms. Ghada Samir Shalabi, who is the Vice Minister for Tourism of Egypt. Please come to stage Mr. Modero Simba Matondo, who is the Minister of Tourism of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Ms. Mariam Krivishvili, Deputy Minister of Tourism of Georgia. Mr. Ivan Eskilsen, Minister and General Administrator of the National Tourism Authority of Panama. Ms. Sofia Zakaraki, Deputy Minister of Tourism of Greece. And last but not least, Mr. Fernando Valdez, Secretary of State for Tourism of Spain. Let me just name, please, Secretary of State, the connected ministers. We have Mr. Nayef Al-Fayez, His Excellency Minister of Tourism and Antiquities of Jordan. Welcome, Minister. Then we also have connected Mr. This is a difficult one. You're going to have to bear me for my pronunciation. We have Mr. Wanetungang Kaofan, Deputy Minister of Information, Culture and Tourism of Laos. Yes? You're going to be merciful that I didn't pronounce correctly your name. Yes, Minister? Thank you very much. Then we have Dr. Hitai Aung, who's the Union Minister for Hotels and Tourism of Myanmar. Welcome, Minister.
Yes, yes.
And we also have connected Mr. Yadav Prasad Koirala, Secretary at Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation of Nepal. Last but not least, connected virtually all the way from Vietnam is Mr. Nguyen Trung Can, Chairman of the National Administration of Tourism of Vietnam. So yes. Welcome everybody. Now to manage an audience of such a kind, of course we need a Formula One moderator. So I'm very pleased to call on stage Mr. Damon Embling from Euronews. Please, Damon, join us on stage. Now, before I begin, and I leave you to this wonderful debate, let me just briefly introduce Damon, who joined us from the UK. I would say that Damon is not only a very passionate tourism and travel journalist, and you started your own basically programmed specifically during the pandemic, but he's also a pilot, is that correct?
I had the childhood dreams of being a pilot.
Great, so I guess you're going to take us flying over this ministerial debate.
We're cross-checks and in automatic.
Thank you everybody for your patience and have a great debate.
Thanks, Alessandra. Hi everyone, isn't it great to be back in person with so many people? I, like many others around the world, have been working from home over the past 18 months, and as a travel journalist that's been extremely frustrating. I've been climbing the walls, so it's fantastic to be here in Barcelona today to chair and moderate this very important debate as we look to the future of tourism. I've got a great panel of guests here, as Alessandra has been introducing, and also our lovely guests there on this video link as well, joining us from right around the world. I have to admit, when I normally moderate these events, I have 3 or 4 ministers on a panel. Today we have 12, and we're running a little over time, so please, everyone, if you can work with me today and keep your answers fairly concise, around 1 or 2 minutes, and then I'll be kept in the good books here and keeping it all on time. So thank you very much indeed again for joining us today. Now, we have 2 guests here that will be speaking French. I'm a typical Brit. My French is terrible, and I'm not going to entertain you with that today, but we have a translator on stage, so we will be asking some questions in French, and we'll have a translation as well. I'd like to introduce Mr. Yassine Hamadi, first of all, the Minister of Tourism and Handicrafts from Algeria. Mr. Hamadi, let's not look too much at what's happened. We know about the context, obviously, of the impact of COVID and how devastating it's been. We've been hearing that in the speeches this morning. Let's look at the here and now. In Algeria, what's the kind of biggest challenge you're facing right now as you try to deal with this unprecedented crisis? If we can just get his microphone working, please. Okay. We just need some technical assistance with Mr. Hamadi's microphone. While we're sorting that out, if you don't mind, I'll move on to the minister that we have here from Egypt. Hopefully your microphone is working. I was just asking Mr. Hamadi there, of course, about the here and now, where we're at with this crisis, unprecedented. What's the biggest challenge you're facing in Egypt at the moment?
Well, it was Egypt is depending a lot on tourism, and to stop this income immediately after COVID was a big challenge. Restarting tourism was also another challenge that we thought about, and we wanted to restart the safe travel as the UNWTO was really heading on this subject. How can we restart tourism? And the decision came that we would start it in the least affected areas that we can contaminate the whole virus from spreading, and also ensure the health and safety of travelers. So beaches and the beach resorts were the answer for that. Of course, Egypt is well known for its heritage, for its a long-standing touristic destination in culture as well as in beaches. So having this restart of tourism was our focus.
And just briefly, how difficult and challenging has that been when you've been sat in your offices within the government thinking, how are we going to deal with this? How challenging has that been?
It was a collaboration between all ministries. Ministry of Health was leading the way, but also with the understanding of the importance of tourism. So we could have closed everything and we would watch, but still the priority was given by the whole cabinet for restarting safe tourism. So priority was given for vaccination for staff who is working in this field. Also health and safety procedures that were implemented as well as communicated to the external parties made us able to restart safe travel, and also the numbers were increasing by the day.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for now. I'd like to turn to your colleague just here, the Minister of Tourism from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Clearly this has been a big headache for you and your country, like it has been for countries right around the world. What's the biggest challenge you're facing right now as you look to the future against this context of building back better?
That's why we can't, this is the problem.
Merci. Vous savez que le Congo a ce qui est de meilleur à apporter dans le secteur du tourisme actuel.
See you in Madrid today, no? You're
Écologique, un tourisme qui respecte la nature. Mais en termes de difficultés post-Covid, vous savez que nous faisons face sur nos infrastructures.
Can you just move your microphone closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Vous m'écoutez? Merci. Comme tous les pays du monde, la Covid a démontré la limite de nos infrastructures hospitalières. Certes, nous avons résisté de par nos gènes. L'Afrique et le Congo, qui est habitué à gérer les maladies tropicales, a fait en réalité moins de victimes du Covid à travers le monde, si vous comparez les statistiques. Mais au jour d'aujourd'hui, nous faisons face à ce qu'on appelle la carence de vaccins. Comme vous le savez, l'Afrique n'a pas une économie qui lui permet d'acheter des licences pour produire le vaccin. Nous faisons face à une mauvaise communication pour faire adapter nos populations à la politique de vaccination. Non pas seulement à la carence de vaccins parce que nous n'avons pas l'industrie pharmacologique, mais nous faisons face aussi à la communication. Ça veut dire le leader africain ont pris un petit retard pour vulgariser la politique du vaccin. La deuxième difficulté, c'est la connectivité. Cette rupture brusque de ligne européenne ou du monde entier vers l'Afrique a essayé d'amoindrir nos économies touristiques. Et nous travaillons là-dessus en termes de communication. En termes de communication, parfois, l'Afrique subit une discrimination communicationnelle, même lorsqu'on gère mieux. La Covid a montré que le continent africain a géré mieux la pandémie que d'autres pays. Certes, au niveau communicationnel, personne ne relève qu'aujourd'hui, face aux défis de la Covid, l'Afrique a fait face par rapport aux pays industrialisés. Nous passons la seconde étape de votre question, c'est que nous pouvons apporter en termes de l'ouverture post-Covid. La semaine prochaine, nous allons être à Glasgow, où on va évoquer les questions sur COP26. Pour nous, les Congo en particulier, et en Afrique, c'est une opportunité de relancer le secteur qu'on appelle le secteur du tourisme naturel. Donc ça veut dire ce qu'on appelle l'écotourisme. L'écotourisme est le produit aujourd'hui les plus prisés. Et les questions seront beaucoup plus évoquées lors de la conférence de Glasgow.
Okay.
Donc nous faisons face, comme tous les pays, sur la connectivité, la difficulté sur les vaccins et la désinformation.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move to your colleague on your right here from Georgia. Georgia, like many countries, as I was saying, has been badly affected. We know that. But as you look forward, building back better, being more responsible against the context of this climate emergency, what's the biggest priority in terms of what you want to now achieve moving forward? And what's the biggest challenge that goes with that?
First of all, I would like to use this opportunity to greet everyone here today, of course, Secretary General of UNWTO, and extend our warm greetings to the audience. I think with past couple of years already, we've been discussing a lot about how COVID-19 had significant effect on tourism industry. And that is why today I will not be speaking about COVID-related issues, and I will speak more about future challenges and existing challenges that we have beyond COVID, which is already on the surface. I believe, and we all believe, that tourism-related infrastructure is extremely important. Development of the infrastructure, and especially the right development of the infrastructure that helps further development of the industry throughout the regions, villages, cities. Of course, the right developments, because unfortunately we've seen the damage of historical sites and landscapes once developments are fast growing. In our case, of course, Georgia aims to use all the existing challenges and shift this challenges into opportunities, and that is why our country and the ruling government has made decision to expand our infrastructural developments throughout the country, and we've launched a new campaign, a new program, which will have direct impact on all regions, rehabilitation of the historic sites, also the roads. So this way we will lead further development, of course, give more accessibility to the regions, and most importantly, we will see economic impact and value, and of course, creation of new jobs throughout the country.
Of course, all of those very important points, and I'll be coming back to you in a moment. Thank you very much indeed for that contribution. I believe your microphones are now working. Welcome back. I'm sorry we had to move on because of that. Mr. Yassine Ahmadi from Algeria. And afterwards, we'll wait for your translation, and you can give the translation in English as well after you've spoken. We heard the Secretary General, and we heard our colleague from Georgia here saying that out of every crisis comes an opportunity. It's something we're hearing a lot. What opportunity do you see for Algeria, and what is the kind of key challenge around that right now? Okay.
سيد الأمين العام، سادة الوزراء، شكرا على هذه الدعوة وعلى تنظيم هذه القمة العالمية لتدارس وضعية السياحة بعد جائحة كوفيد-19.
We thank all the organization and all the organizers for having us and to discuss the matters of overcome the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic.
الجزائر كانت على غرار دول العالم هي الأخرى متضررة من هذه الجائحة، وأخذت على عاتقها أن تقوم بإجراءات صارمة للحد من تنقل الأشخاص خلال هذه الجائحة. والحمد لله بعد هذه الإجراءات الاستباقية والاحترازية أصبحنا في الحالات حاليا منذ حوالي شهرين في رقمين، يعني وعدد الوفيات لا يتجاوز 2 إلى 3 وفاة كل يوم من جراء هذه الجائحة.
Algeria had made some preventive restrictions on traveling and in Algeria, and the effects of these measures led to a very positive results. We are now, since 3 months, at less than 10 deceased per day, which is very low for this matter.
كانت انعكاسات الجائحة على الاقتصاد الوطني وعلى الصناعة السياحية سلبية جدا، لكن وصلنا إلى أردنا أن نضع استراتيجية للوصول إلى سياحة مستدامة وشاملة نتشارك فيها الرؤية مع كل الدول المنطوية تحت المنظمة العالمية للسياحة، لأن السياحة الآن مع هذه الجائحة يجب أن تخترع نفسها بطريقة جديدة مرنة تتماشى مع هذه الوضعيات، ويجب استخلاص دروس من هذه الجائحة، إذ مشينا إلى السياحة الإيكولوجية، السياحة في المساحات الكبرى، وأنتم تعلمون أن الجزائر تمتلك أكبر متاحف على الهواء الطلق، وهنا نستطيع تطبيق الإجراءات التباعد والحد من انتشار الفيروس.
Algeria suffers, like all countries, the negative effects of the pandemic, and we are sure that the future tourism must be cooperative tourism between the WTO and its members, and we see it as an opportunity to reinvent ourselves in the tourism and walk the path of sustainable tourism and more natural tourism. Algeria have very beautiful landscapes and open landscapes that are rehabilitated, and we are looking forward to the restart of the tourism movement to benefit from it.
Thank you. We have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Let's go over to one of our guests now on our virtual link. Thank you very much again to all of you who are joining us from afar today. Great to see you on our video screen here in Barcelona. I'd like to go over to Jordan first, to Mr. Naif Al Fayez, the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities. Mr. Alfayez, we were just hearing there, weren't we, that this is an opportunity to reinvent tourism. This question, do we want to go back to how things were in 2019? Is this a chance for you to reinvent tourism in Jordan, and what's the challenge associated with that at the moment? We're not hearing you at the moment, Mr. Fayez. I'm just going to get the sound.
I'm speaking now.
Ah, yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Damon, and thanks to the World Tourism Organization and for the organizers for such an important meeting. I think we all share the same concerns. First of all, we are sharing the same concern of bringing tourism back as it was. Now, is it like 2019 or in a different perspective, but bringing tourism back to our countries? If I may say, a country like Jordan and many other countries, we rely heavily on tourism when it contributes to around 14% of our GDP. So our biggest challenge was how we keep the industry ticking and surviving throughout the difficult times, and most importantly, keeping the employees who have taken the decision to start and work in such an important industry. I think this was one of the biggest challenges for all of us. How do we keep the industry alive? Especially, I'm talking about SMEs. We were not worried at all about big industries. We were worried about how those who are in rural areas have to continue working and staying in the industry. At the same time, keeping in mind that we have to convince the audience and the public that tourism is no longer a crisis that will bring the COVID into the country. So making that good balance between the safe travel to the country and keeping the visitors safe was one of the most important challenges. Now, the future of tourism, I think this is in our discussion today, we would shed light on it in more details.
Mr. Alfayez, I just want to ask you another just very brief question. You know, the floor is yours right now to all of your esteemed colleagues in the room here. What's the biggest piece of advice you can give them right now in the here and now?
Well, to be very frank with you, we all know that tourism is resilience. And this is one thing that we all have to believe in. And most importantly, we have to keep that balance, because you don't want your challenge of the COVID-19 that is today disrupting the industry in general. I'll be very frank with you. Me as an official, me as a citizen of the global industry, been traveling. Now today, if you go to airports, if you go to any international airport and you do that domestic or international connection, you will be understanding the confusion that is out there. I think it's about time for all of us to come and put as much as possible rules and regulations that are simple, at the same time common, not different from one country to another. Today, the airlines themselves are so confused. I witnessed that myself, and I'm sure many of our colleagues have witnessed that in transiting through any country. Where you stand, flight going to Jordan with certain regulations and requirements, flight going to X with different requirements, the person himself who is monitoring this is becoming confused. I think we as an industry are becoming confused. I think it's about time that we put under the World Tourism Organization that set of rules that are common, that protect tourism, both inbound and also the people who receive tourists in their countries.
Mr. Alfayez from Jordan, thank you very much indeed for your important contribution. Let's stay on the video wall here and let's go over to Myanmar. And Dr. Hatay Aung is joining us from Myanmar. Dr. Hatay Aung, thank you very much indeed again for joining this very important ministerial debate at this very important time in the tourism recovery. I'm asking our guests here what the biggest challenge is right now. I guess one of the biggest challenges is that there's still a lot of uncertainty. There are blue skies here in Barcelona today, but there's still a black cloud hanging over the pandemic, isn't there? Is that the biggest challenge for you? You don't know where this is going next?
Good afternoon. As you know that Myanmar is one of developing nations around the world. What I understand is technology. Technology has made its way among major challenges that our tourism sector encounters. Especially today, IoT, Internet of the Things, is the main vehicle to move its mobility. So we are also aware that incorporating new technology has made it easier, accessible, and safer for the tourism stakeholders and travelers around the world.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Vietnam, where we're joined by the chairman of the National Administration of Tourism in Vietnam. Thank you very much indeed again for joining us today. Just make sure you take your microphone off mute there. So give us a snapshot of where things are at in Vietnam right now. Obviously a very popular tourism destination up to the point of the pandemic. What are you thinking right now in terms of the challenge and how you're taking that forward?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all the distinguished guests attending on site in Barcelona, and greetings to those joining virtually. I'm honored to attend this important event and appreciate sincere sharing today on the future of tourism. During the last decade, Vietnam was an amazing destination in the Asia-Pacific region, and tourism has developed into an important economic sector. The positive growth rates of international and domestic tourists were impressive. Therefore, the supply of skilled and professional tourism workforce cannot follow the growth rates of travelers. Besides, there is a real challenge for the tourism training to focus on a soft skill, English and other foreign languages, communication and service skills, because of the limited capacity to deliver the areas. With the hard hits of COVID-19, we witnessed the challenge to be accelerated. The tourism workforce has been severely impacted. A lot of tourism enterprises closed permanently, and the majority of tourism workers has lost their jobs. We forecast that at the early stage when tourism activity resumes, the tourism workforce demand will far outstrip supply from the labor market, as many workers have left the sector amid pandemics. To mitigate the negative impacts, Vietnam government has carried out numerous supporting measures for tourism sector, including financial and social support from tourism laborers. At the same time, we are cooperating with developing partners to conduct training programs for tourism workers during these challenging times. Vietnam government has agreed to pilot plans on reopening international tourism by the end of this year. And we will manage to gradually balance the demand and supply of tourism labor market, as well as keep focusing on capacity building to meet the higher requirements of tourists. We hope the tourism continuous support and cooperation from UN, WTO, and other partners countries in the future potential activity and project. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed from Vietnam for those very important perspectives about the situation in your country right now, the challenges and what you're doing to mitigate those. Let's go over to Laos, where we have our representative there. Just in terms of tourism and where things are at in Laos right now, what conversations are you having within the government of getting tourism restarted and the challenges involved with that? And what's your solution that you could give other people? It's a big question. So what's your biggest challenge and what's one solution you've come up with?
Thank you, Mr. Giraffe Boroboski, Secretary General of the WTO. Excellency Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to speak on behalf of the Lao PDR. Let me first express my proud congratulations to UNWTO and member states for making this important future of Tourism World Summit possible. The major challenge of tourism sector in Laos beyond COVID-19 is tourism business to keep the door open. Since March 2020, tourism business were closed 70%, and number of tourism workforce are unemployed. Businesses are risking needed to terminate their business due to cash flow issues. At least 70% of tourism business have reported cash flow issues as a result of COVID-19, and up to 75% of formal businesses have reported to high risk of needing to terminate some part of their operation. Some business lack of working capital and as major obstacle to continue or resume their businesses. They are reluctant to borrow from financial institutions as the traveling is still unstable, and alternatively, private social support measures such as tax relief. Tourism do not see domestic tourism as a viable recovery strategy in the short to mid-term, low population and low buying capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that perspective from Lau. And thank you very much indeed to everybody on the virtual link. We will be coming back to you a bit later on in the session. But let's now return to my guests that we have here on the stage in Barcelona. Minister from Panama, we know, as I was saying, how badly tourism has been hit right around the world. But in Panama right now, what are you talking about in terms of the biggest challenge and what you're doing to kind of move on from that?
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Alex from DBRD. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very close, I am.
Excellent. Colleagues, you welcome. Excellent. Good, good. Actually, we might enquire good contacts with the Inter-American Development Bank. Yes, yeah. Excellent.
Thank you very much indeed for that perspective from Panama. Sofia Zakaraki, Deputy Minister of Tourism in Greece, welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting. Obviously, Greece, it goes without saying, is a huge holiday hotspot in Europe in particular, the islands and the mainland. We're talking about this sort of building back better, coming back in a much more responsible way. Has this really been a turning point for Greece in terms of where you take things forward with tourism? And what do you say is the biggest challenge for you right now in Greece?
Let me take stock of the opportunity just to thank you. Gracias por la organización en esa sala maravillosa. Es una oportunidad.
Thank you to the organization for this beautiful event.
And I think it's also a message and a symbolism
would you mind
of resilience
upon
and
return
recovery.
to London if I
Here,
get you in touch with our top management?
For Greece,
Yes,
for Greece,
I'm actually from Environmental and
which has
Sustainability
been able
Department.
to recover
And
more than
we are talking
50%
with, participating in a number of working groups related to
2019.
agenda,
It has also
natural
been
capital,
an
etc.
opportunity and a challenge and a turning point to discuss about sustainability, to discuss about the areas and the destinations that have received over-tourism in the past, and be able to better exploit the European funds that will be coming now, the Resilience Fund, the new structural funds. More than 400 million will be invested in recovering on the infrastructure and of course exploiting on thematic tourism like gastronomy, cultural tourism, on sea tourism, winter tourism, in order to diversify the people that are our guests and also be able to make destinations sustainable. So I would say sustainability is the biggest challenge, but at the same time being able to better exploit the European funds and create a more glorious future for tourism in Greece.
And are there particular challenges in comparison to, for example, Athens as a destination and the Greek islands? I mean, what kind of challenges are there between the two?
Well, I'm linking the over-tourism thing that I told you with some islands like Santorini, and we are in constant discussions with the local authorities and of course the competent ministries in order to deal with infrastructure issues. We'll be taking stock, as I said, of the European funds And when we're talking about urban tourism, city breaks like Athens, to be able to let our guests know other neighborhoods apart from the city center and invest also in new hotels. We see a surge in direct investment in hotels, in new hotels in Athens. We see it everywhere in Greece. And one of our new projects that we will be also launching is also funding schemes for mid-range entrepreneurships in order to invest also in hotels, in new hotels all around Greece. But sustainability will be a horizontal pillar in all of the schemes and proposals we will be putting forward.
Okay, Ms. Sakalaki, thank you very much indeed for now. Let's turn to Fernando Valdez, who's right next to me here. You haven't come far today. Obviously, the Secretary of State for Tourism here in Spain. Spain went into a massive lockdown like most of Europe did. We hear about the future, sustainability, regenerative tourism, building back better. What's the priority for you here in Spain right now, and what do you see as the biggest challenge, and how are you mitigating that?
Well, first of all, thank you, the organizers of the event, and it's a privilege to share with my distinguished colleagues this panel. Well, much been said already, and just to give some value to what we think is the future of tourism, I think we share the same challenges, most of them already been said: sustainability, digital transformation. If I may say, on a different perspective, we believe that the biggest challenge is on how to pursue this transformation. Because as we get to this point, we've been seeing that resiliency, it's been key to maintain our businesses and our jobs on the tourism sector. So one of the biggest challenges is how to transform what it's been the tourism ecosystem. We all know hotels, restaurants, other activities, other tourism activities, and how we can transform that into a more digital ecosystem, more connected, to increase cooperation and with everyone. And for us, this is key, because our sector, and I think this is not only in Spain but worldwide, as I've been listening to my colleagues, tourism sector is inhabited by very small and micro companies and enterprises. So in this process on how to perform a better tourism in the future, we are going to need to make a big effort in terms to integrate everyone. So,
Minister, how do you integrate all those smaller companies, all those people involved in tourism? You have the vision, you have the will, but many people working in the business might say, well, we don't have the means to do this. How do we transform? Is it about funding? Is it about education? Is it about other support?
Well, it is about all of those things. It is true. It is about education, about funding. It is about new digital tools that let us integrate everyone. But it is also about diversity, destination diversity. I think all of us, we have intense and rich destination in our countries, and what we really need to give value is to integrate all those destinations and to work with the smallest and the biggest ones, with the smallest companies and the biggest one, and to let the tourism and our visitors to know all that storytelling when they visit us, and make tourism more profitable.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you very much, Minister from Spain. Let's go back to our virtual video wall here, and let's join our guest, hopefully from Nepal. Thank you very much indeed for joining us there in Nepal. So we heard there about, as we build back better, having a diverse destination, supporting all those enterprises and business, innovation, technology. How are you going to make that happen in Nepal? I mean, what's your challenge right now, and how do you see the future?
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. There are in the pandemic, we are facing the many problems also in the tourism sector. We have lost many jobs, and we have lost many investor from the outside of the walls, and there are no any tourism come in Nepal, and there are the many destinations also to destroy, and there are the many things we have to the loss. So that there are the many challenges. Even those we have to facing two things. One is that we have to recover the job, how to create the job, a new job, and how to sustain the who are the working in the job. One hand, and the second hand, we have to make the new destination for the tourism to attraction from the outside the walls. So that two things we are to the making the now good relation between the worldwide. And in the third, we have to the how to make the people to connect each other, and how to make the recovery the tourism sector, how to recovery in the worldwide to tourism sector and cooperation each other. It is the main challenges for the Nepal, and we have to doing the cooperation each other countries to provide the new technology, new job creations, and destinations and other work area also.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that perspective from Nepal. I'd like to come back to the floor here in Barcelona to our guest alongside me here, Yassin Hamadi, Minister of Tourism and Handicrafts in Algeria. You know, we've heard of many different things here, haven't we? Diversity, innovation, technology, building back better. What is the kind of key priority for you in terms of developing tourism again and the recovery? Is it about jobs? Is it just about the economy? Is it ensuring that the benefits are spread to all of the different communities impacted by tourism? Who's set to benefit in Algeria in the future? What's your priority there?
أهم التحديات هي المحافظة على مناصب الشغل، المحافظة على الساكنة، التوزيع العادل للسياح عبر العالم، ونستطيع يعني هذا التوفير بتحقيق هذه الأهداف هذا من خلال التلقيح. يبدو لي حسب رأيي أن التلقيح والتوزيع العادل للقاح هو الذي يضمن لنا هذا الوصول إلى هذه الأهداف. تعلمون أن الجزائر أصبحت من الدول المنتجة للتلقيح، واللي راح توردها للدول الإفريقية إن شاء الله.
Our main concern is to keep jobs in the sector, obviously, and also achieve a fair distribution of tourism around the world. And we see that vaccination is a good way to reach it, because to have all population of the world vaccinated will facilitate this fair distribution of tourism. And Algeria nowadays is manufacturing vaccines in Algeria and intend to export it to other neighbor countries, African countries in priority.
بالإضافة إلى تعميم استعمال الوسائل الحديثة للتكنولوجيات وابتعاد يعني نحاول أن نستثني الشخص في المعاملات المماثلة، يعني يكون معاملة عن طريق الوسائل الحديثة للاتصال.
We are reaching to modernize the way to link people together by using much more technology and new technology and social media, all the platforms that we can use to link people together, all the actors of tourism together to facilitate the exchange between tourists and operators.
Thank you very much indeed for that from Algeria. Let's get back to the Vice Minister for Tourism from Egypt. Thanks again for joining us. There's surely a difficult balance, isn't there? Because we all know that tourism is a driver of economies right around the world. It fuels economies in many countries. But as we look to the future to be more sustainable, more responsible against the background of the climate emergency, how do you balance that with actually, in reality, being sustainable and responsible and getting away from all that over-tourism that I guess you've historically seen in your big cities, right?
Well, tourism is a cross-cutting industry. It's not a standing alone. It's not a standing by itself, but it's also integrated with other industries as well. Education, healthcare, hospitalization, and even in the education part. So in Egypt, we are benefiting from what we've learned in the past, whereby tourism is now trending towards open space, spacious areas. The country is building new cities by the Mediterranean, by the Red Sea, and even the new capital, and linking those three cities with fast train of almost 3 hours. Before that, this was not possible. So the whole country is in a build phase whereby we are introducing new roads. Over than 7,000 kilometers of roads are being introduced. Fast trains are being introduced. And the most importantly as well is linking between the beach resorts and the historical resorts. Now tourists who are coming to Sharm el-Sheikh, for example, will have the opportunity to go to Luxor for over a day and complete their travel experience. So what we're trying to do is to distribute the tourism among all the heritage we have, be it in cultural tourism, sports.
And just briefly, why haven't you done that before? Why has it taken a pandemic?
No, actually, we've been building this for the past 6 years with the new government, and it was a tough 10 years. And as we've started to emerge, tourism started to emerge in 2019, COVID came by. But now, and very soon, we will be announcing the opening of these cities in Al Alamein by the Mediterranean, El Galala city by the Red Sea, and the new capital close to Cairo, where all the government is moving from Cairo to this new capital, bringing the beauty of the capital, Cairo, to where it belongs, where it really, when you go through the streets of it, you will not see this crowded street. Again, building these roads, magnificent roads, linking all the touristic sites is a national project. Ministry of Tourism can't really do it by itself, but all the ministries, as I referred before, are working on this project.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Let's turn back to the Minister of Tourism from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Some very interesting things coming out of that about what Egypt is doing as it looks forward. What's your vision in the Democratic Republic of the Congo to spread the benefits of tourism in a way that is responsible and sustainable?
Merci. En termes de vision touristique dans notre pays, ok. En termes de la relance du tourisme dans notre pays, nous menons quelques réformes sur la fiscalité. Je peux vous donner l'information qu'aujourd'hui au Congo, nous avons divisé par 2 à 50% ce qui concerne la redevance touristique sur la taxe sur les voyages à l'international. La redevance touristique a été réduite à 50%. De deux, le Congo est en train de fournir un grand effort en termes d'écotourisme. Notre pays, son économie était beaucoup plus focalisée sur le mine et l'énergie fossile qui est le pétrole. Mais aujourd'hui, le Congo a fait un grand pas. Ça veut dire retirer même les licences d'exploitation sur les aires protégées telles que nos parcs. Nous avons aujourd'hui le parc de Virunga qui est le plus grand parc d'Afrique aujourd'hui. Le Congo a fait un grand sacrifice en retirant la licence d'exploitation ou d'exploration du pétrole dans les parcs alors que nos voisins de l'Ouganda l'exploitent. Et nous transformons ces destinations d'écotourisme à des destinations privilégiées. Donc, nous voulons nous mettre sur la place du monde comme la première destination écologique dans le sens de l'écotourisme. Donc, nous faisons la réforme sur la fiscalité en réduisant la taxe. Nous favorisons les partenariats publics-privés pour développer nos infrastructures touristiques. Nous créons ce qu'on appelle les zones d'expansion touristique. Vous savez, le Congo, c'est un pays au centre de l'Afrique qui vous donne l'opportunité d'avoir et la sortie vers l'océan et les lacs Tanganyika avec les voisins Tanzanie,
et autres, Burundi, vous avez les lacs avec le Rwanda. Le Congo, aujourd'hui, je peux dire en Afrique, est la première destination en écotourisme. Mais comme l'économie était beaucoup plus focalisée dans les mines, donc nous travaillons sur une transition en termes de réformes, en termes de développement des infrastructures que le gouvernement ne peut pas faire seul. Nous faisons face aujourd'hui à ce qu'on appelle le terrorisme au grand nord du Congo, mais qui est moins parlé, qui est fait par des groupes qu'on appelle les ADF, un groupe extrémiste venant de l'Ouganda qui n'occupe que les 10% du territoire congolais, mais qui fait beaucoup de victimes. Et nous essayons de communiquer que ces troubles se passent dans une dimension moindre et que cela ne peut pas écorcher l'image de notre pays qui se veut comme un grand pays à destination touristique.
Okay, we have to move. Would you mind just providing a translation for us using the microphone, if you have one? Yeah, thank you. Or you can use the handheld
whether you
microphone.
can hear me. Normally I was supposed to be
Use this one
translating.
we can use.
I'm supposed to be translating simultaneously, so I didn't.
Can we just get the handheld microphone?
I think you can hear me if I use
Okay,
this
perfect.
microphone because I already had it before. Well, basically, I'll try to summarize what he said because, of course, I didn't have my notebook and I didn't take notes, so I cannot repeat everything. But basically, what he said is, before they were basing their resources, economic resources, on oil, they are starting the transition. They're going from threefold measure plan, which is first of all to reduce taxation and taxes with regards to exploitation. Then they decided to withdraw the oil exploitation authorization of one of the most important parks, natural parks they have, and they decided to move towards this ecotouristic transition towards promoting ecotourism, especially in these wonderful natural parks they have. And also they decided to promote everything having to do with sustainable economy and sustainable tourism in the future. They have also, as you may all know, difficult political situations with their neighboring countries and with some of the groups, but they are making this bet on moving towards ecotourism.
Okay. Just very briefly, because we haven't.
Je voulais juste compléter en termes de produits animaux. En Afrique, on parle de Big Five. Donc, ça veut dire les lions, le zèbre, les gorilles, la girafe. Le Congo donne de plus ce qui est endémique, ça veut dire l'okapi, qui est un animal endémique spécial qu'au Congo. Et certes, en termes de redevance et de recherche des ressources, je profite de ces plateaux pour parler en international. Lorsque vous visitez des zones du monde et que vous retrouvez l'okapi qui n'est qu'un animal congolais, pensez aussi au pays d'où vient l'okapi, parce que l'okapi n'est qu'une propriété du Congo. Et nous travaillons non pas seulement en termes de retour des œuvres d'art, parce que nous avons aujourd'hui un musée moderne à Kinshasa et nous menons un lobby en international pour le retour des objets volés du Congo, mais nous interpellons aussi au monde, là où vous trouverez exposés des gorilles de montagne, des okapis, des girafes venant du Congo. Cela ne vient pas des arbres ici en Europe, ça vient des forêts du Congo que nous mettons en avance comme produit touristique. Et nous pensons que ce plateau de la refondation du futur du tourisme doit interpeller d'autres pays d'accompagner le Congo dans ce que nous voulons pour devenir. Nous sommes au centre de l'Afrique, nous voulons devenir un hub international de destination à travers l'Afrique et le monde.
Okay. Sorry to hurry you, but we're running out of time. If you could just give a brief translation.
Yeah, just a brief translation. Well, Congo also wants to point out the fact that they are the country in which they still have 5 key wild animals that are to be protected at the worldwide level. And these animals, the lion, the giraffe, the okapi, and the mountain gorilla, these animals are supposed to be protected, as he pointed out many times. And if ever you see them around or abroad, and they are not in Africa, it means they have not been protected accordingly to their nature habitat. So they want to highlight this, and they want to provide the forest
which is the home to all these animals, and the savannah also the home of these animals, to be protected, and they asked the international community to help them protect these places which are the heaven, natural heaven of these animals.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Let's turn back to the Minister from Spain, who's right alongside me here. The Minister colleague was just talking there a lot about ecotourism and sort of protecting communities, protecting the habitats, wildlife diversity, all those sorts of things. How much of a priority is it for you? And looking forward, how are you going to balance that with not only maintaining that flow of income coming from tourism, but also protecting your natural assets?
Well, it is not a matter of choice. I mean,
yeah.
we don't have a choice. We need to preserve our resources. We need to make our tourism sustainable. And we need to reach not only our destination, our holiday destinations, but also we need to work inland. We need to work with all those natural resources and all those destinations that we know that they're big destinations for domestic population, for the Spaniards, but now the big challenge is to let all those destinations be known by international visitors. So this is something that really to be part of the agenda. How to work that? We need funds. We need public and private funds in terms of make more. As I mentioned before, we really need to make our tourism more profitable. So there is not this quite difficult dilemma between the numbers and the quality of the experience. So
less people, higher quality, higher revenues.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is something that I think we all need to work on, on that kind of the future of our touristic experience, to make it more profitable and more, as I mentioned before, more diverse, because here in Spain we have a very few destinations. We really concentrate 60% of our international visitors. What we need is to spread all those numbers, and not only in the summer, but along the year, so we can make it more sustainable.
But spreading the numbers, I mean, if we talk about Greece, I mean, it's very tempting, isn't it, to want to bring as many people as possible. That's what the accountants love, right? So how do you spread that? And I mean, with the birth of, cheap air travel we've had for many years in Europe in particular, there are lots of people wanting to travel, and people are still wanting to travel, and that hunger is there, right? So in reality, how do you make this happen?
They're welcome. So they're very welcome. I mean, as long as they have the opportunity to travel again. And of course, vaccination, as I heard before, is a key to all of the discussion we're having here. So we keep on, boosting and intensifying this campaign. Going back to the question, it's always a dilemma when you talk about quantity over quality, but is it really a dilemma? Because it's quality we're all talking about. Yeah. And I have a really an optimistic message from Greece to bring to the table today. This year we have seen an increase in per capita spending of 20%. So we saw the number of tourists coming, but spending 20% more than what they did in 2019. Various reasons we can justify and discuss about them, but this is something we want to work on. It's an important, let's say it's an important development. How do we diversify, or how do we expedite diversification? You asked before, why didn't you do that the previous years? You know what, sometimes some destinations felt that it was a given thing that travelers would come. And I say it from some islands of one. They know that the British would go there. They did not. So they had to come up with new ideas, diversify on thematic tourism, definitely talk to new markets, and they did. So a challenge and an opportunity. We as state, as government, we're going to provide, as I said before, the funds for the special tourism, various forms, as I said, the gastronomy, ecotourism, winter tourism, campaign that does not last only a couple of months, but will spread around the year of the tourism, Greek Tourism Organization, special campaign on winter tourism, and of course, new infrastructure, because as Mariam said, tourism is everything. It's the roads, it's the infrastructure, it's the water, it's the waste disposal and management. So we're trying to use the European funds, as I said, that are coming 2022 until 2027 in order to diversify its product and of course reach more markets, and of course the quality that is a main interest for us. Can I make one final comment?
Very briefly.
I know.
Very briefly.
Tourism education. because we're talking about infrastructure. If we don't educate and train the people, our people, which is also part of the regional development, then the attainment will not be as high as we hope to.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn back to our guest here from Panama. So quality over quantity, diversity, innovation, all these words keep coming up in this conversation. I mean, it's clear that people do want to travel again. I mean, we launched this digital vertical at Euronews Travel during the lockdown. People raised their eyebrows at us saying, why on earth are you doing that? But it really did tap into this mindset that people, no matter how locked up they were in their homes, they still aspired to travel and they still want to travel. That hunger is still there. How can you now tap into that hunger and thirst for travel as we emerge from this pandemic, but also solve all these issues we've just been talking about? How can you do that in Panama?
Panama is a difficult and different situation than in Europe because Panama is a country blessed by our geostrategic position. We have the Panama Canal, strong financial sector, and other industries that have been the drivers of our economy. And tourism, as I mentioned before, has been mostly concentrated in Panama City. So whereas where in Europe the issue of over-tourism is a hot topic, in Panama the issue is on the opposite side. We're creating tourism in the rural areas, in these areas where we have an extraordinary biodiversity and ethnodiversity with indigenous peoples, Afro-Panamanian descendants, and all sorts of natural and cultural attractions. And we're just launching right now, for the first time in years, also a new international campaign. So for us, it's the opportunity to, with the restart of tourism worldwide, we have a brand new model that's been recognized internationally and focusing on the regeneration of our people and our culture and our nature. So we are excited to do things differently and building back better again.
Okay, thank you. Let's just get finally the perspective from Georgia here, and I will be coming back to our guest for a final question on our virtual link, so we will be back with you shortly. What's the big priority for you now in Georgia? Is it about jobs? Is it about the economy? Is it rural development? Is it quality over quantity? I mean, how do you sort of break away all that and kind of really hone in on that key priority that you have?
If I had an option to say all the above mentioned,
yeah,
I would say so. It is so difficult to really pick up one challenge, especially for such countries like Georgia. I believe I would say the same, I think, for Greece and for Egypt, where countries are this dependent on tourists. But again, if I would have to emphasize, I would emphasize on jobs. Jobs, 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 and would agree what Sophia said, tourism, education. Without education, without proper skills, without vocational trainings, obviously it is challenging to support further job creation. We invest heavily as countries in tourism development for the sake of further economic development, and obviously economic development means more prosperity to our communities, creating more jobs, attracting more investments. So for us as Georgian government, in our agenda, #1 priority is creating jobs, especially after COVID, since worldwide tourism sector and jobs have been #1 issue.
Okay, great. Thank you very much indeed. Listen, just to describe the future of tourism in one word, literally one word I'm going to ask you. Let's go to our virtual links first of all. Let's go to Myanmar, and our guest there, Dr. Hatay Ang. Dr. Ang, just tell us in one word, how would you describe the future of tourism?
Here, my word is the digitalization, which will be the profound transformation in tourism in future for more safe, more accessible, and more affordable services.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for joining us from Myanmar. Let's go to Lao and our representative there. Just tell me in your words, well, in one word, how you see the future of tourism. I think he might be on a phone call. Let's go to, we have a gentleman on a phone call here as well in Vietnam. I'm not sure if you can hear me. They're very busy, all of these listeners. Here we are. Okay, sorry, let's go back to Vietnam. I can see that you're communicating on the phone there, but I just wanted to ask you, in one word, how would you describe the future of tourism?
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that digitalization is the future for tourism. There is a growing demand for digital tourism amid the pandemic, and I believe this trend will continue in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Allow, I think, yes, you finished your phone call. Just tell me in one word how you would describe the future of tourism.
Yeah, for us, it's sustainable recovery in innovation and safe travel.
Okay, great. Thank you very much indeed. Nice and succinct. Great stuff. Let's go back to the floor here. The Minister from Spain, one word from you. Sustainable, okay. Quality?
One expression, community empowerment.
Community empowerment. That's 2 words. Okay. Georgia, what's the big word for you there, the future of tourism?
Unique experiences and sustainability.
Okay, sustainability again. And Democratic Republic of the Congo, what in the country is the key word for you in terms of the future of tourism?
En un mot, c'est l'inclusivité.
One word.
C'est l'inclusivité. La Covid a montré que lorsque vous développez un coin et en oubliant un autre, à tout moment, ça peut rattraper tout l'espace du monde. Donc, de la même manière que nous examinons le futur de l'économie touristique demain pour le monde, c'est de ne pas exclure l'Afrique, qui est un grand pôle d'avenir demain.
Okay,
voilà,
I think that was more than one word, but what was the overall word?
I think that basically it's connectivity, and it's connectivity.
Connectivity.
That in the way things are linked together, so not to
Great, connectivity. Thank you very much
Thank you.
indeed. And for Egypt, what's the one word for the future of tourism for you?
Well, if I summarize all what has been said, I think tourism has the greatest opportunity for everything, for jobs, for connectivities, for infrastructure, and it is leading also to a sustainable development for any country. So it's the opportunity, and taking care of tourism will open lots of opportunities in various parts.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And last but not least, for Algeria, what's the one word that describes tourism for you?
لا يمكن تلخيص مستقبل
Oh.
لا يمكن تلخيص مستقبل السياحة في كلمة واحدة، لكن نحاول أن نقول الأمن والاستدامة.
It's difficult to summarize the future of tourism in one word. We will use 2. Safety and sustainability will be most important for us.
Okay, great. Sure. Thank you very much indeed. So innovation, sustainability, technology, diversity, all of these words are a key theme of this conversation this morning. So clearly, lots of challenges ahead as you look to rebuild tourism over the coming years, but clearly a lot of examples of great work going on amongst all your countries, amongst all your governments to truly build back better. Thank you very much indeed for all of our guests that have been joining us on the virtual link from around the world today. Very nice to see you at this tourism summit in Barcelona today. Sorry you couldn't be with us, but great to have you on the screen there. And thank you very much indeed to all of my guests on the stage here as well for what has been a very interesting conversation. Let's give them a round of applause. That concludes this session. We're just going to have a group photo of the ministers on the stage now, but thank you very much indeed, everybody. Thank you. Okay.
Group
Please stay here for the
photo.
photo. No, it's challenging.
Ah, viene. Ahora. Tiene que venir ahora.
Which one? Ah, yeah. Whoops.
dois.
Ya lo tienes abierto.
Dois. 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 Dois, três. Dois. Vale. Dois. Dois, três. Já. Oi?
Anda diciendo si querés una breve intro como diciendo que se empiecen a sentar.
Sí. Hello, everyone. Please be seated so that we can continue with our sessions here at Locha de Mar. So we had a quick break in between these two procedures, and now I will kindly ask you if you could sit and so that we could continue with our presentations. Does everyone hear me at the room? Can you listen? Can you listen? Okay, so please be seated. Sit down, please, so that we can continue with our presentation. I'm sorry, just sit down. Okay, so I'm gonna kick things off. Once again, welcome to Barcelona. I'm João Maia Abreu, and I will be your MC from now on. We're all here at the invite of the Advanced Leadership Foundation, the INCIDE Foundation of the Chambers of Commerce of Spain, and the United Nations World Tourism Organization, with the high patronage of Their Majesties the King and Queen of Spain, who have given their high patronage to this event. So between today and tomorrow, we'll have 140 plus speakers of over 25 nationalities. And of course, the discussion will be around what the future brings for tourism. The coronavirus has been disruptive and changed the economic, social, and political landscape. And the World Bank predicts a fall of GDP of 5.2%, the largest since the post-World War II, and which is, of course, something that is very, very worrying. Enormous challenges that will require real leadership to find solutions. For those not present here, let me tell you that and remind you that you can follow the summit on the website of the futureoftourism.org. And while watching it, if you are interacting on social media, please use the hashtag Future of Tourism. So let us continue to our next session, and I will be calling on our next panel to discuss towards net zero tourism for planet regeneration. It's a high-level roundtable. To discuss, I will call Ivan Eskilton, the Minister of Panama and Panama Tourism Authority. The Minister of Panama, please, to the stage. Minister of Panama to the stage, please. Welcome back. Yes, please. Thank you. Javier Manzanares, Deputy Executive Director of Green Climate Fund. Welcome. please. Leopoldo Arnaiz, President of the Advisory Council of la Federación Latinoamericana de Ciudades. Bienvenido, welcome. Julián Suárez, Vice President of CAF, the Development Bank for South America. Welcome. And Alex Adzivanov, Associate Director, Green Economy of the European Bank, Reconstruction and Development. Welcome. And finally, Frédéric Degré, the founder of Noah Regen. Bienvenue. And to moderate this session, this panel, Zorica Urošević, the Executive Director of the UNWTO. Welcome. So I leave you all in Zorica's good hands. Have a good panel.
Of this discussion is to actually explore how much we can do as a sector to decarbonize the sector so that we can have and build a more sustainable planet, but most importantly, how much this action, tourism, can as well support livelihoods and create benefit for people. So the double challenge between preserving the planet and providing opportunities for all. So we know that the transition towards net zero is going to be a complicated one, and this is why we have decided to have a range of key actors coming from governments and to see what are the government commitments towards climate action in tourism. This is pretty a new, I can say, era of strategies and ideas forward. Mr. Ivan Esquines is going to explain to us. We have the Green Climate Fund, Javier Manzanares, the Deputy Executive Director, who is going to explain what an entity such as a Green Climate Fund can support in this endeavor. We have the President of the Council of FLACMA, Mr. Leopold Arnaiz. Sorry if I did wrong your name. And then we have as well, of course, invited more traditional international finance institutions such as CAF, Julián Suárez, the Vice President for Sustainability, and Alex, sorry if I kill your name, Alex Adzivanov, sorry, I should say that well, right? Associate Director in Green Investment in the EBRD. And we have as well an innovative model in carbon financing, Frédéric Degré, so from NOAA. The idea today is that what I would like to ask you first is to explain from your perspective, from the entity you belong to, what are your commitments to climate action in tourism, and how do you see the need to not only decarbonize in having the right policies and creating the new business models, but we sense that financing or innovative financing and green financing can be really key. So maybe I will start with Ivan, because we know that the order might be changed in the future. And I'll let you first speak and then we will continue. Please.
Thank you very much, Zorica. We have some slides prepared, so we'll wait for they are on for the audience. And it's a pleasure to share with you what Panama is doing with this great panel shooting for net zero. So towards net zero tourism for planet regeneration, and we are speaking from Panama. Please move forward. Yeah. So a bit to as for where is Panama and how can we add towards this great cause that we have in planet Earth. So Panama is a very small country in the middle of America. According to scientists, because Panama impacted the world when we emerged and created two oceans, it was considered the most important geological event in the last 60 million years, according to the NASA Earth Observatory. So because of this connection in biodiversity, and because of this connection that we had with the climate, because when Panama emerged and created these two oceans connecting the continent, the currents of the earth changed and the climate of the earth changed and connected biodiversity. As you can see in the map, this is when this happened 3 million years ago, connecting the continent. We connected the species from the north of America to the south of America and vice versa. And also, as I mentioned before, separated these two great oceans that were previously flowing freely. So a second time after this first great impact that Panama had to the planet 3 million years ago was the creation of the Panama Canal. Who doesn't know the Panama Canal? So the canal was built to reunite the oceans, again impacting the climate. This time not much was known 100 years ago about the impact of climate. But due to this, Panama once again impacted the world, transforming the commercial, logistical, geopolitical landscape of their time. And now, for this time around, where the world is looking for new models and understanding the new world we're living in and the importance of regeneration, Panama is responding to the global call from the UNWTO, reading on the Secretary General's words, to rethink tourism development, ensuring a fair distribution of benefits, and advancing towards a transition to carbon neutrality and a socially resilient economy. So our focus is to impact the world once again, this time leading a transformative path towards regeneration and a more equitable future. So Panama, why is Panama an ideal place for this effort? Is because we are one of the 3 carbon negative countries in the world, along with Suriname and Bhutan. Also, we are a country that preserves, Panama is like a big live museum where over 30% of our land is protected, and also 30% of the sea. So with this protection, what we're working on is connecting the communities to be the stewards of this nature. And also we have a great ethno-diversity along with the biodiversity, with 7 indigenous peoples, Afro-Panamanian peoples, and also a very rich Spanish heritage, which, by the way, we turn 200 years of our independence this year, next month, again. So for that, we have created a Tourism Conservation Research Alliance, which we have reactivated after 22 years. Please. And the idea is to create tourism as a catalyst, connecting science, connecting also natural and cultural heritage, along with the new factor that we're involving now, communities. So this was reactivated by our president last year, again, please. And with this, the Alliance, we're moving forward with the implementation of this new vision for the tourism of the country. Please. One of our big allies is the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute, which has been in Panama for over 100 years with 11 research centers. Go ahead. And one of these research centers is the most tropical, most intensively studied tropical forest in the world. So Panama, again, is attracting and connecting science, and this is the work we're connecting with for this regenerative tourism. Again. So the idea is now that how can we connect science with the spiritual traditions of our ancestral wisdom of the indigenous. So an important fact is only 5% of the world population is indigenous, and they preserve 80% of the world's biodiversity. So there is a knowledge, a spiritual knowledge that is important for today's challenges in the world. So how can we capitalize and work with the indigenous groups and use the wisdom for this future? Is what we're working with, what we're calling the biocultural heritage, which we're inviting tourists to learn from indigenous communities, but also world leaders and important transformative opportunities to take this biocultural heritage for the future. Please go ahead. And this is not the first time in Panama this has happened. Over 50 years ago, when the Apollo Earth mission was launched, the NASA came to learn from the indigenous in Panama on jungle survival and also on survival in extreme conditions. So again, science is not the first time that has learned from the indigenous, and I think it's about time that we can work together and put them on the same table, science and the ancestral wisdom. Go ahead. And to finalize almost, the paradox in Panama we have, and in many other countries, and especially Latin America, is that even though the climate change is mostly caused by industrialized countries, it turns out that indigenous communities and local communities and rural communities are the most vulnerable to climate change. In Panama, we have this paradise called Gunayala San Blas, over 300 islands that are being drowned slowly because of of rising sea levels and climate change. Go ahead. Ahead. And so to finalize, the idea with Panama is to move forward with a regenerative tourism model with focus on the regeneration of our ethno and biodiversity, focusing on how we can strengthen, conserve, adapt, and restore this ethnodiversity and biodiversity for the planet, and also allowing tourists and their spending to improve the quality of life. What we'll call and share later in a later panel, non-carbon benefits, considering the Paris Agreement in Article 5, and as in general also promoting personal and spiritual growth from visitors, but also allowing them to be a part of this change and transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think in the second round, maybe then we will be connecting the dot and seeing your ambition and vision as a country, how it is possible, how it's going to be possible, and what do you lack and what do you need more from the global community, from the alliance we are going to create for the future. Javier, please, we would love to hear how the Green Climate Fund is interested about supporting tourism, decarbonizing the sector, and which kind of opportunity we might have as international organization, but most importantly as countries, how we can move forward.
Thank you, Soritza. A privilege to be here. Thank you to the organizers, Diputació, Ayuntament de Barcelona. Pleasure, a privilege to be part of this panel. Maybe I would like at the onset to start by giving you some ideas of what the Green Climate Fund is about. Maybe not everyone is familiar with the GCF. The Green Climate Fund is a fund established by the United Nations under the UNFCCC. You're probably more familiar with the COP26 event that is coming next week in Glasgow. The GCF was created by COP, that is to say, the ministers of environment of all over the world, the signatories of the Paris Agreement, about 193 countries, those established the GCF with the main objective, with the main mandate, resilient development pathways. So to make it easier, what we do is we finance, we support about 140 plus countries in projects that are, on one hand, either mitigation, so as to reduce the emissions, or there are on adaptation, so that we support communities in adapting to the effects of climate change. It was established headquartered in Korea, and since 2014, the GCF has been capitalized with $20 billion, from which our board has already approved $10 billion in more than 190 projects, pretty much all over the world. I think, like other speakers have mentioned, COVID-19 has had devastating effects in economies all throughout the world.
And this has impacted the tourism industry very badly. What's on the bad news? I think on the good side of it, that this is an unprecedented and unique opportunity to build back better. And by better within this forum, what we mean is to build back greener, to build back bluer. And that's pretty much what the GCF is about. Having this distinguished audience that brings a combination of public sector, international organizations, private sector, and other representatives, what I'll do, Soritza, is try to map out what is it that we do with the public sector, what do we do with the private sector. From enabling the environment of those developing countries, we have a program that is called the Readiness Program. That's a message to ministries, a message to ministers. Our Readiness Program is entirely grant-based. We allocate up to $1 million a year for these 140 countries so that they can utilize this readiness grant money towards strengthening capacities of the countries, towards building a pipeline of projects that eventually they can bring along to the GCF. And in saying so, in bringing this pipeline of projects, I can tell you that I can at least remember 5 readiness support programs that we have or we are implementing in countries that are tourism related. So I remember Kenya, Tonga, Albania, Montenegro, Thailand. So those countries have already utilized the window of readiness and in a manner where they can build projects that are on sustainable tourism, on marine ecosystem basis. Maybe a message to WTO, message to the Secretary General as we're up with here today. It's on inviting ministers of tourism to use this window of readiness program, so that they can utilize grant money to formulate projects, to strengthen capacities. Typically, our relationship with these 140 countries go with the nomination of a country representative before the GCF. And it's commonly is ministries of environment, but it varies. It depends on countries. It could well be Minister of Economy or Finance, planning, so on and so forth. So it's just in signaling to those ministries that tourism is indeed an industry, whereas the GCF can support, and we do it. And with that, I'll move. That was pretty much like public sector. If we move now to private sector, what is it that we do, and to the audience that could be of interest? Well, I'll give you a couple of projects that have been recently approved by the GCF. They're both funds. They're both large-size funds. The first one, I will mention the Amazon Bioeconomy Fund. That is in partnership with IDB, whereas the GCF is investing $278 million for the size of this Amazon Bioeconomy Fund, that it will be on or about $1 billion. In this particular fund, the Amazon Bioeconomy Fund, they will benefit about 6 countries, if I recall correctly, Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, Peru. I may forget a few of them. But for those community-based ecotourism is one of the targets of this fund. So private sector can present projects to IDB, so they will be considered by their investment committee, and equity investment is behind, so the GCF is one of the anchor investors. That's one of the examples. The other example is also recently approved is the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. This one will benefit 17 countries, 3 different regions, maybe adding a couple of countries, Philippines, Fiji, Ecuador is one of them, Colombia, so on and so forth. Again, private sector initiatives can be presented to the investment committee of the Global Fund for Coral Reefs for consideration, and in this fund, more oriented towards sustainable ocean production, sustainable ecotourism, as well as sustainable water, infrastructure, and waste management. So our intention and the objective, final objective of this fund, whereas the GCF is investing $125 million. Again, anchor investor, it's 125 to reach a volume of 500 million. Our partner in this fund is Pegasus Fund. We're very much keen to get to the first closing before the end of the year. So whereas the GCF will be disbursing about $50 million, and that should ignite the private initiative in bringing projects so that they can be invested through the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. So with that, Soritza, I hope I covered those 2 pillars of private and public sector. It's only to mention, since I see colleagues at the panel, there are also partners, accredited entities with the GCF, so EBRD and CAF are, and the particularity of the GCF business model is that your projects from sponsors, whether it's countries, private sectors, they must be presented through entities that are accredited with us. So if you have any of those initiatives, you would have to present your project to the accredited entities, that it will help you structure, perform a first due diligence, and bring it to the GCF for us to do our second level due diligence and pass it on for approval. So with this, I finish. Thank you so much.
Javier, thank you very much. I think that your initiated dialogue with the Secretary General, Paul Lukashvili, is bringing us today to really explore, I can say, not one avenue for supporting the sector, but several avenues. And this is the reason why we have as well invited CAF and EBRD, which are, I can say, usual customers, I can say, or partners of the Green Climate Fund, so that we can direct those funding to tourism, which is quite, for some, a new sector to support. That said, I just would like as well to invite Leopoldo Arnaiz to share with us the importance of local government commitment to climate action. And Leopoldo, I invite you to share with us the commitment of the huge network of municipalities that are involved in and committed to climate action. No se oye. No se oye bien. Can we have the sound? No. Can we have the sound? No? Can we have some help? No, it's not for me, for the gentleman. The micro doesn't work. Thank you. The gentleman in the middle. Thank you.
Buenos días. Good morning. First of all, thank the World Tourism Organization for offering me the opportunity to be here on this panel to reflect on the challenges and issues you mentioned. LACMA is a Latin American federation of municipalities and local government associations. It is composed by 16,500 in 16 countries, and it represents a population of 600 million inhabitants. It's a huge continent facing the challenges of decarbonization and tourism. It's a very diverse continent with a lot of possibilities. The consultative board of LACMA tends to start collaboration projects and generate economic resources for municipalities that have a lot of requirements. Regarding these two issues, the first question would be, how do you get each municipality get to know the others? This is a serious challenge, both from the point of view of decarbonization and for tourism as well. In that respect, we have done is to propose as an idea to solve the problem of the SDGs in the municipalities. We always talk about the need of municipalities to take part in this. So we started an initiative. It is a project to reflect the goals of the SDGs on each of these Latin American municipalities. In order to do this, as it is a complex issue to create this mapping of the characteristics of the features of each SDGs on each municipality and share through the internet for the citizens to take part in it. We propose to do this with the local youth of these municipalities. This implies a capacity building of more than 2 million people in Latin America. That would be a knowledge revolution to reflect those mappings. This is done with the collaboration of the universities and with the neighborhood communities, so that those who better know their own territory are those neighborhoods that are a part of these municipalities. We also provide a technology, a free technology tool, so that they can visualize this. We generate a digital cloud archive.
Can we have some help on the micro?
Bien. Lógicamente, toda esta actuación conlleva un desarrollo cultural de la población.
Requires a cultural development of the population, which is the only way for them to participate of the GDS. There are benefits as well, because we generate more than 500 million work hours in order to make this a reality. It's an ambitious project, but can solve a lot of problems from the municipalities based on the capacity of decarbonization, and at the same time to propose very interesting touristic resources that are unknown, and to be able to publicize them or advertise them. And the benefit that this implies for the youth and the municipalities, that will have also an employment opportunity, and for the universities, for them to participate socially with the social society. And international cooperation entities will have a reference for thousands of other projects. And the reality is that this project must be based on the youth, because they have access to technology. They are the protagonists in sharing the GDS objectives of the UN. This is not only valid for Latin America, but also for any municipality in the world. I would also add, talk about the importance of new technologies when exploring the Earth, projects are being started that allow to visualize from plain view a very detailed view of the Earth. Artificial intelligence will allow us to know climate challenges and to be able to generate automatic information on the capacities of the territory. This is a revolution in the application of the SDGs, so that all the citizens can map their issues. It would be great that the WTO could generate a sustainable tourist resource map where everyone could place their own location and advertise this resource. It could be also a great system to justify carbon compensation. We're using youth, we're resorting to youth, technology, citizen participation to solve the problems you were talking about.
This is quite an amazing model, and I think that what I think extremely important and interesting in this approach is that clearly climate action is going to benefit people and youth in particular, and the importance as well to see the magnitude of the entities and the number of small cities and municipalities that are very much involved. So we look forward to collaborate with you and to maybe use this as a model to be scaled up in other places. Julian, I thank you for making all the way to join us today. I think as a Vice President for Sustainability, CAF is definitely on an uptake for joining forces. I know that your President and the Secretary General had a quite interesting conversation on the way forward. We might be building up towards presenting to the Green Climate Fund together for tourism. And please, we would be very happy to hear the strategy of the bank and how we can move forward on that subject.
Is it on? Is my mic on?
Not so much.
Nope.
Can we have the micro higher, please?
Is it on now? Yes?
Yes,
I guess it is.
yes. Speak louder.
I think it's working, right? So thank you very much, Saritza. Thank you very much, UNWTO, for the kind invitation, to the Secretary General as well. If I mind, I'm going to keep on going in Spanish to make it more fluent. Es un gusto estar acá realmente.
It is a pleasure to be here sharing this panel with you to talk about the future of tourism and a future that is more sustainable, and that the impact of tourism in the economy, both direct or through different chains, as this cross-sectional industry has, not only contributes to economic development, but also to the equity agenda, this inclusion agenda that's a must for Latin America and the Caribbean, where CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, performs its activity. And why? Because tourism not only creates jobs, but also work, employment, but also education, local development, regional economy development, and also offers possibilities for many municipalities that through this tourist activity to have become better now. For us, the opportunity in such a complex context, and specifically for Latin America and the Caribbean, to bet on this cross-sectional industry to generate growth, economic growth that is inclusive and sustainable. Let me go back a little bit and
la estructura de
copy
Javier
the structure
Manzanares,
of Javier Manzanares
y comentarles un poquito de qué es CAF y después vuelvo al turismo en
explain what's
particular.
cafe, and
Pero CAF
then I'll
es,
go
originalmente
back
fue
to the tourism
constituido hace
specifically.
52 años
We were created
como el brazo
52
financiero de la
years as
Comunidad
the
Andina de Naciones. Por
financing
eso mantiene las
arm
siglas
of the
fundacionales CAF, Corporación Andina de Fomento, ¿no? Pero hoy, en
Andean
realidad, CAF es el Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe.
financing
Está
institution.
conformado por 17 países de América Latina y el Caribe,
Have
más
17
España y Portugal.
members of
España
the
pasó a ser
Caribbean and Latin
accionista de la
America, plus
institución
Spain
en el
and
año
Portugal.
2002.
Spain became
Tenemos
a shareholder
una oficina
in
Madrid.
in
Y
2002.
la
We have an
realidad es
office
que
in Madrid, and the
surge
reality
hace
is
52
that
años,
52 years ago,
impulsado por el
this
Pacto
was
Andino,
promoted by
justamente
the
para
Andean Pact
propiciar
to
un
promote
espacio de financiamiento
a
en favor
financing
de las agendas de integración
for
regional de América Latina y el
integration
Caribe,
regional
también con
agendas,
Europa,
agendas with
y
Europe,
una agenda de
and
desarrollo
also a
sostenible. Esa es la
sustainable
razón
development agenda.
fundacional de
That
este
was the
banco, ¿no?
reason for the creation of this bank.
¿Qué hacemos? Pues
What do we
fundamentalmente,
do?
al
We,
igual que nuestros pares del Banco
as
Interamericano
our
de
peers in
Desarrollo,
the Inter-American Bank of Development,
y otros
RBD,
tantos bancos
EBRD, and
multilaterales
other
de crédito,
multilateral
financiamos
credit banks, we
proyectos,
finance
financiamos
projects,
ciclos de proyectos,
project
apoyando
cycles,
fundamentalmente a los
supporting
gobiernos en la concepción y la
governments in the
definición
creation and
de esas
definition
iniciativas
of
de financiamiento, esos proyectos de
financing
financiamiento,
initiatives,
con iniciativas que
with
apoyan justamente las
initiatives
fases tempranas
supporting
del
early
ciclo de
stages
proyecto,
of the
facilidades de
project
preinversión en
cycle,
distintos
pre-investment
sectores,
in several
luego la
sectors,
implementación per
the
se, y
implementation per
contribuimos al
se,
fortalecimiento de
and the
capacidades para
strengthening
la
of the
operación de
capacities
estos
or capacity
proyectos.
building
Sectores
for the operation of these
múltiples,
projects.
fundamentalmente
Multiple
CAF es
sectors.
conocido
Basically,
en
CAF
la
is
región
known
como
in
el
the
banco
region
que
as
financia
the
infraestructura.
bank financing
De
infrastructures.
hecho, bueno,
In
ese ha
fact,
sido nuestra,
this
probablemente
has been
nuestro sello distintivo en el pasado. La realidad es que diría que en los
in the
últimos 10
past,
años
but in the
hemos migrado del
recent 10
financiamiento de la
years we have
estructura
moved from
dura
the
y pura,
structural
como solemos decir, al
financing
financiamiento de servicios de
to
infraestructura,
service
prestando
infrastructure
particular atención a la
financing,
definición de esa
paying attention
infraestructura
to the
para
definition
asegurarnos de
of
que
this
sea pertinente
infrastructure
y
so
por
that
otro
it
lado
is
también prestando particular
relevant
atención
and
a la operación.
paying attention to its
Infraestructura de
operation,
transporte y logística,
transport and logistics
infraestructura
infrastructure,
social, fundamentalmente
social
gestión integrada del recurso
infrastructures,
hídrico. El 6
basically water
de octubre
management.
estuve en
6
Madrid.
October I
Aquí
was in
está
Madrid.
Max Trejo, el
We have
secretario
Max
general de
Trejo, the
la OIJ,
secretary
quien
of the
participó
OBG,
de
who
nuestros
took part
sextos
from
diálogos
our
del
6
agua
dialogues
España,
of water,
América Latina
Spain,
y
Latin America, and
Portugal, para
Portugal,
tratar en este
to
caso un tema
deal
complejo,
with
pero
a
por demás
complex
relevante para la
issue
gestión integrada del recurso
so relevant
hídrico,
for the
como es lo de aguas subterráneas.
integrated
Tenemos una
management
enorme relación con
of
España
water,
en esta agenda,
such
pero
as
también
underground
financiamos
water,
las
but
agendas
we
de
also
telecomunicaciones,
finance
energía,
telecommunication infrastructures, energy
educación,
infrastructures,
salud,
education, health,
ciudades, con una agenda
municipalities
bandera de CAF
with
denominada Ciudades con Futuro.
flagship
Fundamentalmente
called
somos un
cities
banco
with
de
future. We are
42.000 millones de dólares en
basically
activos,
a
48
bank
mil millones de dólares en activos, perdón,
42
32.000
billion
millones de
in
dólares en
assets,
cartera,
dollars in assets,
y que tenemos aprobaciones de
and
financiamiento
we
año
have
del orden
financing
de los
approved
14.000 millones de
around
dólares,
14
14.140 el
billion
año pasado. ¿Por qué
dollars.
es tan relevante
Why
en este
is
contexto
this
y en lo que
relevant in this
hacemos?
context?
No solo financiamos
We
directo,
not
perdón,
only
sino que
provide
también
direct
somos, como bien lo decía Javier,
funding, but
agencia
also
acreditada
we are
ante los 3
accredited
mecanismos de Naciones Unidas para
agency
el Medio Ambiente y el Clima, y eso nos posibilita, como agencia
at the United
implementadora,
Nations,
movilizar recursos
and
concesionales,
this
y
allows
en
us
este
to
caso climáticos,
mobilize
tanto para los
climate
fines de mitigación
resources
como de
for
adaptación al cambio
mitigation and
climático, de
adaptation
mecanismos como el Fondo Verde para
agendas,
el Clima, que son una
or
gran
the
apuesta
Green
mundial,
Climate
y
Fund,
CAF
which is
pretende
a
ser una
worldwide
plataforma estratégica para el aterrizaje de esos
proposal
recursos
to
hacia América
obtain
Latina y el
these
Caribe.
resources or direct
Estamos
these resources
trabajando
to Latin
muy
America
fuerte
and
con
the
el Fondo de
Caribbean.
Ambiente Mundial,
We're
estamos
working for
trabajando
the
muy fuerte con el Fondo de Adaptación
Environment,
y
World
particularmente nuestra gran
Environment
apuesta
Fund,
es
and
estrechar
also
lazos aún más
we
con el
want
Fondo
to
Verde para el Clima, con quien
increase our
venimos desarrollando
relationship
ya algunas
with our
iniciativas que se
Fund
están
for Climate Fund
implementando en
through
materia
some
de mitigación y
initiatives
adaptación al
that
cambio
have been
climático.
started for the
Destacaría
mitigation and
una
adaptation to
iniciativa
climate change.
sumamente
There's
interesante que
a very
estamos
interesting initiative we are structuring now that will be submitted to the next board of the GCF. It's an initiative to convert the Galapagos archipelago, which is World Heritage by the UNESCO in 1978, a space where tourism is sustainable. When we analyze the archipelago, the Galapagos Galapagos archipelago is beyond its natural beauty. The reality is that the economy of the population, the 33,000 inhabitants that receive 270,000 tourists a year, live on agriculture, fishing, and rural tourism activities. These three activities are impacted by climate change. So when we talk about that tourism, and this is related to the proposal of this panel, generates CO2 emissions and greenhouse effect gases. They become victims because tourist activity in Latin America and the Caribbean is impacted by the one, or has the vulnerabilities that are related to climate change. So we are working to achieve solutions that contribute to improve the productive capacity of the local producers of that archipelago, providing training, education. We try to contribute to strengthening the production chains, the local production chains, trying to substitute the local production matrix. Basically, these archipelagos depend a lot on continental imports of food, stuff, and energy, normally fossil fuels, and then we are contributing to implement a solar farm to allow 60% of the archipelago to be energy independent, and also we mobilize these resources. And why is the tourist industry relevant in this context? We talk about the pandemic, but Latin America and the Caribbean fundamentally explain 8-9% of the global population. It's less than 10% of the greenhouse effect gases, but the pandemic has had a huge effect. We also have a record of representing 30% of the death related to the COVID pandemic. So this leads us to think about a fast-paced recovery without setting aside the possibility to do it sustainably, learning from the past lessons and promoting this reconversion, transformation ahead. Here, tourism industry has a lot to say and have, and its new management, Sergio Díaz Granados, in a recent meeting with the Secretary General of the WTO, had a meeting, and CAF president was talking about that CAF in the next years is going to be the green bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. This explains in a few words that we're going to go from direct funding of 23.4% of our approvals with climate co-benefits by 2020 to less than 2% before 2026. This has an implication. We're going to strengthen early screening of the funded projects. We will provide resources for pre-investment in these initiatives that contribute to fulfill the climate commitments of the countries, the member countries. We're going to work with the private sector to mobilize private resources that are eco-friendly in this region. We're going to deepen our adaptation agenda to climate change that's required in the Latin America and the Caribbean, and we are going to foster the biodiversity agenda. Latin America and the Caribbean today are 6 of the 17 mega-diverse countries in the world. 60% of the known species live in the region, and we have a great opportunity to
sostenible de esos
create,
recursos.
generate a sustainable
Mira, no me quiero detener
use
mucho
of
más,
these resources.
simplemente voy a saltar
So I'm
a
going to
decir de que con
skip my
UNWTO
notes and say
estamos
that with
lanzando un
WTO,
memorándum de entendimiento
we're creating a
en el
memorandum of
cual
understanding where
tenemos
we want
muchas
to,
expectativas compartidas
placing a lot of
para
expectation
trabajar
to
fundamentalmente
work
en
basically
cuatro
on
frentes.
four
Esperamos suscribirlo
axes.
eventualmente en la COP26, ¿no?
Want to sign
Primero,
this
para
during the
promover y dinamizar
COP26. We want to
inversiones
promote
en el
and dynamize
sector,
investment
que para eso
in
CAF
the
va a
sector.
disponibilizar recursos
In order to do
de
this,
cooperación técnica
CAF is
no
going to provide
reembolsables para
non-reimbursable
impulsar el sector,
technical
fundamentalmente
resources to
a los
support the
gobiernos, a
sector
distintos
for the
niveles
governments
jerárquicos, pero
at
también al
different
sector
levels,
privado,
but also the private
contribuir
sector,
con iniciativas
and we're going to
conjuntas
contribute with
de fortalecimiento de capacidades,
shared
capacity building.
initiatives,
Segundo,
capacity building
vamos a
initiatives.
acelerar la
We're going to
descarbonización
accelerate
del
the
sector,
decarbonization
pero
of the
también vamos
sector,
a fortalecer
and we're
la
going to
resiliencia
strengthen
climática,
climate
agenda
resilience,
que, como he dicho,
an agenda
clave
that,
para
as I
América
said, is
Latina
key for Latin
y el
America and the
Caribe.
Caribbean.
Tercero,
Thirdly,
vamos a contribuir
we're going to
también en gestión de
contribute
conocimiento.
in the
Me parece
knowledge
que hay oportunidades de
management. I
trabajo
think we have work
conjunto también con la
opportunities
red
together
de
with
municipios.
the municipalities
Y por
network.
último,
And lastly,
vamos a acompañar
we're
la
going to
iniciativa de UNWTO
support the
de creación
WTO initiative
de un
for the
fondo
creation
net
of
zero
a net
carbon,
zero carbon
para turismo
fund
en
for
lo que a un
tourism
capítulo regional
at
refiere,
a
y en
regional
ese
level,
sentido
and in that
vamos a
respect, we
aprovechar
are
acá,
going to take the
por ejemplo, la
opportunity
presencia de
here,
algunos
for example, the
ministros,
president of
junto
some
al ministro de
ministries,
Panamá, nos vamos a reunir
such as the minister
a
of
posteriori
Panama,
para ver cómo podemos avanzar
and to see how we
sumar
can
esfuerzos también con el Fondo Verde para el
step
Clima
forward
en una
and
agenda que
gather our
necesariamente
resources with the Green
tiene acá
Fund
presente, pero que la va a tener sustancialmente
in an
más presente
agenda where
en el
CAF
tiempo
is
por venir.
present
Corto por aquí, perdón si me
now
extendí
and in the
demasiado,
future. I'm sorry if I
Thank you
exceed
very
the
much.
time
I think
allotted.
that, you have explained exactly at which crossroads we are today, and I think we are anticipating a big change, an innovative change from all actors and stakeholders in the financing, but as well in the actions towards decarbonization. Thank you very much. Alex, I give you the floor now. I think that EBRD has a long-standing experience in engaging in green financing. Your department or your division is really oriented towards supporting the efforts and the interest of the stakeholders in moving into that direction. You are in usual dialogue with the Green Climate Fund as well. And EBRD has been one of the key banks that has supported recovery of UNWTO member states. And we're very grateful for that. We need to scale it up, and we definitely are going to move into another dimension of engagement. Please let us know how do you connect the needs of the markets and the capacity of the bank.
Thank you. Thank you, Zorita. Does it work?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
A little bit louder.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I'm really overwhelmed and honored to speak in front of such a distinguished audience. Now, getting back to EBRD and your question, thank you very much again for your kind words. In fact, maybe for the sake of knowledge of the audience, EBRD stands for European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. This is one of the multinational development banks, and it was founded in '91 with the purpose to facilitate transition of post-communist countries to market economy. And by the years, our region has expanded further on beyond Central and Eastern Europe, beyond former Soviet Union, to include countries in the southern and eastern Mediterranean, Turkey, Egypt. Now we are looking further expansion to North African countries. Algeria is actually the last countries to join EBRD. And we are also looking to Sub-Saharan Africa. And from the very beginning, we have been very much focused on working with the private sector. And from the inception, we thought of transition to market economy to be consistent with applying sustainability standards and also transition to low carbon economy as well. And if since the very beginning we have applied robust environmental and social policies with a number of performance requirements for each transaction coming under appraisal, including resource efficiency, impact on ecosystems, cultural heritage, health and safety, etc., etc. The question is much deeper. Not looking now to go beyond compliance with our policies, we are looking for market transformation. And in fact, at the moment, the bank is undergoing a green transformation itself. Last year, our board of directors has adopted Green Economy Transition Approach Initiative 2.1, because it builds on the past experience. As you rightly mentioned, we had good experience with financing energy efficiency, climate actions, sustainability, but now the question is different. Now the question is to scale up, mainstream, make it refocus our investments towards decarbonization and towards nature positive investments. And the bank is going, as I mentioned, green transformation. That means we are introducing new policies, new processes. Maybe at the moment, and we are not doing that together. We are not doing that alone. We are actually communicating with colleagues from other MDBs. We are sharing about methodologies. We are discussing definitions. We share experience. And we are looking forward also to cooperate with further market players. What I can say, maybe tourism, specifically for tourism, we have a dedicated team, property and tourism, whom I work closely with, although I'm from Environmental and Sustainability Department. And we very much praise our colleagues actually for reaching out to external partners, learning what are the best practices, what is the most advanced policies, and incorporating in our new sector strategy. And we are very much looking forward for implementing this, although the challenge for us is actually converting high-level concepts into practical and operational models which can be delivered and shared with the market stakeholders and implemented.
Thank you very much, Alex, for a very concise, but very much a very strategic vision and sharing the vision of the EBRD. I think you really said it. The complexity of the model is exactly the reason why we are all here and why we need stakeholders from various, I can say, hands and commitment. Let's move now to Frédéric, who is going to share with us exactly one necessary element in all the discourse we are having today, because I think that carbon trading is going in all senses and is very diverse. And how do you mainstream that carbon trading to make it an innovative and blended opportunity for the sector? Frédéric?
Thank you, Sarita. Does it work?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Sarita. Thank you for the whole organization. I think it's a first edition, very interesting. I think that mobilizing and collaborating with the whole tourism value chain in the current situation is a necessity. So I'm very glad to be here. May I congratulate you for your recent nomination as a director executive of World Tourism Organization, and the brilliant job that you're doing also. So I've got first a short video to talk about NOAA in very brief seconds. So I don't know if we can have it. To tackle the climate change, there's no other issue than regenerating our oceans. This is exactly the purpose of NOAA. NOAA has set up a complete, holistic ESG ecosystem to kickstart the Blue Revolution. How do we do it? We have set up 6 platforms. One is a financial platform, which offers multiple innovative tools to channel the fund at a global scale. The second platform is an industrial platform. We are talking about blue nations, which are the way to decentralize the investment and impact into ecoregions. An accelerator platform to source projects all around the world to empower the R&D. The fourth platform, which is a digital platform to integrate and communicate for the whole value chain. Certification platform, which are going to offer impact measurement tools. The last platform is an advisory platform to unlock the highest carbon potential sequestration, to emit the highest level of carbon credits, to obtain a multiplicator effect to re-inject into the concrete economy. Oceans are the key player for the climate crisis. There is no other way to regenerate them if if we want to save humanity. So my name is Frederic Dugret. I'm the CEO and founder of NOAA Region, naval and maritime science engineer, expert in climate regeneration and ocean regeneration.
Thank you. So, perfect, thank you. So thanks for watching this short video. So as you have seen it, NOAA is offering an ecosystem, inviting the world to collaborate with one only purpose, which is regenerating our planet. I'm talking about regeneration because there's no other issue. It's too late trying to protect. We need to go further and regenerate if we want to tackle the climate crisis. There is a good news. We believe it's doable. We believe it's doable, and if we do it properly, potentially in 3-4 decades, we believe that we can bring back the climate into the pre-industrial era, and how we must do it. So the first thing is collaborating, as we see today with the private public sector, the value chains of the tourism and other sectors all involved in it. We have a very recent example with what happened during the COVID crisis. So we saw all of the governments working together for a common goal, and we saw that it could be very powerful. And we believe that if we do it for the climate, we can also achieve in the short terms the goals. The second objective is to focus first on oceans. As the video has been showing a bit, oceans are the key players to regulate the climate crisis and to regenerate our planet, because Earth is called a blue planet. 71% is blue. 95% of the biosphere is oceans. Oceans are absorbing a third of the heat, half of the carbons, emits half of the oxygen, and they are dying. So we definitely need to start and to kickstart right now the ocean regeneration. We are proud to be here with the value chain of the tourism, because oceans and tourism are somehow very linked, very connected. The example here with Barcelona, I'm not sure that it would have been such a worldwide tourism destination without the oceans, Mediterranean Sea, and Panama also, I believe without the two oceans wouldn't have such a tourism offer. So let's deal with ecosystem. I'm talking about an ecosystem because we believe that this is the only way to make it happen. And within our ecosystem, first of all, we've got a financial ecosystem. Without funds, we're not going anywhere. So this is the way we believe to start making a difference, to kickstart the revolution through channeling the funds in an innovative way. So there is a first initiative, which it's the Blue Climate Fund. So we heard about the Green Climate Fund, and we're not focusing only on oceans, but we call it the Blue Climate Fund, which is a traditional equity fund, but operating with inviting the private sector, the public sector, to bring part of the de-risking funds for the private equity. We are talking about an ESG smart carbon marketplace to trade carbon in an innovative way, to use the carbon credits as carbon grants or carbon equity, and de-risk the investment for the private equity to be able to invest massively. That we need the private equity investment to make it happen. And there is an initiative for a fintech, which is basically a security token, duplicating the value of the carbon ton, but moreover, bringing innovative tools to tie up to the carbon credits innovative impact and systematic impact measurement for carbon, ESG, SDGs, traceability of the investment to bring transparency, and with a mechanism of blockchain to have it not corruptible. And later on, we're trying to work closely with Panama to set up a global carbon bank, a central carbon bank, offering other institution funds and banks to decentralize investment using carbon credits sequestrated into the bank as collateral for emitting blue bonds or green bonds, this kind of initiative, and accelerate the scale up and other initiatives that are coming later on. So I'm going to jump into an example with the phlegma mechanism, which is, I think, very interesting. As Solitza said, we believe that some national authorities are a key factor to go quicker, to move quicker than with government or international political bodies, which are far more complicated to move. So phlegma represents about 17,500 municipalities in the whole Latin America. So for us, it's very attractive, and moreover, when we're talking about Latin America, because most of the biodiversity and the carbon sequestration is into the continent. So what we're doing with phlegma, we're trying to set up an agreement where NOAA is going with the advisory platform to give advices to those subnational authorities which are most of the time completely lost into the mechanism of blended finance, how to value their own ecosystem to regenerate and to make revenues out of it. So this is the first step. The second step is potentially unlocking highest potential of carbon sequestration to bring them additional revenues. And we're talking about all of carbon types. We are partnering with a company which is able to audit the biomass below water with a submarine satellite. Then we're going to collaborate with public bodies, institutions such as UN World Tourism Organization to try designing carbon grants or carbon equity policies through voluntary carbon offsets for customers, for the tourism industry, for travelers, or even carbon taxes. We are inviting the corporate sector not to offset buying carbon credits, but to generate investment into carbon impact certificate investment for generating their own carbon credits. And this kind of collaboration is, I believe, key factor for channeling carbon investment opportunities and bring the private equity around the table and accelerate the scale up.
Frederic, thank you very much. I thank you very much, all of you. I think this is really only the beginning of the conversation. I think we are going to, most of us, meet in COP26 in Glasgow in a few days. Each of your respective bodies, entities, and institutions are going to be very present. This discussion of joining forces for decarbonizing tourism and providing capacity to move forward. We look forward to the next steps. Thank you very much.
La photo traditionnelle.
Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much once again for this insightful information. So now, as you know, we're live streaming this event on the website of the futureoftourism.org. And on that live stream, you can choose the room where you're watching it. So, Salón de Contrataciones, where we are, Salón Dorado, or even the Spanish Public Broadcasting Network headquarters here in Barcelona. So now, so that you know, in the Salón Dorado, confidence, safety, and sustainability, the role of food in tourism will start at this moment. But here at Salón de Contrataciones, let us move on with a slight change in the agenda, if we can manage. A slight change in the agenda, as I was saying. We're now going to listen to the high-level debate on funding the future of tourism. So while everyone is settling down, let me remind you that you can use the hashtag Future of Tourism every time you interact on social media and talking about this event. Also, it's very easy on the website to register and watch the videos and watch the events unfold live. So as I told you, we have 3 different rooms. This is Salón de Contrataciones, and there are 2 more that we'll have parallel sessions. So now, coming back to our next topic, the high-level debate on funding the future of tourism. Please welcome to the stage Zura Pololikashvili, the Secretary General of the UNWTO. Welcome back. Welcome back. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of the UN Conference on Trade and Development. And to moderate this panel, Juan Verde, the President of the Advanced Leadership Foundation, and our host. Welcome to you all. So, have a great panel, everyone.
Ya conocidos, ¿no?
Sí, a Juan, claro.
Do I start? Do I start? I start? Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is great to see so many familiar faces. This is, I think, one of the highlights of the day. We're going to be talking about overall strategy for the tourism sector, and I think we have a wonderful set of great speakers. I'm particularly eager to hear from our speakers today, and particularly about the economic recovery as an opportunity to reinvent our industry, to bet on a new economic model that actually becomes more sustainable for the tourism industry, more equitable. And I think I'm particularly interested as well to hear about innovative financing, the role of multilateral entities in financing the recovery of our industry, and particularly, obviously, that very ambitious goal of carbon neutrality, as well as sustainability as a competitive advantage for the industry. So we're going to hear remarks from each of the 3 speakers for about 5 minutes, and then we'll engage into a Q&A session. We're going to start with the video, I think, from Mauricio, the president of IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank. I think we're going to need sound. Technical difficulties. Here we go.
Hey, thank you so much for the invitation to participate and to discuss this important topic, which is the recovery of the tourism sector, which has been so deeply affected by the pandemic across the globe. I think all of us here would agree that the tourism industry is a key sector to generate local and regional quality jobs, to support entrepreneurs, and to position our individual attractions and our charm as prime tourist destinations. Across Latin America and the Caribbean and our countries, tourism is an important engine of economic growth. In fact, tourism accounted for 10% of Latin American GDP and 14% of Caribbean GDP in 2019 alone. However, tourism faces two great challenges. One, the impact of COVID-19, and two, climate change. To start, COVID-19 has jeopardized the survival of regional tourism activity with a 50% drop in direct tourism GDP. Tourism has caused 1/3 of the historic 7% decline in regional GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean last year. Compounding this are the effects, of course, of climate change, the environmental degradation that we're seeing in some tourism destinations. In specific terms on this regards, sea level rise of 1 meter could damage up to 60% of the region's tourist resort capacities. That could cause significant impact to 21 airports. It could submerge 35 ports across the region. And in the Caribbean alone, nearly 1/3 of all resorts are less than 1 meter above the high water mark. Imagine the impact. That would mean not only an estimated $25 billion needed to rebuild, but a loss of positive impacts and revenues for years to come. However, I like to see the glass half full, and it's not all bad news. We're starting to see tourism restart, and this provides an opportunity to improve and build upon existing infrastructure that will allow tourism to be the boon to regional economies that it should be. And the Inter-American Development Bank is working in an unprecedented manner to be the partner of choice to mobilize investments for the sustainable development of our region through the tourism sector as part of our economic recovery process. As the sector is now embarking on a path to recovery, there's no better timing for long-term thinking and long-term planning on the need to transition towards a more inclusive and sustainable tourism. There's no doubt that we're facing a recovery that needs to be led by the private sector, but that requires a strong foundation from the public sector as well. And I think this is especially true considering the important ripple effect that tourism has through a wide range of local value chains. Our bank, the IDB, is uniquely well positioned to address these challenges by leveraging our institutional tools across the IDB to be able to work with the public sector or with the private sector through our IDB Invest and also IDB Lab, which fosters innovation across the region. The IDB is focused on actions that are geared to enhance the recovery of tourism based on the urgent need for business survival and the restart of tourism operations with longer-term goals such as the protection of ecosystems and the promotion of social inclusion. To begin, we're deploying efforts already to support the governments of the region across two main fronts. We're offering technical assistance and financial support to maintain tourism jobs and businesses, and we're supporting the development of tourism recovery plans with the potential to accelerate a transition to a more resilient, sustainable, and innovative tourism sector. One example that we provided funding for, which is a good one, is the Assistance and Training Tourism Fund in Argentina. And that provided grants for micro, small, medium tourism enterprises with no access to local banks, and it gave them a lifeline. Through this program, those enterprises received grants on the condition of keeping their staff employed and providing training to foster new skills. That got them through the pandemic. Additionally, the IDB has deployed a myriad of technical assistance instruments to facilitate the recovery and the transition of the sector towards new levels of resiliency. I'll give you an example. With the support of the World Tourism Organization and the participation of the Organization of American States, the IDB has developed a set of regional recommendations to support the implementation and updating of biosafety protocols across the tourism sector. Particularly important for small, medium-sized enterprises that don't have resources of larger, more traditional players. So think of it that way. We've also developed an innovative forecasting tool to estimate international tourism demand across markets in the region, which is useful to assist governments in prioritizing those origin countries with lower contagion risk and higher travel propensity levels. And we're launching a regional technical assistance program to support digital transformation abilities in the tourism sector. Next, we see IDB Invest, and that's designing countrywide tourism relief facilities. Another great example. And that entails providing liquidity to the tourism sector via local commercial banks and with the support of governments. Our innovation lab, IDB Lab, has also launched within the past 18 months the initiative, quote unquote, Beyond Tourism Innovation Challenge in collaboration with the World Tourism Organization. And that seeks to stimulate reimagining the post-COVID sector while embracing digital solutions. We're fully committed to bring together the public and the private sectors to support the recovery of tourism and to contribute towards transformation to a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient sector. I'm really happy to say that institutions like ours have the expertise and the credibility to bring together the public and private sector, and that's key. And we remain fully committed to supporting tourism recovery and to help transform it towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient sector. Thanks so much for all the work and attention you're bringing to this important and sometimes under-discussed issue. I wish you very productive discussions and count on us as partners.
Rebecca, I would love to hear from you, from your initial comments. Would you care to share your thoughts? Would you like to go first? Or
so I will go. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, I would say, to all of you. It's a pleasure to be back here in Spain.
Now I am coming to Spain again with my new hat as UN Secretary General for UNCTAD. And I am very happy to be here with Juan and with Surab, great friends. So thank you very much for inviting me. Well, let me start straight because we have only limited time to state some of the main facts that I think that is important to have in mind. First of all, we all know that last year was a terrible year for tourism, but how terrible was it? It was 74% down from 2019. 74%. It's something that really is difficult to imagine in economic terms, yes? They are small islands, developing states that lost 90% of their income in tourism. And how much is this in terms of tourists or travelers? We went from 1.5 billion travelers to, in 2019, from this 1.5 billion, we lost 1.1 billion. We lost 1.1 billion. What did it mean for the economies? So the economic loss from tourism, from the tourist industry, in terms of the calculations of UNCTAD, are between 1.7 and 2.4 trillion dollars. From 1.7 to 2.4. And I will go into what are the underlying reasons for that and what is the different trajectories that we can look at. And the indirect cost for the economy that many times is not talked about is 2.5 times the loss in the tourist industry. So the hit that the countries received from the loss, from the lockdowns, from the pandemic was incommensurable. So what are the underlying factors in those numbers? The first is vaccination, and I'm sorry to say we have to talk about vaccination because the recovery won't come unless we vaccinate all countries. And the truth is that developed countries are vaccinating at several times the rate of the developing countries. And let me just say how much of the population of the LDC, the least developed countries, have been vaccinated. Do you know? 3%. 3%. In the developed world, 70%. Only 3% of the most vulnerable and poorest countries of the world, only 3% of their population has been vaccinated. So the unevenness of the vaccination in the access to vaccines is part of the problem of tourism. So we have to be part of the voice for better access, for universal access, and to vaccinate. And the second problem is not only vaccination, but is the rules that are not coordinated. Isn't that right? For travel, for all of us, it's becoming, almost a job. With all the papers that we have to do, with all the different rules in different countries, we have no norms, we have no standards. So that continues to be a huge problem for the recovery of the sector, especially in the developing world. And so what will happen, and what is happening, is that the world is recovering. True.
And it's recovering in a very robust way, 5.3% of GDP growth this year. But the ones that are growing are not the poorest countries, are not the developing countries. The trajectories are divergent, and the developing countries is still feeling the heat of the pandemic very strongly. Let me give you one very important number for today's conversation, is that foreign direct investment went down 35% in the pandemic. And it has also recovered, like 70% recovery this year, but it's not going to the developing world. Still, in the developing world, foreign direct investment is 20% lower than the lowest point we had in the financial crisis. So the truth is that our countries are not recovering well, and the problem is that because the average numbers at the global level are so good, they may forget about us. And so we may forget a big part of the tourist industry that is really a core for growth and for development for many of these countries. So let me highlight to finish 4 areas of action. Well, the first one I already said, vaccines. We need to act on the access for vaccines and on the rules and standards for traveling. The second one is that we need large public stimulus measures, because the truth is that there is no lack of money. The world is really swimming in money for investment right now. In our numbers, we have around public money, $3 trillion available. 3 trillion. That can become 10 trillion with the private sector if we leverage the money with the private sector. But the thing is that they are not substitutes, they are complementary. We need public investment also for the private investment to come in, and also for the sustainable investment to be able to be profitable. And so we need to be a voice also for the public money financing for the developing countries. And there are good news, but they can be better. The good news is the special drawing rights in the IMF that were enacted for all the countries. That was a very significant amount of money, $650 billion, that went also to the developing world. That's perfect. But 40% of that money went to the developed countries that don't need it because they have reserve currencies. They don't need DSDRs, as we call it, the special drawing rights. So now what we want is the countries that don't need the special drawing rights to give them back to the IMF and the developing banks, so the developing world can really invest in what they have to invest to grow again and to grow in a different way, to be more sustainable and to really be able to have the social networks that will help people overcome the very important setbacks that we have suffered. Only for you to understand how much this is true, only in Latin America, we lost 2 decades in extreme poverty. We are back 2 decades in terms of the rate of extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean. So this is not a joke. Yes, this is really, really losing 2 decades and human suffering for many of the people in the planet. The second is to attract sustainable linked investment through accreditation, and there you are doing a great job. And we heard very important in your panel, dear friend, we heard precisely many of the important initiatives that are in terms of certification. Edge is one of them, but we heard about the blue economy. There are many. Maybe the problem, Surab, is that there are too many. And we need to bring them together, because the developing world has problems in terms of their capabilities to be able to make what it has to be made to be accredited in the different certifications that are available. And let me just finish saying that I think that there are good reasons for optimism if we mobilize the will and the financing that we have in the world right now to channel it in a more fair way. There is a possibility to build back better, but the problem is that we need not only to build back better, but we need to build back differently, and we need to build back together. We are not doing that together right now. Now we are building back apart. And if we continue that way, inequalities will amplify and the fragility of the world will be greater. So tourism can be a very good energy and force for rebuilding. So let's do that together. Thank you.
I would love to hear from you.
Okay. Thank you, dear Rebecca, to bring such good energy from Geneva. Welcome to Barcelona. I'm very happy to have you with us. It's a pleasure, it's an honor. Congratulations for your new appointment. I'm very proud and I'm very happy that all of us, will have you in Geneva. We need your voice, especially with our UN brother and sister organizations, especially with WHO. You really well mentioned that coordination and our friendship can make the life of tourists, life of planet much easier. I always believed that the personal relationship decides a lot. So I'm sure that our friendship now become professional friendship, and we can do many interesting things for tourism sector. Thank you for your wonderful intervention. I know that delegates and guests are very tired listening to me because this is my fourth intervention, but I think we will talk about interesting things, much more interesting things that are talking there. So let's wait 10 more minutes and then we will have a break and we will continue. I'm very happy. Juan, thank you for your wonderful organization with your team, and I think that this is a very successful meeting. I want to remember this day. I'm sure that we will remember this day once we will repeat this very important and very timely meeting. It's about future of tourism. Future of tourism needed a lot of investments, and this was the time during the COVID to invest in tourism. And we had, and we all see that we have full commitment, such as big financial institutions like CAFIs, like IDBs. I know, Rebecca, that you are very assimilated with them during your previous post, and EBRD. We just started, and it was very weird starting relationship with the EBRD during COVID. I mean, first our commitments and contracts were signed, and it was very important and urgent was the COVID period. I see here two good friends, deputy ministers from Egypt and Greece, and especially we started from these two countries. So, tourism restart and recovery is vital for our economies and our wider societies. It is always worth stressing how diverse our sector is and how many businesses, policy areas and lives it touches upon. We have the obvious parts of the tourism value chain, tourism, transport, hospitality and activities, but we also have food and drink, the creative industries, ICT, and all the work connected to building and maintaining the infrastructure tourism needs. For this reason, tourism has grown to be the third biggest export earning category in the global economy behind only fuels and chemicals. Getting the sector moving again is therefore essential. It cannot wait, and we must ensure every part of the broad value chain, as I have just outlined, recovers and it's transformed. This will only be possible through enhanced and more innovative financing for the world tourism ecosystem. Innovation is the key word here, and since time is of the essence, we must be proactive, embrace new ideas and take bold steps. Fortunately, we are moving in the right direction. We think so. Between 2010 and 2019, venture capital investments in the travel tech and mobility sector kept growing, totaling around 450 billion US dollars. This interest in travel and tourism tech even backed the overall trend in global investments. We saw funding for this part of our sector remain level last year. In the last 2 years alone, UNWTO has catalyzed 74 million of equity for 25 different startups from 5 global regions. It's not maybe a huge number, but I think with such a short period, with funds and with resources we have, I think it's a big challenge, and it was really successful 2 years. Such a growing market represents a great opportunity for public-private partnerships to promote sustainable investments and to benefit from rising consumer demand for tourism experiences that leave a small footprint. Investing in digitalization and innovation at both the supply and the demand level also delivers a number of our pertinent benefits. It can accelerate uptake of nature-based solutions and fund biodiversity preservation. At the same time, investing in circular economic system can make smarter use of resources and drive green and inclusive growth. If we are serious about facing up to our sector's climate action responsibilities, as we need to be making clear in the build-up to COP26, then this cannot wait. And it's also the case if we want to live up to our commitment to leverage tourism as a driver of sustainable growth for all, including developing economies. To ensure the transformation of tourism in such regions and communities, we would need multilateral and bilateral development partners to increase both aid and official development assistance. They must also be ready to work with recipients to adopt policies and help them integrate new business models. Embracing the UN system with its presence in 163 countries will support existing development work by UNWTO and other UN entities. If we consider increased aid flows as a means of de-risking other investments as part of a blended model, also involving public loans, FDI, and venture capital, then we see a strong case for this. But this will not happen automatically. It will require clear and firm leadership, solidarity, and cooperation. Our data shows that announced foreign investments in the tourism sector fell from 45 billion in 2019 to 12.6 billion in 2020. We are talking about quite a big fall, and that's fall around of 75% after several years of second high volumes. We need to get back to up to those levels and fast. More than this, we need to go even further, building investment levels back up while also directing towards projects that will make a difference for people and for planet. In response to this double challenge, I am working to build a strong alliance within the UN system, including with UNCTAD, represented today by my dear friend Rebecca Gabesman, who especially came for this event and to support our really interesting and brilliant ideas, I think, with our partners. I'm also getting international finance institutions, climate finance bodies, all our previous participants, they showed their commitments, and tourists themselves on board with the objective of creating a UN net zero tourism fund. And I'm sure that all of us we will join, and all of us we will be part of this journey. Muchas gracias, and thank you for your patience again.
Wow, Rebecca, I was blown away by some of the data that you mentioned. A decrease of over 35% in foreign direct investment as a result of this crisis. That's significant, and obviously a lot more significant in the emerging economies. You talked about also that we've lost 2 decades. So the situation is dire at the very least. But the optimism comes from building back better and building back together. What is the role of the multilateral entities as well as financial institutions to create the right conditions for that economic recovery to take place? And particularly, what is the role of innovative financing and private sector financing that has not been the traditional sources of funding for the tourism industry?
Thank you very much, Juan, and these are very, very good questions, really. Well, in the first place, I think that we have to be clear that the developing countries are not getting out of this crisis without help. And they will need a lot of help. We need the international community. And we need the international community in several fronts. We need the international community in financial resources. And those financial resources, we are not saying that have to be free, but have to be big. Too little, too late will be a disaster. And let me say that I was in government in what is called the lost decade of the 80s in Latin America. And when the debt crisis started, we said, if we don't have the help of the international community, we will lose a decade. And we lost a decade because the help came almost 10 years after. You know, the Brady Plan came at the end of the 80s. And we lost a decade that had consequences in social terms and political terms enormous. You know, most of the traditional parties disappeared in the 90s in Latin America. And it was a consequence of a very heavy crisis that people felt did not treat their needs in the right way. So here you have an economic, a social, a climate change crisis, but also a political crisis, you know, in front of us if we don't do something. That's my first point. And we need the development banks, we need the IMF and the World Bank, and we need IDB, and we need CAF, but they will need resources, and they will need capital resources to be able to give that to the developing world to make the projects, the investment that we need. As I said, I believe in private-public partnerships. And I think that there is a lot of money right there that the private sector wants to spend and invest, but they need the right conditions. And the public investment has to be done by public money. It has to be done by the government. So we need that there to really leverage private investment, you know, in the right way. As I said, 3 trillion of public investment will be able to leverage 10 trillion, you know, total from private investment. But right now, it's going, and I'm sorry to say, to the rich countries. And rich travelers are going to rich countries' destinations, not to ours, because, you know, we don't have the vaccines and we don't have the resources. And just not to make this too long, in terms of innovation, there lies my optimism, really, because I really think that we are seeing also young people involved in so much innovation in terms of solutions for the environment, of entrepreneurship, and that relationship with the innovative funds, the green funds, the green bonds, the greenfield investments in infrastructure and in industry. That has to be an ecosystem, yes? And we need to build that ecosystem. My only point there is that we need to look at the regulation. Because I still think the regulation that we have is not all what we need for the innovative financing to pick up much stronger and to play the role that we all hope they can play.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that answer. And if I could summarize it, creating the right regulatory framework to be flexible enough for those new kinds of financing might be a solution.
Yeah.
Great, wonderful. Thank you. So Dab, I will ask you a question that I hope is not controversial, but I mentioned this morning in my opening remarks that according to most experts, the world will have to invest trillions of dollars in these economic recovery plans. And there are a lot of voices out there that are saying that if we're going to have to intervene the tourism industry, for example, that the public funds should come with conditions attached. And by that I mean, if we're going to intervene to help the airline industry, let's make sure that we give them 5-6 years to transition into cleaner sources of energy, for example, or fuels. If we're going to intervene the hotel industry, let's make sure that they incorporate circular economy concepts, and let's make sure that they are more energy efficient and the like. Is that the right approach?
Okay. Once the crisis started, first our recommendation to our member states was to support private sector, and especially to support them in liquidity. And this problem and the crisis just started now. It didn't start in Wuhan. The big or small, all kind of companies, they are now receiving the most important damage they could receive it from the COVID and pandemic. Everything changed, people changed, mentality changed, but as we mentioned today many times, more than 100 millions of jobs are under the risk. These people, not only companies, the people need liquidity, and to maintain this stable situation, it needs at least from 3 to 5 years. We don't have any concrete calculations, but the financial problem is there. The second thing is investments. This is the best moment to invest all around the world. I agree with Rebecca that there is a lack of projects. We are traveling a lot, and we started to create some guidelines why to invest in one or second country, but we see that there is a lack of projects everywhere. There are many lands all around the world, but there is no feasibility studies, feasibility readiness to invest. There we see our role to support member states to prepare well. We are not talking about to build one hotel or one development. We are talking about destination management. We are talking about resort development, new destinations. As you well know, we started and we will announce in 1 month 20 best villages worldwide. We are very focused and oriented on rural tourism development. There is another opportunities than fields to invest and space to invest. And all at the end of the day, we are talking about to create new jobs. This is the best opportunity to create new jobs. The fund we wanted to establish with you, dear friends. Here is excellent friends from NOAA. You listen their ideas, absolutely out and absolutely very, very innovative and very important for ocean and for the land. There we see the future. There we see another opportunity for investment. We have 5 big and important banks with us, and I'm sure that with this unity we can change a little bit. It will be very loud if I say that we will change the planet, but we can do many nice and interesting things to change. First of all, environment. Environment is the biggest crisis is coming. COVID is nothing to compare with in long-term talking. COVID we will forget in 1.5 years. I'm not expert, but epidemiologist, but I really believe and I'm sure that today people were asking to take masks. 2 months ago, when we do the photos, we are asking to put the masks. So this is positive message, positive signals, and I'm sure that with vaccination, with harmonized protocol. It's impossible. We tried and we are working from the first day to establish harmonized protocol in the world. I'm sorry to jumping from one thing to other, but it's very patient and it depends on each other. Harmonized protocol is very important today. People, they don't know how to come from Geneva to, even in EU countries, I'm not talking about globally. It's a, travel today become headache. We don't know how to go, and people like we are, imagine our parents who still believe in the print papers and print air tickets, you know. So back to investments. Investments are crucial. There is a lot of opportunities. We will start this series of investment forums and conferences. We have a very strong partner, which is Financial Times, and with them we are going to start and to guide member states why to invest in their countries. For legal part, incentives the governments are offering. Sometimes these kind of things are not seen well from investor side, so that's why we want to support. And next area of our support to our member states to support develop new rural destinations, new or old. And the second, of course, investment there. Nothing will happen without education. Education is the aligned part of all this, and we started 2 years ago, very active project with Instituto de Empresa. We created first ever online tourism academy in the world. It seems very strange that there is no many online courses about tourism, and we are very happy and proud to have it. And there we are, an innovation. We are doing a lot of startup competitions, and we see a huge potential in youth. We want to approach youth generation with us and to have closer to us and to make tourism and working in tourism sector more prestigious and more competitive. So,
yes, please.
I think that is very important what Surab is saying, because it's true that we don't have a cadre of bankable projects. So even if you want to come in, we don't have that. And the capacity, the abilities of the countries to be able to have that, collective effort to have bankable projects, I think that is something in which we all can help. And the second thing is the absorptive capacity of the investment in these issues, to be sustainable and to be, the capacities of the, of the human resources, of the regulatory framework to
talking
really
about human resources, Rebecca,
do.
we are creating now a special platform which we call it Jobs Factory. The idea is to all people who are studying to have an opportunity to find their jobs in tourism sector. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, it's sustainable development. Today, after crisis, there is another opportunity to create and to make destinations more sustainable. We have excellent example, which is Barcelona. Today, when we are here, there is a huge demonstration against tourism, So Barcelona is one of the best case which was affected by tourists, but after crisis and after learning some mistakes sometimes city management made and make, I'm not talking about any parties or any governments, now it's more manageable and you can start from the scratch. The same problem had Venice, same problem had Milano. 2 years ago, first question from journalists was, what do you think about over-tourism and how you can solve over-tourism? Today, the things changed. So this is a time of opportunities, and I think we are again in one of the best and my favorite city in the world, and very timely, and thank you, all of you, to discuss future of tourism here in Barcelona.
Great, wonderful, thank you. Let me ask you both a question. I agree with you. The present imminent danger for the world economy is COVID. But the really seriously great threat is climate change. That's the bad news. The good news is that I think the world understands it. The international community, both in the United States and in Europe, have made commitments to make sure that the big next generation of investments will be green. Should the tourism industry be greening their projects? should they be thinking about incorporating sustainability in their plans, in their projects? Because that's where the money is. If you want to follow the money, should the money not be green?
Yeah, I agree. Let me start with something controversial, okay? I come from Costa Rica. You all know I cannot be more green myself in terms of my perspective for development. But let's be clear that green doesn't mean inclusive. We want green and inclusive, because green can be as concentrated as the old world.
Good point.
Yes?
Very good point.
So I think that we have to go for greener, and we have to go for more inclusive. And we have to do that at the same time. Because part of the problem, Juan, is that when you go to the environmentalists, they say, no, I believe in sustainable development. Sure, it's social, sure, it's economic, but the main part is environment. And you go to the ones that are working in poverty, and they would say, no, yes, I believe in sustainable development. Yes, the economy, yes, environment, but the most important thing is poverty. And if we continue with the silos, we won't be able to get to a coherent policy package that will be able to bring the three things together: prosperity, inclusivity, and sustainability. So my only point is, yes, we have to go for green, we have to go for greener, but for that to be sustainable, it has to be inclusive. And there, we don't want to hurt developing countries. We want to support them to make the transition. So let's be careful in the things in the policies that will be established. I come from a trade organization, trade and development. And in trade, we are having this discussion. I want trade to be greener, but I want to support countries to make the transition, not just to marginalize them from the possibility of really, trading for growth and for prosperity.
Absolutely agree. The pound we announced, we want to announce during our General Assembly with NOAA, with other partners. The idea is to tourists, and we are talking about 1 billion tourists, to be part of that project, to be, I don't want to use the wording pay, but to contribute by each of us to support and to have a feeling that all of us, we are supporting planet, and we do our small brick to survive the planet with this another wave. We had 7 waves of COVID, but that one will be the biggest one, which is environmental problem, plastic solution, climate change is there. We are talking about next 10 years, and we will be there, all of us. That's why we have to be prepared, ready, and this is the excellent initiative what we are doing to do. It's not for 1 or 2 or 3 countries. Again, this will be the project for everyone. For ocean, for green fund, and also we're talking about blue economy. So this is very innovative, something very new, like it was Bitcoin 3 years ago. Nobody talked about Bitcoin. For me, it's the same, but I really believe that we can make something very nice, and we will go ahead. Even we have Juan, whose name is Verde. Verde means green. So, exactly.
Good. I think are we running out of time? Good. I'll ask one last question before we go. And it has to do with trade and the correlation between international trade and tourism. There are some voices now that are beginning to talk about the need to redirect the supply chain from areas where we have a heavy dependency to places like Africa or Latin America. Obviously, just to give you some data points, we in the United States, 92% of the antibiotics that are sold in the United States are manufactured in China. 64% of all the medical equipment is manufactured in China, which is great, but it creates a heavy dependency. And we also what happened when you have all your eggs in one basket. That might create opportunities for places like Latin America and Africa and other emerging economies. What is the correlation between international trade and tourism as an opportunity for that sector to be developed?
Yeah, what we are seeing in terms of trends, if I'm not mistaken, but tourism is 5% of global emissions, yes, only. And 3/4 of that is transport. Okay, trade has the same problem. Okay, trade is 27% of global emissions, global trade, yes? 27% of global emissions, but most of it is the trade on the emitters goods like oil or gas, etc. So we have to change the production chain to change that, because it's not at the end that trade is an emitter, or at the end that tourism is an emitter. It's the transport issue. It's the new renewable energies. It's the more efficiency in transport that will solve that part of the problem. That's first. Second, the trends that we are seeing in trade is that we will have more regionalization, more nearshoring, and more reshoring to avoid long global value chains. The value chains will be shorter and closer and more diversified. So those are the three trends we are seeing, yes? Regionalization, diversification of the sources, because we don't want to depend on one, and you said why, and the shorter global value chains. That is a real possibility for the developing world. But the question is, are we going to have more reshoring? That means that it will be based in the developed countries because they are getting more efficient, because their productivity is going up, because technologies allows for cost reductions in the developed world, or we are going for nearshoring, that will allow those investments to be closer to the market, but not in the rich market. And that will depend on what we do. Yes, if the developing world is able to have the investment, the resources, the planning for the new future, because tourism won't be the same after this pandemic. It will change, and we will have to prepare for that. So, and also the industries that will go for reshoring or nearshoring will have to make a decision. And it's not labor cost that will determine that decision. It will be how prepared we are. And green will be part of that decision.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Trade is directly depending on tourism. Tourism is not only buy a ticket and go to a hotel. These 1 billion people we mentioned, and they will be back. I'm sure that everyone wants to travel today. If you ask your friends, what do you want to do? First thing, they will tell you to go somewhere. And we saw once we were inviting our guests, immediately the whole is full of the pandemic, I mean. So these 1 billion people need food, drink, clothes, shopping, thousands of things. And of course, we saw during the pandemic how it was changing with travelers. We don't have any concrete numbers. I can't give you any concrete affected numbers between trade and tourism, but it's clear that once the number of travelers will increase, we will have absolutely different numbers in trade. Only what I can assure that the traders of masks and gels, they earn a lot of money in this 1.5 years. Now it's a time of tourism again. Tourism is coming back. We see very prominent and very positive signals, and I'm sure that 2022 will be absolutely different, absolutely normal, and we will be back to normal reality, not to new reality we called it 1 year ago, and we will be traveling, see each other, and this is what people miss. That will be much more positive that it was 2021, and let's forget 2020.
Wonderful. With those words of optimism.
This is the future of tourism. I think so.
That was exactly going to be my closing remark. I think that, in essence, the industry, through the World Tourism Organization and agencies such as the one you represent, create an opportunity for the actors to come together, to have a common strategy, to think about common solutions. So in that respect, I think the future of tourism event, it's a clear sign that things are getting better. Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you all again. And so now it's time to hear someone who has a very special message to deliver to us. We are going to hear Francisco Benedito, founder of the Climatic Coin, something that the United Nations considered one of the best. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. We have a change in planning. I'm going to now just launch a video of Santander. Let's take a look.
You are here, on the brink of a new era.
I'm sorry, I'm going forward faster than I should. Let's go back in time and now to Francisco Benedito, the man who I was talking about, who launched the climatic coin that the UN just considered to be one of the best solutions to disrupt the traditional carbon markets. He's also CEO and co-founder of Climate Trade and will be presenting a keynote of sustainable business. Believe me, it's very, very interesting. Welcome, Francisco Benedito. And I'm sorry for the mix-up.
Working?
Microfono.
It's working? Now it's working. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for Juan, the ALF, the Foundation, Advanced Leadership Foundation, UNWTO, and all the members for inviting me. Well, today I'm going to speak about sustainable tourism. But before that, I would like to explain you and to talk about climate trade. And for that, much better to have a video. So please.
You are here, on the brink of a new era that finally brings technology in line with our planet's needs. Meet Climate Trade. Climate Trade is the first climate marketplace that enables companies to take direct action in the fight against global warming like never before. Our platform brings together the biggest sustainability projects in the world and guarantees investment and real cross-cutting impact contributing to the SDGs. These investments allow our clients to meet their environmental commitments by offsetting their carbon footprint. Our API also allows complete integration with our clients' platforms so that their users can also offset their emissions and at the same time reinforce their corporate social strategy. Blockchain is the transactional revolution that has opened the doors to a fairer world and is the technological driving force chosen by Climate Trade for its unprecedented traceability of operations, removal of bureaucracy, and commitment to transparency. You are here, on the brink of a new era that finally brings technology in line with our planet's needs. Join us for this transformation.
Well, thank you so much. Well, as you just seen, Climate Trade is the first marketplace launched back in 2018 to be the disruption to the traditional carbon markets. The traditional carbon markets had inefficiencies that with Climate Trade we can surpass. No? So basically, we work in both in the voluntary and the mandatory markets in the European Union, and especially in the voluntary markets, what Climate Trade is able to do is to put in touch directly without intermediaries that companies with the projects all around the world, so that companies can achieve carbon neutrality. Well, and for that we use blockchain technology. And why is that important? We provide traceability, transparency, we reduce costs, and at the same time, we speed up transactions. Until now, one normal transaction in the carbon markets was about 2 months. With our technology, 5 minutes. So, clear disruption that was recognized by the UN in 2018 as the best solution in the world for the kickoff of Paris 18. We invented the first carbon integration between our marketplace and any system that you can imagine. So we can integrate to your website, you can integrate to your app, we can integrate to your internal system, and at the same time, Climate Trade allows to offset your products and services. So imagine that if you can integrate in your hotel chain or your airline, and that is especially important for the tourism. So basically, as you can see here, we compensate phones, electronics, hotel rooms, and many other. And it is very easy to integrate. It's just a code that you customize in your web page, and you can automatically start calculating and offsetting your carbon footprint of your products and deliver to your end users your product totally carbon neutral. It is important because the scope 3 for any company in the calculation of the carbon footprint, it requires to calculate and compensate that part. Well, today we received 6 months ago the recognition by the WTO as the best solution for the SDG 13, as the best solution for the decarbonizing the travel industry. And today we work with corporations such as Telefonica, Iberia, Melia, and many others, some of the biggest corporations in Europe. After that, obviously we are part of some of the biggest associations in the Europe and in worldwide also. We are now present, we are going to be present before the end of the year in more than 7 countries. And we have some of the top leaders in climate in the world as some of our advisors. Well, and now I ask you to put your Google glasses, your vision glasses, and let's make a trip, no? So with Climate Trade, obviously. So then we get a flight, and we're going to make a flight to a destination, and then we offset our flight with Climate Trade and Iberia, and then we deliver a certificate customized for you, so you know how much CO2 you have contaminated and how much you have compensated. And then you go to a hotel, and then you want to book your hotel, and in the same time you want to compensate the pollution that staying is emitting. But also, maybe with the town hall, you want to compensate your tourism stay in the city, because you go all around the city, you are polluting in everything you may, no? Obviously. So you can do it also, and then you get a cab, or you get a BTC, like Cabify, we are our customers. What do? We trace in real time all the CO2 with the cars. We deliver a certificate to corporates and to citizens, and at the same time we compensate obviously your carbon footprint of the ride. And then we can install carbon offsetting points, museums, any other place that you may imagine, any touristic attraction that you can go. We can have that tourist points for offsetting your carbon footprint. Airports, for example. And then finally, we represent technologies that are leading innovation in the climate tech space worldwide. Especially like BioUrban is the first artificial tree that captures CO2 like more than 300 trees. We are leading and exclusive resellers and commercializers of the product in Europe. So it is one great solution for the cities to reduce nitrogen, CO2, and suspended particles. Well, thank you so much. You can pre-register. You can register here with the QR. And, well, I hope you like the trip. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco.
Thank you, my friend.
And so now it's time to go to the next panel, the challenges of the recovery of tourism and the next generation of EU funds by Banco Santander. Let's take a look at a message from Santander.
the world we used to know changed. The healthcare crisis and the social and economic crisis has been unprecedented, but solidarity has also flourished like never before. So it's a challenge that demanded the best from all of us. Our shareholders, the first, the fourth, done virtually and with the society, more than 100 million to fight against the COVID. We will continue innovating in order to find the solutions for tomorrow. Being simple, personal, and fair. We will continue working for a world that is green, fostering sustainable growth, prepared, fostering education with grants, fair and inclusive, more diverse, and better for all of us.
Santander ha vivido otras crisis. Cambiamos y salimos adelante, más fuertes. En esta crisis será igual.
A ver si nos vemos ahora sí. Muy bien. Me quedo con la última palabra del vídeo que era Back to Hope. Y es el título además de esta mesa redonda que va a ser breve, dada la hora de la tarde en la que estamos. Y para esa mesa que va a hablar de la recuperación, tenemos a tres empresarios que además tienen funciones tanto empresariales como en parte de instituciones y además cubren una parte de la geografía, ¿no? Hablamos de Barcelona, hablamos de Cataluña, de Caso Duarte, y hablamos también de Canarias y también de Andalucía, ¿no? Que estamos cubriendo tres de los polos más importantes de España, ¿no? Obviamente venimos de una pandemia en la que, simplemente para dar contexto, en el 2019 el turismo en general aportaba 150.000 millones al PIB español. En el 2021 la estimación de aportación de turismo es en torno a 70.000, es decir, que la debacle ha sido muy importante por la pandemia, pero también es cierto que empezamos a vivir un par de meses que invitan al optimismo, ¿no? Por eso del back to hope, ¿no? de la esperanza, en el que vemos que empiezan los hoteles a volver a recibir muchas reservas, muchos viajeros. No quiero ser extra optimista, pero sí apunta a una cierta recuperación, ¿no? Adicionalmente, Europa, a través de los fondos Next Generation, está diciendo, y a través del gobierno, que va a haber 3.400 millones de fondos europeos para digitalizar, para aumentar la sostenibilidad de nuestra industria, de los hoteles, y hay que aprovecharlos también, ¿no? En este sentido, que venimos de recuperación, y empiezo por ti, Nicolás, y le presento a Nicolás Villalobos, que es el director general de la cadena hotelera Cordial Hotels and Resorts, con 18 hoteles tanto en Canarias como en Andalucía, que además el hecho de la palabra cordial pues ya es un mensaje potente de qué es la filosofía de la compañía. Empiezo contigo y luego voy presentando. Desde tu punto de vista, ¿en qué fase estamos de esa recuperación? ¿Y cuándo crees que vamos a alcanzar esos niveles pre-COVID, digamos, tanto de normalidad, sobre todo desde el punto de vista
of
de
normality,
el número de clientes, de los
the number
ingresos,
of
etc.
customers, etc.
Buenos días,
Well,
buenas
good
tardes
morning
ya.
or good afternoon.
Yo creo que
Actually,
estamos,
I think
o sea,
that
nosotros en Canarias,
we in the Canary
las
Islands,
sensaciones son
the
de un
feeling
cauto optimismo.
is that we have to be cautious, optimistic,
Felizmente,
but cautious. And
alcanzada la inmunidad de grupo,
we have herd
pues
immunity,
gracias a los avances científicos que han
and
permitido la
thanks to
vacunación, pues
the
ya por encima del
scientific
70% de la
developments, over
población
70% of the population
en Canarias y
already
España como
vaccinated.
destino, pero
Canary
también en nuestros
Islands
principales
and
mercados
Spain,
emisores,
our
lo que estamos viendo es que esa
first
inmunidad de grupo ha
markets,
llevado
we've
a,
seen that this
felizmente, la
herd
relajación,
immunity
bueno, pues que haya
has
caído
brought a relaxation
la incidencia
with
del virus, las
decrease
infecciones,
of
las hospitalizaciones y, por supuesto, la mortalidad, lo que ha
outbreaks and
permitido
the
la relajación de
mortality.
las
And
medidas gubernativas que restringían el
some
tráfico
restrictions have been lifted,
y el tránsito de los pasajeros internacionales. Y ello
increasing the
ha
mobility.
generado en
And this
Canarias,
has
a partir de
generated
septiembre, ahora en
from
octubre, un
September
efecto champán.
champagne
Esa demanda
effect, so to say.
reprimida,
Repressed
esa demanda de sol, de
demand,
vacaciones, de sol y playa,
and
reprimida durante estos 20
this
últimos meses a
repressed
consecuencia de las
demand
restricciones gubernativas
the
antes
last
referidas.
18
Y lo
months,
que estamos viendo, como digo, es bueno, porque se ha liberado toda esa
we see
demanda reprimida
this
y está yendo
release of this repressed demand.
fluyendo de
And
caudal hacia Canarias, que hoy por hoy es el
we see
único
that the
destino
Canary
de
Islands
sol
is
y
the
playa
only
con
destination,
garantía de
sun
buen
and beach
clima, pues a media
destination,
distancia de Europa.
close to Europe,
Y que ofrece
and
cierta cuestión que el consumidor europeo empieza a
something
considerar,
that
que es
the
la
consumer
seguridad.
wants
Seguridad, ya no me refiero
is
a la de
safety.
orden ciudadano, de criminalidad, sino me refiero
I'm not
a la
talking
seguridad,
about
a la seguridad
criminality, I'm talking about
sanitaria,
healthcare
una
safety
infraestructura hospitalaria de nivel
with an
europeo, de nivel
important
mundial. Bueno, pues es el único destino de sol y
hospital
playa,
infrastructure. So it's
de
the only
invierno, que con
destination,
estas
winter
estamos, como digo,
destination, sun and beach,
experimentando
winter destination. So we are experiencing a very important demand during October. In September, it was 70% of
este mes de octubre y estamos en 80-90%.
this month is 80%, 85%. So we are very optimistic.
Me refiero a Canarias, pero
And,
cautelosamente, pues ahí están, pues que si hay una quinta ola o ahora una quinta ola, pues que
If there is going another peak or not, these mutations, the Delta Plus mutation. So I really trust that the healthcare problem is overcome, but there are also other uncertainties. We have a volcano and other behaviors that can make the economy unstable, the inflation, the energy costs, and
cuestiones como el Brexit, cuestiones de tal, bueno, lo dejamos para después porque si no, cedo el turno a los compañeros.
Muchas gracias, Nicolás. Contamos también en el panel con Eduard Torres. Eduard es el presidente del Comité Ejecutivo de Turismo de Barcelona, además como representante de la Cámara de Barcelona en la institución, y me consta que trabaja fuertemente para potenciar la actividad turística. Porque hemos tenido conversaciones en ese sentido. Y además, obviamente, es el presidente del Grupo Duquesa, con hoteles centrados en Barcelona, que es también un punto interesante, que están centrados más en un entorno urbano también. Y muchas otras actividades, entre ellas el vicepresidente coordinador del gremio de hoteles de Barcelona. Eduard, esa recuperación que empezamos a ver es una recuperación acompasada en todos los tipos de hoteles, o la notáis un poco menos en aquellos hoteles urbanos versus playas? ¿Cuál es tu opinión al respecto?
in all urban hotels or
Ahora estaba oyendo
only in urban hotels?
al compañero.
I was listening to you.
Yo creo que en Barcelona vamos
I think that in
un poco
Barcelona
por
we are
detrás,
lagging
y
behind
si
a little
hablamos de la
bit.
destinación
And we talk
Barcelona,
about Barcelona as
tenemos
a
una desigualdad en la
destination. We
recuperación.
have an inequality
Los
in the recovery.
destinos más rurales,
The
los
rural
destinos de playa,
destinations, beach
han
destinations
estado bastante mejor durante
have been
este
better
año y
during
medio.
this year and a
Pensemos que
half.
durante este año y medio,
During this year and a
lo que
half,
es turismo urbano aquí en
urban
Barcelona, hemos estado
tourism here in Barcelona,
facturando
we've
pues el
been
5% de lo
having
que
a
veníamos
turnover of
facturando habitualmente.
5% of
Ahora
what
en estos
we
momentos
normally
en
had.
Barcelona estamos
In
ya
Barcelona now we are
al
approximately
25%
at
de lo que era
25
el año 19, aún
if we
con el
compare it to
40% de los
2019,
hoteles cerrados.
and 40% of the
Y esto
hotel, 40%
responde
of the hotels are
aquí,
still
que aquí
closed.
teníamos un mix
This means
60%
that we have
leisure,
this mix
40%
60% leisure, 40%
negocios. En
business.
estos momentos ese 40%
This
se ha quedado
40%
muy limitado.
now it's very limited.
Pero ya el leisure se ha reactivado de
But
una manera
leisure
importante.
has
Octubre
reactivated
ha
a lot.
sido
October
de lejos el
has
mejor
been
mes
the
que
best
hemos tenido
month.
durante este año, y noviembre
And
y
November
diciembre
and
se
December,
presentan relativamente bien,
I am
porque
optimistic,
habitualmente son meses
although they are
donde hay una cierta
months in which
estacionalidad a la
there
baja,
is
porque
a
la temporada en
decrease,
Barcelona va de
because the
la
seasonality
fuerte va
in
de abril
Barcelona
a
is
octubre,
from
¿no?
April to October.
Entonces pensamos que de cara a
So we
este año
think
que viene,
that
el año 2022,
in
podremos estar a un
2022, we will reach 60-65% of the figures we had back in
pero estará muy
2019,
basado sobre todo en el
based
sector
on
negocios. Hay una fuerte
businesses.
programación para este año que viene en cuanto a ferias y
There are a lot of
congresos en
fairs and
Barcelona.
congresses in Barcelona.
En enero con el
We are
ICE,
going to start
que es una feria
with the
que
LICE,
pensamos
which
que
is
va
a
a tener un
fair that
potencial
is going to
similar
have
al
a
del
very
mobile.
important
Antes de
potentiality,
venir
similar to
tenían
the mobile,
80.000 visitantes
with
en Ámsterdam.
80,000
Entonces, hay
visits
una
in
fuerte
Amsterdam. So
programación,
it
hay
is
unas buenas noticias en el sentido
that's
de
great
que
news
los
because
operadores están
the
programando
operators are
eventos en
programming
Barcelona.
events in
Veremos
Barcelona.
la afluencia en cuanto a
We
visitantes
are going to
que
see
tendremos, pero si
the
eso va
number
bien,
of
pensamos
attendees,
que ese
but we think that this 40%
que tenemos de
that we are going
negocios,
to
pues
have of business,
podremos recuperar
we
una
are
parte
going to be able
importante.
to
En cuanto al
recover an
leisure,
important part. As for the
ya
leisure,
se está recuperando de una manera
it is
importante,
recovering,
pero claro, el cliente americano pues va viniendo un poco más despacio y el asiático no lo tenemos. Por
we
tanto,
still don't have the Asian
recuperación lenta,
travelers,
pero moderadamente
and it's
optimista.
very, I'm optimistic, but
Por
very,
último,
very
también
slow.
tenemos a Eduardo Farriol, presidente de la Federación
So
de
we have
Hostelería y
Eduardo
Turismo de
Farriol,
Tarragona, presidente de Hoteles y Resorts.
President of the Spanish Federation of
Y el grupo
Hospitality
Hoteles
and
además
Tourism of
tiene
Tarragona.
tanto hoteles en Tarragona como hoteles
With
en
hotels
Andalucía,
in
como
Tarragona and
conversamos
Andalusia.
backstage.
So we were talking backstage.
Tu
and,
punto de vista,
so your
¿cuáles son esas
perspective,
claves de la
which are the
recuperación?
keys to the
¿Y
recovery?
qué es lo que podría
And,
entorpecer la
what
recuperación?
could hinder
Bueno,
the recovery?
claves de la recuperación,
Well, the keys of the
evidentemente, es una
recovery,
pandemia que hemos pasado de
it's
sanitaria,
been a
con lo
healthcare
cual
pandemic.
creemos que el problema principal puede
The
ser
main problem
que volvamos a tener
is going to be
otra ola
to
de
have another peak.
que volvamos a otras olas, pero tal y como está ahora creemos que es difícil,
Now
¿no?
we think that it's
Cada vez que hay más
difficult.
gente
There are a lot
vacunada,
of people
sí que es cierto que
vaccinated,
últimamente en Inglaterra
in the
están
United
creciendo los
Kingdom,
casos, pero
there
bueno,
are
parece
a
que más o
lot
menos,
of
por lo que se ve,
cases,
está
but
bastante controlado.
it's controlled.
Creemos que riesgos
We
sería
think
una
that
nueva variante
the risk would be a
y
new
que no
variant,
tuviéramos una temporada la próxima que no fuera lógica, pero parece ser que todo esto ya se está calmando y que
think
todo va
that all
enfocado
this
a
is
que
better
tendremos
and
unas temporadas más
we are
normales,
going
¿no?
to
También es
have
cierto que ha cambiado mucho según el destino, ¿no? Ha habido destinos
a
que
new
han
normal,
ido mejor,
and the
otros peores,
destinations have changed,
sobre
and
todo donde no hay turismo
when there is
internacional,
no
es
international
donde hay
tourism,
turismo
for
internacional,
example, when
donde
there is
más ha
international
sufrido.
tourism is when we have
Puede ser
suffered
el caso de islas,
the
el caso
most,
de
like for example
turismo,
when there are
zonas más
islands,
masificadas, ¿no? Puede ser Costa Dorada, Benidorm.
for example Costa Dorada
Pero
and
todo indica
Benidorm,
que
but
tendremos unas temporadas
we'll have
que a partir de ahora ya saldremos de esto.
a good recovery from now on.
Oye, me quedo con ese optimismo moderado
So
compartido.
this moderate optimism.
Uno de los temas también que forma parte del panel son los fondos Next
I'd like you to
Generation, las
talk about
ayudas
is the Next Generation
europeas.
funds,
Obviamente durante la pandemia
the European
tuvimos toda la
funds,
financiación ICO. Nosotros
the
como Santander
ICO
estuvimos ahí
funds,
apoyando fuertemente a las compañías
give support to the
de
companies,
hoteles, en las que además queremos
and,
seguir ayudándolas. Ayer la ministra en las jornadas en el Congreso de la Empresa Familiar de España decía que había 3.400 millones de fondos para utilizar en el sector turismo y siempre se habla de dos grandes componentes, ¿no? La
and we always
digitalización
talk
y la
about
sostenibilidad.
digitalization and
Yo me
sustainability.
gustaría preguntaros, uno,
I'd like to ask you,
¿cómo veis que la
how do
digitalización y
you
la
see
sostenibilidad va a cambiar
digitalization
vuestro modelo de
sustainability?
negocio?
How
¿Se lo
is
va a
it going to
cambiar o no?
change the business model?
Y dos, si
And
ya de hecho
secondly,
habéis notado
if you've
un cierto
seen
cambio en esa
a
adaptación, si ya en
change in
vuestro
the
día a día
adaptation,
hay partes de
if there
digitalización
are
y de
some parts
sostenibilidad
of
que forman parte
digitalization and
de esa
sustainability
actividad
that
diaria.
belong to this everyday activity.
Sí, bueno,
La digitalización
Well,
ha
digitalization
transformado
has
y continúa
transformed
transformando nuestro
our
modelo de negocio, nuestro paradigma, ¿no? Yo
business
cuando
model and our
empecé
paradigm. So when I
en el sector
started in the
a
sector
principios del 2000,
in the beginning
el
of
modelo,
the
por ejemplo, de
2000s,
comercialización
so
turística
the
que teníamos era
trade
absolutamente
model
distinto al que tenemos
was
hoy.
completely
Entonces,
different.
pues nuestro reto era
So
conseguir
our
reunirnos con el contratador del tour operador de TUI o de Neckermann o el
Our
que fuera,
challenge
invitarlo a
was
comer un
to
arroz con bogavante
go for
y
lunch,
conseguir el contrato.
paella,
Y
and
rompí
then
una
you
cosa
sign
que
the
se llamaba
agreement.
Internet,
And
que
then
generó
with
otra cosa que se
internet,
llamaban
we
OTAs, Online
generated
Travel
something
Agencies,
different,
llamadas
online
Booking,
travel
llamadas tal,
agencies,
y de
Booking,
repente
etc.
ese tour operador, ese
this
modelo,
tour
ese
operator,
paradigma
this
de la
model,
comercialización
this
turística
paradigm is
se ve retado pues por esos
questioned
disruptores
with these
que de alguna
disrupting
manera
elements.
comprometen. Primer
And,
factor de fuerza que tenían los tour operadores era que controlaban la red minorista, ¿no? Tenían contratos con esas agencias de viaje a pie de calle en Bremen, en Berlín, en Londres,
with the tour
y de
agencies.
repente eso pasa a ser irrelevante porque el canal de ventas que irrumpe es internet y están Booking y tal, y de repente la gente se dedica a reservar y el e-commerce y tal. El otro factor de fuerza que tenían los tour operadores y que justificaba su peso de intermediación y sus márgenes y sus tales era el hecho de que eran los prescriptores. El producto turístico es un producto pues, donde el consumidor reside en Laponia y el producto a consumir está en el sur de Gran Canaria. Es un producto que no es susceptible de la prueba previa. O sea, una vez te embarcas, aterrizas donde aterrizas y el hotel de para tus vacaciones es el que es. Entonces era fundamental ese oficio del profesional, que era el contratador, el product manager, que se dedicaba a visitar, a tocar las piedras, a tal, para después prescribir con la marca TUI, la marca Viajes del Corte Inglés, la marca que fuera, esto lo avalo yo y esto es un buen producto. Bueno, ese rol también desaparece y se ve comprometido cuando al calor de Internet pues aparecen pues, esos foros de opinión, Advisor, el propio Booking también tiene sus testimonios de la comunidad y tal, y de repente ya tampoco valen como prescriptores. Bueno, todo lo que ha supuesto es un movimiento, un cambio radical del paradigma que nos ha llevado a los hoteleros a transformar nuestros departamentos de comercial y ya no están tanto trabajando tan preocupados por ese almuerzo con el contratador como por el hecho de tener channel managers que nos conecten bien el inventario y tal. Por supuesto que estamos en un continuo proceso de adaptación, comentábamos antes, ¿no? Pues en términos darwinianos, pues estamos continuamente evolucionando y adaptándonos a un medio continuamente cambiante. Y la digitalización ha venido para transformar nuestro entorno y ha venido pues, también para mejorar nuestra productividad, aprovechando esas innovaciones que nos hagan más competitivos.
Yo creo que hablaré primero de
I'm going to talk about digitalization and then about sustainability. About digitalization, I think that it is a great opportunity.
El sector turístico y particularmente el hotelero ya estaba bastante digitalizado. Y para mí la oportunidad de la digitalización es el mejor conocimiento del cliente. Pero eso pasa por una recogida de datos. Tal como están planteados los fondos europeos,
And with the
de los cuales hay mucha
European
incertidumbre
funds,
todavía,
there is
pero
a lot
lo
of
que vemos es
uncertainty
que va a haber
regarding these funds.
la
But
parte
we
que
know
va a ir
that
destinada a empresas va
there
a
will be
estar
one
muy
part for the
diseminada.
companies, very spread.
Y entonces, claro, te
And
puedes gastar mucho dinero en
maybe you
tecnología
spend a lot of money in technology,
que no te da información, ¿no?
but you have
Porque
no
hay muchas
information
aplicaciones,
because there are a lot of
pero
applications.
realmente esas aplicaciones tienen
But
que ser
these
útiles.
applications need to be
¿Cómo puede ser
useful.
útil esta
So how
tecnología?
can this
Pues
technology be useful?
si se pueden conectar
So if
a
we
plataformas
can they
turísticas
connect to
donde haya
touristic
recogida de datos,
platforms,
porque lo que sí
because
intuimos
what we
es que
see is
vamos a
that
tener que
we are
conocer
going
mucho más
to
al cliente
know the
en profundidad.
the
Y eso
customer better and
se
deeper.
puede conocer el
And
cliente si hay una recogida masiva de
if
datos
we
y esos datos
collect
pueden estar a
data, then we
disposición
can
de las
use them.
empresas. Entonces, aquí el reto
So,
entiendo
here,
que sería
the
que esta
challenge
digitalización,
would be
estos fondos
the
que se ponen a disposición de las empresas
funds for the companies
se pudiesen conectar a estas plataformas de datos
could connect to
masivas que no
these
pueden hacer las
platforms of
empresas
data,
solas, sino que tienen que ser tienen que estar
and,
organizadas desde los destinos. Y aquí es
also,
donde está el reto. En
this
cuanto a la
would be the challenge.
sostenibilidad,
As for the sustainability,
bueno, yo creo que va a
I
ser
think that
básico, pero
going to be basic,
y tenemos que
and
informarnos
we need
un poco
to
más.
get information.
Yo creo que el sector
And
está ahora
the
por
sector
resistir
is,
y la
has now to
sostenibilidad
resist,
dependerá de los fondos Next Gen, de que realmente podamos acceder a ellos
so that
de
we
una
can
manera
have access to them.
que sea una ayuda. Tengamos en cuenta que el sector
Having into
ha
account
recibido
that
muy
the
pocas
sector
ayudas
has
directas.
not received direct
Hemos tenido los ERTES, los
funds, we
ICOs,
have
pero
furloughs and the ICO
comparativamente en
grants,
Europa las ayudas han
but
sido muy pocas, ¿no?
not as many
Entonces,
as in
yo creo
Europe.
que ahí
So I
hay
think
un
that here
trabajo muy importante para que esos fondos realmente lleguen a las empresas
I think
para
that these funds should
hacer
really
programas
get to the
sostenibles.
companies.
Eduard, en ese sentido,
So in this sense,
durante la pandemia se ha producido ya un cambio en digitalización, es
we
decir,
see
habéis
a
notado
change in the
cambios
digitalization,
en el comportamiento del cliente o en vosotros mismos.
and
Yo creo que el sector hotelero es un
what do you
sector
see
que
in
en
the
el tema
hospitality
tanto de
sector? I think that
digitalización
the
como
digitalization and
el
sustainability
que no haya empezado a hacer los deberes ya
has
se va a quedar fuera.
already started.
Es un
You
tema
have
que ya
to
llevamos
start
años
doing your
intentando ir
homework.
avanzando
We've been
tanto con la
moving
digitalización como con la
forward
sostenibilidad.
about digitalization and
Hoy en día ya no hay
sustainability.
una
So
opción de entrar o no entrar, o entras o
you
te
have
quedas
to
fuera, y si te quedas fuera
join the movement and get on the train, so to say.
vas a salir del mercado, ¿no? Entonces,
So,
yo creo que
I think
sobre todo
that
a nivel
now,
digital cada
as a
día lo que
digital,
estamos invirtiendo, lo que estamos
we
haciendo,
are investing,
quizá
and
dentro de 2 meses ya no nos
maybe in
sirve,
2
¿no?
months,
Es ir innovando, es ir haciendo
it's
y
not going to
ir
be
procurando, ¿no? A nivel de
useful
sostenibilidad
anymore. So we
distinto,
need to
pero
keep on
cada vez
changing and adapting. And in
el cliente nos pide
sustainability,
más y cada vez
the
hay que conocer más al cliente.
customers are more demanding.
Como decía Eduardo, necesitamos tener
We
los
need
datos,
to have
necesitamos tener la
data, we
información
need
y
to
para
have
ello
information,
necesitamos tener accesibilidad
we
a
need
todo
to
esto,
have
¿no? Necesitamos
accessibility
estas
to all
plataformas
this.
que nos informan de lo que quieren y
So,
qué es lo que hacen y cuál es su interés.
also about the
Y
interest.
como decía él, necesitamos también las
And
ayudas que no
we
hemos
also
recibido.
need some helps, and we have
Voy con la
not
última
received
pregunta
them.
para cerrar, dadas las horas. Respecto de otros países, ¿no? de
So
la
vis-a-vis other
competencia,
companies,
¿cuáles creéis que son nuestras ventajas y
which
nuestras
are our
amenazas
advantages
para
and
seguir
threats
compitiendo
in
como
order to
competido
keep
en
on
los últimos años
competing?
pues, con otros destinos, ¿no? Porque al final entiendo que vuestra competencia son otros
So,
destinos, aparte de otras cadenas hoteleras,
apart
otros
from
grupos hoteleros,
the
pero también
skills
otros destinos
and
como país. ¿Cuál creéis que son nuestras
that we have?
fortalezas
So which are our strengths
potenciales
and
amenazas en los próximos
or these
12, 18
challenges
meses?
for the following 12-18 months?
Centrándome en lo que es el sol y playa,
Focusing on sun and beach destinations.
nuestras fortalezas, pues como ya apunté antes,
So,
es el factor seguridad.
The important, well, our
sol y
strength
playa en
is
Canarias,
the
pues tiene como
safety,
competidores
sun and
naturales en
beach.
invierno a media
We
distancia.
have other
Pues, de Berlín,
competitors.
pues, podemos hablar de Egipto, del Mar Rojo en Egipto, que pues,
mention
tarda pues, las mismas
Egypt,
5 horas en volar
the Red Sea.
de Gran Canaria, de Frankfurt a Gran Canaria o a Hurghada. Entonces
So,
nuestro competidor natural y
it's
ya,
our
bueno, a larga
natural
distancia,
competitor.
y en
And,
verano pues competimos con el Mediterráneo y con, pues, si quieres, Turquía, la ribera sur del Mediterráneo,
the
Túnez.
southern bank of the Mediterranean,
Dándolos
also.
a los concurrentes en la ribera norte del Mediterráneo y centrándonos en la ribera sur del Mediterráneo,
Focusing
Egipto y
on
tal.
the
Pues yo creo que el factor diferencial, que es nuestra ventaja competitiva, es el hecho de ser
main strength
europeos.
is that we
¿no? El
are
hecho de ser
European.
europeos en
Being
términos de
European
seguridad
as for the safety.
ciudadana, en términos de seguridad
And,
alimenticia, seguridad sanitaria,
food safety,
infraestructuras públicas, pues,
public
autovías
infrastructures,
hasta hospitales, como comentábamos
hospitals,
antes.
etc. And
Que tiene grandes ventajas porque permite trascender al producto. El producto no se
so the
restringe necesariamente
product
al
is
recinto
not
hotelero,
restricted
sino
to the
permite incorporar
hotel,
el
but you
territorio, la
can
experiencia vacacional,
incorporate
y
the
que el
territory,
turista pues, deambule
and
tranquilamente y practique windsurf,
the tourists can practice
interactúe con
windsurf
el
and
territorio con una
interact with the
bicicleta
territory with a
o yendo a
bicycle
comer y disfrutando de la
and enjoying
cultura,
the
de la
food.
gastronomía, del tal, incorporando, como digo,
And
en una experiencia,
incorporating
el territorio, la experiencia vacacional de una manera
this
más fluida que
experience
en
in a very
países
fluid
del
way.
tercer mundo. Y nuestra principal
And,
desventaja es competitiva es en Europa.
And
Que
so
nuestra principal
being
ventaja es Europa, porque nuestra
European,
principal desventaja competitiva es Europa, porque determina
Because it
una estructura de
determines
costes productivos totalmente distinta a la de nuestros
production
competidores.
cost that is completely different. So we have higher working costs, and vis-a-vis our competitors in Egypt or
unos costes
the
regulatorios de todo
southern
orden,
bank
pues,
of the
de todo orden y que
Mediterranean,
trasciendan todo, de pagar por calentar el agua que va a la ducha, pues con energías fósiles,
also some regulations
hay que
we need
pagar
to
derechos de subasta de emisión de CO2.
fulfill, and also we need to pay for emissions. So some a framework that determines our production costs that are very different from our competitors' production costs. So we offer a product, we offer a commodity which is sun and beach, right?
Coge un catálogo de turoperador o se mete en la página de Booking, lo que está buscando es generar vitamina D.
Someone coming from Finland wants to come here and generate vitamin D to escape from the darkness and do the photosynthesis, so to say. So the main motivation from this guy from Finland is not eating potatoes or here or in Costa Brava or in the Canary Islands. They want to have sun. So we are offering this product, and we have this commodity, sun and beach, in this global market, and with some competitors with an infrastructure that is different. So in the short run, and I'll finish with this,
yo creo que saliendo de la pandemia como salimos, el consumidor europeo va a sobreponderar el factor seguridad, ¿no? Tiene una necesidad ahora de orden sanitario, porque aunque estemos todos vacunados, pero todavía vamos marcando la distancia, todavía nos preocupa el que haya un hospital cerca.
also we are going to check if there are hospitals nearby. So we are valuing more the security and less the money. Right? So a lot of people say they've saved and saved a lot of money, and they increased their purchase capability.
Como el resto del mundo, trágicamente, hemos visto la muerte de muy cerca y se va a producir pues, el fenómeno psicológico habitual de psychological en Europa después de la Primera Guerra Mundial, que fue inmediatamente seguida por los felices años 20. Cuando uno se confronta tan de cerca con la tragedia, y acabó, pues, se desarrolló
when you face a disaster, there is this euphoria, so to say. And sorry,
voy a pedir el minuto final a tanto Eduardo como si fuera un debate político.
Just one last minute. As for the strength, I would say that you were talking about this champagne effect and this euphoria, and the people are going to come back. And
y amenazas, ¿no? Efecto cava. O sea, la gente va a volver.
So people is going to come back.
Pero en el caso concreto de Barcelona ya habíamos llegado a cargas de visitantes muy elevadas. Lo que teníamos básicamente era el reto de alargar las estancias y de diseminar en todo el territorio.
Spread the visitors, the travelers throughout the territory. So there were some places in our destination that were overcrowded. So the challenge that we have is this.
Primero, de elegir a la gente que queremos que venga, de poderla diseminar por toda la destinación. Y claro, esto implica un esfuerzo de promoción de distintos lugares.
Promoting different destinations, digitalization maybe can help us in all this.
De una manera muy importante y tenemos que hacerlo de una manera intensa.
We need to talk intensively from now.
Bueno, ventajas todas las que han dicho ellos, y yo desventaja,
and
cosa que nos
about
puede penalizar,
our weaknesses,
y se ha visto últimamente,
and we've seen it lately.
Sobre todo no hay que pensar que el turismo es un derecho adquirido de España.
The tourism is not all right. We have a lot of competitors fighting to steal the profile of tourists that we have, and it seems like the profile of the tourists that we have must be taken care of. We need to invest so that we keep on having tourists and be in the avant-garde. Thank you very much.
Para cerrar que me quedo. El primero es que los fondos europeos deben convertirse en ayudas reales. Probablemente algo que habéis comentado los tres es que la vía para conseguir fondos a lo mejor es precisamente el tratamiento de datos de los clientes para mejorar esa experiencia y conocimientos. Puede ser un ángulo para los fondos europeos para transformar la industria, para transformar los hoteles. Y la segunda, el mensaje optimista de que la recuperación está en marcha, es una realidad. Esperemos que no haya ningún tren que varíe esa dirección, que desde luego parece muy positiva.
We continue this
Vuelvo al mensaje
positive
inicial del Back to Hope,
path.
vuelta a la esperanza.
Back to hope, as
Yo
we
creo
said
que
in
nos
the
quedan meses
beginning,
por delante
and,
muy positivos y muy optimistas. Muchísimas gracias a todos
Let's
y a la
continue be
audiencia también.
optimistic.
Gracias.
Thank you, and thank you the audience.
En el Santander seguimos a tu lado con soluciones como el nuevo buscador de ayudas y fondos europeos Next Generation, una plataforma en la que te acompañamos en la búsqueda, simulación y tramitación de todas las ayudas disponibles para impulsar tu negocio. Es muy sencillo. Entra ahora y encuentra la ayuda para seguir siendo el motor de la economía y el
Thank you
orgullo
very
de
much
todo un país.
to this panel, and we'll keep things very, very short. And now, let's tell you that we have a fire chat coming, a brainstorm or a conversation around a topic. The first one will be over the future of travel, and we'll have Tony Wheeler, the Lonely Planet co-founder, and BBC journalist Rajan Datar. So, gentlemen. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Microphone.
Hello. Can you hear me as well? I think they can.
Okay, we can sit down.
Why don't we sit down? Let's be comfortable.
So, my name is Rajan Datar. I work for the BBC. Thank you very much. And it's really about the traveller, the perspective from the traveller's point of view. So, what does the traveller want for the future of tourism? Now, the reason, in a sense, that we are with Tony Wheeler here, who started Lonely Planets way back in 1972, when his first book was called
Across Asia on the Cheap,
Across Asia on the Cheap.
which was its perfect description. It was all of Asia and it was cheap.
And that was in Melbourne, because you're originally from the UK, right?
No, actually, the first book we did in Sydney. Okay. But I was originally from the UK, although I grew up all over the place. So I was a traveller from a very early age. First 5 years of my life were in Pakistan. Wow. And lots of other places, but Australia was that first book.
Well, Lonely Planet is, for me, part of my teenage years. It was, oh, not working, okay. Lonely, is that on? Ayora? No. Hi, that's better. Lonely Planet, for me, was part of my teenage years growing up. It was just like low-cost airlines, just like mobile phones, just like the internet. It kind of was part of the big change that I think a lot of people went through when it came to learning about independent travel and the world changing. And this guy and his wife Maureen were basically very responsible for that. I think the second book you did was about India. Was that right?
Earlier on, the second, we're going to be correcting ourselves. Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia. No, you did
India came along a bit later on and was, for Lonely Planet, ever onwards, an important book.
I think that was in 1980. I'm just...
That
was about then, yeah, fine. Anyway, by the time that you sold the company to the BBC, you had basically, was that you or someone else?
we had, by the time we sold it to the BBC, we had 500 staff around the world. We had hundreds and hundreds of books. We were selling millions of them every year. And of course, we were in the digital space as well. So travel really for my entire working life, and even my childhood life before that, has been very important, which is why this past year has been, I would say, the most unusual part of my life, because basically I've been nowhere for the last year. It's wonderful being here in Barcelona.
So, let's get to the actual burning question here. From your perspective, what kind of state is travel in right now? How do you assess it?
You know, earlier today I heard one of the panels here asked to come up with one word to describe how their area of the world or their business was, something that described it. And for me, the one word would be uncertainty. We are pretty much like this conference has been today. You're uncertain when the next session is going to start. And that's really the story of travel today. We're not certain about anything. You know, you go off somewhere, and at the end of it, you have to get a test before you can get your flight home or leave the country or whatever, and you're not certain if you're going to pass the test. There's so much paperwork, so much uncertainty put into our lives. I was just reading, I live in Australia, as I say, most of the year, and there was an article about a week ago in the Australian media saying that if you were in Australia now, you decided to have a 2-week vacation in Singapore, which you can do now, 2 weeks in Singapore would involve 7 COVID tests. Before you left, when you got there, while you were there, before you came back, after you got back, 7 COVID tests. Now, that's a sort of degree of uncertainty that I think is going to put huge trip-ups in our travel world.
Now, let's hope and let's assume that things will get back to relative normality fairly soon. That's what this conference is all about. But back in 2019, when tourism was at its peak, it was boom time for tourism.
Yeah.
Did you see, I mean, it's been mentioned here, over-tourism, those words. Did you see any warning signs as to where tourism was going?
Absolutely. There was so much talk, and of course, Barcelona, along with Amsterdam, along with Venice, were places where this was definitely talked about. Whereas the whole concept of over-tourism was, and it's there in lots of other places. One of the places that I've observed the discussion building up, and it really sort of broke out during the pandemic shutdown, was in New Zealand. Now, New Zealand is not suffering from big city over-tourism. It's suffering from over-tourism out on the trails, out walking in the country, on the mountains. Of course, we see it at Mount Everest, don't we? Talk about over-tourism when you have a line of people heading to the summit of Everest.
So, however, what you're definitely not saying is we shouldn't travel, but what's the solution then?
Definitely we should keep traveling, because I think travel, it's the most important way that people contact each other in the world. You know, we hear about places on the media and we hear the bad side all the time, but when you go there, you find that people are people everywhere. So I think it's really important, because of that contact element, that we keep on traveling. But also there are lots of places in the world. Here in Spain, you know, tourism is very important. There's no place in the world where tourism doesn't have a degree of importance, and in some places it's a larger degree of importance. But there are places in the developing world where it's all important. You know, you pull tourism out and suddenly nobody's got a job. And I think, you know, those are some of the places that have been really affected by the pandemic. We don't hear about them because, you know, they're cut off from our everyday contact.
So the kind of solutions, Tony, that we are hearing is, you know, let's spread the love. In other words, let's move, let's go to new places. Let's make sure that other regions which don't have too much tourism start developing their economies. Let's make sure that we are better visitors in other people's places. Is that we're talking about resilience and sustainability, basically, aren't we?
100%. You know, I think one of the things that I hope doesn't regenerate afterwards is just this lightweight tourism. You know, it's Friday night, let's go somewhere. Let's jump on the EasyJet, Ryanair, Vueling flight, go off to the other side of Europe or whatever for 2 nights of drinking too much and partying too much, and then head home again. It does nothing for the environment. It doesn't do that much good for you either. You know, some of that really lightweight tourism, if we said goodbye to it, it wouldn't be a loss.
So in a sense, we're talking slow travel. They talk about slow travel, don't they?
Slow travel's great. I mean, it doesn't have to be slow travel. You can do things if there's greater distances to cover, more things you want to see. But just doing over there and straight back again, I think is useless. You know, here we are in a country with one of the most popular walks in all the world. And I've still not done the Santiago Camino yet. I will do it, but you know, that's slow travel, and I think is in many ways the best sort of slow travel.
And you're actually going to Ibiza.
And I'm going to, which I've never done.
He's never been to Ibiza.
Tomorrow. You know, I've never been there, and of course it's the right season to go there. Everyone's gone home.
Tell me this. If you were still writing guidebooks, how much would you change the narrative, in a sense, in what you write about the places that you're recommending people go to?
Well, I wouldn't, because I've enjoyed most writing about places that at the end of it, I sort of say, well, you know, I'm not sure you should go here unless you know what you're doing and and some people, lots of people do know what they're doing and, you know, will go to the most outrageous places. I was certainly always impressed by Lonely Planet's travel writers who used to, you know, get way off the beaten track. I thought they were admirable what they did. So it doesn't have to be the big places. And I enjoyed writing more about the unusual places, the places that are not looked. I was delighted to see someone here from the Democratic Republic of the Congo earlier today. I've been there once. I had an amazing time. It was a place where I was always looking over my shoulder because it wasn't the safest place I've ever been to. But interesting, certainly interesting.
But as you say, many economies around the world, certainly island economies, are dependent on tourism.
Yep.
I mean, there's no reason why you should have the answer to everything, but how again can you see tourism progressing so that we don't feel embarrassed as travellers about our carbon footprint? How can you see that moving on?
I think we are going to feel embarrassed about our carbon footprint. There's no way around it. I mean, I've got a huge carbon footprint. I'm very embarrassed about it, but it hasn't stopped me travelling. I've sort of said, okay, the damage I'm doing there, I'm hopefully making up for it in other ways. We need to keep one thing, limit one as much as we can and boost the other as much as we can. But we can't say we're going to travel without also accepting that we're going to do some damage along the way.
So that's part of the equation. It's going to be a bit of damage,
yep.
Okay, but it's necessary.
It's going to be balanced, yeah.
And how is it balanced?
It's balanced by doing more. I mean, you can't do anything without doing some damage. You know, you could stay home and, you know, turn the heating down, or in the summer turn the cooling down, but you're still going to be doing damage. You know, there's no way around it. There's lots of other things. You know, our love of fashion, of buying new clothes, the new car, the new this, you know, the new that. That's all damaging. Travel isn't the only thing that creates damage in our world today.
However, aviation is the fastest growing source of carbon emissions. Okay?
Yeah, aviation is a big one. And, you know, you only have to look at flight radar and all those planes going back and forth, and you realize just how much of it there is out there, and that can't happen without damage. You know, the planes get better, but until we have electric aircraft, and that isn't coming in a real rush. But so many other things we are doing. You know, you look at the growth in electric cars. You know, it's been pretty dramatic the way that's grown in the last couple of years. I fly over places where I see the windmills turning around. I drive by places where I see the solar cells. I think, well, good. You know, we are doing a lot of good things, and hopefully those good things are going to balance the bad things we continue to do.
And how do you think, in terms of the way that governments and tourist boards talk to travellers, how do you think that could change? How do you think, again, to get to a more progressive place?
Well, I think you can see that changing, and I think, you know, there are worrying things I hear, because one of the easiest way to cut tourism down and not spread that damage so much is just make it more expensive.
Yeah.
You know, that's really easy, and I've heard too many places say, oh, we're going to concentrate on the high-quality, top-end tourists, and all those young tourists are just going to be cut out. We're going to forget about those. All those young people who are going to go out on what I think is really important, those first big trips where they encounter the outside world, they meet other people. Oh, we're going to chop that off. We're just going to leave it to the millionaires. I was intrigued. You know, one of the things that really increased in its tourist value, or the money being made out of it during the pandemic, has been private jets. You know, you don't want to be bumping up against somebody on your Vueling or Ryanair or EasyJet flight. Charter your own plane. Just, it's not the answer at all.
But that's interesting, because I have talked to so many people, and from areas where they are used to mass tourism, they are saying we're going to reset now. It's not going to be about mass tourism. It's not going to be about high volume. It's going to be about high quality or high value, which in a way is saying what you just said.
Yeah.
No backpackers, no budget tourism.
Yeah, I want the budget tourists, particularly young people. You know, I think that sort of first big trip that young people do in Britain, the gap year, you know, okay, a lot of gap year kids may go off to places that are totally mundane, but many others do stretch the limits, and I think that's a really good thing. And I think even if it's a mundane trip, it's getting you out of your comfort zone, it's taking you somewhere else. And I think for young people, that's really important.
And isn't there a danger as well that if you discourage young people from coming when they haven't got much money, but it's their first trip, they're going to be the repeat customers of the future?
They sure are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see us, you know, I always say some 18-year-old who turns up in your expensive hotel because they want to use the cheap bathrooms or that sort of thing, or now it's get the Wi-Fi. Yeah, okay, they may be taking advantage of things now, but if they're 18 years old and they've got there, they'll turn up again when they're 28 or 38 or 48. So cultivate them.
So that is the challenge for tourist destinations. That is the challenge for the tourism business. How do we keep numbers down? How do we keep earning an income and still make sure that we're investing in the future by letting young people come into the country and afford to live there?
I think one thing is that you stress that the width of tourism. You don't just concentrate on the Ibizas. You know, you get people to go out into the. I mean, I've traveling around Spain. I love the Extremadura area, which I'm told is the most impoverished area of Spain. But it was wonderful. You know, I found it really interesting, all the towns I went through. And I think I've often said in Venice, you know, that along with Barcelona, a place suffering from over-tourism, you get away from St. Mark's Square and suddenly it's a different city. You're not fighting your way through the crowds. You're in some beautiful medieval church and you look around and you're the only one there. You know, you think, where are the crowds?
Which suggests to me that in a sense we are reaching a solution here, which is that tourism boards and governments and business people should open places in new territories, new areas, get maybe the young person, the budget traveller, they're always the one that lead the way, they pioneer, don't they? And take it that way. That is the way forward.
Push those things. It's education. You know, and if you show people, and I'm continually amazed at places I go to, and I'm thinking, this is wonderful, but where are the tourists? You know, I shouldn't be overrun by tourists. Not every place is suffering from over-tourism. And if tourist boards and tourist promoters concentrate more of that energy on getting people to go 2 streets over, don't just always go down the main street, go 2 streets over.
Are there any places that you recommend to the people here?
I recommend everywhere, you know, even places that have lots of tourism. You still go there and, you know, you find something new, something you haven't seen before. There's lots of space in the world still. You know, you were saying islands earlier on. I've spent a fair amount of time around islands in the Pacific, and a lot of islands in the Pacific would love to have some over-tourism. You know, their occasional tourist is wonderful, but they'd like a lot more of them.
We're going to have to close it quite soon because you're going off somewhere, I'm going off somewhere.
Flying.
I'm really sorry this is briefer than it could have been, but I'm going to say one thing. There's this famous quote, isn't there, by Nicolas Bouvier, I think, in The Travel Writer, that you don't make a trip, the trip makes you.
Yep.
You've got to keep that going, haven't you? You've got to travel. You, personally, I think, are responsible for so many people traveling. You are inspirational in that way.
Well, if I am, I hope I've inspired them to travel in the right way, to go 2 streets over.
That's the final message. Go 2 streets over.
Yep.
Sounds great to me. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Wheeler.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Hope you have good flights back home. And thank you very much for the insights. I took notes. Thank you. So, again, as you know, we're live streaming this event. Everything, so all the rooms are being broadcasted live at the futureoftourism.org page. So if you want to watch Salón de Contrataciones, which is this one, or Salón Dorado, or even the office of the Spanish Public Broadcasting in Barcelona, you can also do that. So in each space there is an MC. I'm João Maia Abreu, and I'm the one in Salón de Contrataciones. So at this event, which is, I remind you, a joint venture of the Advanced Leadership Foundation the INSEAD Commerce Chambers of Spain, and the UNWTO, with the high patronage of Their Majesties, the King and Queen of Spain, we now present the next parallel session, which will happen at this Salón de Contrataciones. So, to start things up, the name of the panel, or the title of the panel, is Tourism for the Empowerment of Communities Generating Non-Carbon Benefits. And I present now the speakers. Ivan Eskilsen, the Minister of Tourism of Panama. Klaus Kirby, COO Geoversity, NGO, and expert on UNFCCC non-carbon benefits. Praveen Moman, founder, Volcano Safaris.
¿No deberíamos esperar un poquito que vuelva la gente del almuerzo?
No está.
Sí, sí están, pero que esperamos a que vuelva la gente del almuerzo. Es que no son ni las 9.
No sé.
Son las 26.
And Praveen Moman. David Hernandez también, also, founder and CEO of Pangea Travel Store. And our moderator, Vicina Trapa, the Program Officer, Sustainable Development of Tourism at the UNWTO. This will happen after the break, as it seems. So, a quick break.
Thank you.
I see here.
Hello there. They never did a mic test. No?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the delay in starting. We're running actually ahead of schedule, so really happy. That gives us a few more minutes than originally planned for our panel. I'm Virginia Fernandez Trapa, Program Officer of the Sustainable Development of Tourism Department at UNWTO, and I'm honored to be the moderator of this panel discussion. Panel number 4 with the title Tourism for the Empowerment of Communities Generating Non-Carbon Benefits. I'm honored to be surrounded by an amazing lineup of speakers, and I will be introducing each one of them in turn when it is their time to speak. We all know how hard COVID-19 has hit our sector, and I think we all agree that the future prosperity of tourism depends on the ability of the sector to reimagine and rebuild in a sustainable manner. We need to balance the needs of travelers with the needs of planetary health and, of course, with the needs of local communities. We basically need to harmonize those needs. We know that tourism protects environments that actually act as barriers to future pandemics. And on top of that, these environments provide opportunities for local communities and indigenous peoples. We know that the regeneration and sustainable management of forests actually depends on traditional knowledge that takes decades, even centuries to acquire. And those forests act as natural carbon sinks. So they are very important in that role or task of harmonization that we have ahead of us. In the panel, we will basically address the role of local communities in climate action through non-carbon benefits. We will learn about this concept of non-carbon benefits and how it can be developed in tourism to bring opportunities to local communities and also to meet the needs of the discerning tourists. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our first panelist to deliver his presentation from the lectern. It's Minister of Tourism of Panama. Ivan, please. I think you should be able to see it here.
Perfect, thank you.
So Ivan is the Minister of Tourism of Panama, as many of you already know, and he's an entrepreneur. He's wide experienced in implementing projects with communities and projects trying to enhance cultural aspects. In Panama, he's also part of a new generation of leaders in Panama that are actually trying to make policy changes and lead the implementation of new models. So today he will be sharing with us about the framework, the new model that they have in Panama for tourism development, which is innovative, it's inclusive, and it focuses on empowerment, on research, and on top of that, on climate action. Minister, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. It's an honor to be here today in this very special event, the Summit of the Future of Tourism, where we hope to continue building back our industry in a better way after this terrible pandemic has made us all, given us all more time to think how we want to do things moving forward. So as Virginia introduced, I'm sharing the new tourism model for Panama. First, we're certainly inserting ourselves in a global moment where global leaders are certainly understanding that the world needs to change the way things are done, and the UNWTO is not an exception in the way that the Secretary General has called for rethinking tourism development, ensuring a fairer distribution of the benefits of tourism, and also advancing towards a carbon neutral industry, as well as a more socially resilient economy, in Zurab Poligashvili's words. So in Panama, we are ready to be a signatory of the Glasgow Declaration next week in Glasgow, because we firmly believe that this is the way tourism should go, and that if we, as front runners of this type of initiative, we can certainly attract the millions and millions, hundreds of millions of travelers. We've quantified over 500 million travelers that are actually searching for these type of experiences and searching for destinations where they can have a connection with a deeper purpose and a more conscious way. So I shared some of these in the morning for sake of expanding a bit in this moment. I'll repeat that we need to be situated in Panama in order to understand what the ideal tourism model is for our country. It's important to understand where we come from. Panama is a country that connects North America and South America, and because it was the last portion of the continent that emerged, it basically separated two oceans, causing a change in the currents of the Earth and the climate. And this is why scientists believe, because of the big climate change that happened at that moment 3 billion years ago, they believe it's the most important geological event in the last 60 million years. This is said by the NASA Earth Observatory. So, a bit more on this. Having a little bit of trouble here. It's not working. All right, so in this graphic prepared by the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute, you'll see the connection where Panama emerged. Before the continent was connected, and due to this, please move forward. And due to this, the emergence of Panama, please move forward. Thank you. And due to this emergence of Panama, the biodiversity of the north and the south got connected, and also is the reason why in Panama you have biodiversity that you don't see in South America, or biodiversity that you don't see in North America. And so it's a great concentration. And because of that, we have more species of birds and trees than Canada and the United States combined, being a small country that we are. There we go. Okay, so this is the story that's told in our Biomuseo. It's a museum designed by Frank Gehry, the only one in Latin America, which invites you, once this natural history of the country is told, invites you to explore Panama as a living museum. And the research that was used in the Biomuseo is the research that comes from the studies of the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute. This institution has been in Panama for over 100 years, and it's the largest research and museum complex in the world, based in the United States of America, but the only other country that has this type of operation is in Panama. And the Smithsonian calls Panama the living laboratory because of these characteristics of great biodiversity and ethnodiversity. And we have signed an alliance, a partnership with Smithsonian to incorporate the scientific research they've generated for over 100 years in Panama. Actually, Panama is considered the most intensively studied tropical forest in the world due to the Smithsonian research. So building upon this, we've reactivated Tourism Conservation Research Alliance that merges or works together, makes us work together with our Ministry of Environment, our Ministry of Culture, our Secretary of our Secretary of Research, Senacit. This is something that was created in 1998, but was not continued, and so our president approved the reactivation of this model and alliance in order to move forward and implement the strategy we are speaking of now. Also, we've developed activities with scientists, conservationists, business leaders. We did a roundtable discussion in the Smithsonian National Museum in Washington, D.C. a month ago, enriching the model and strengthening with a very valuable input. People, scientists such as from the Smithsonian, and also people such as Dr. Sylvia All, which is a National Geographic explorer. We received great input and continue to build in order to implement the model we were speaking of. So the model definitely attracts or tries to understand where tourism is going, what is the fastest growing segments. So we can speak of the segment called the discerning traveler I mentioned before, and one of the type of experiences they're looking for is transformative experiences. So people are increasingly drawn to travel as a form of self-fulfillment, personal transformation and growth, but also they are also looking for regenerative tourism experiences, which means they want to engage in communities and make them better due to their visit. So they want to improve the places they visit, and they want also that their expense also stays in the community as much as possible. There's a study done by the American Adventure Travel and Trade Association that the expenditure of adventure travelers, which is focused on these type of experiences, usually are many times more than just regular traditional travelers. So this is something that also allows for a better management of the destination. So moving upon this alliance and this focus on this market, we are focusing on we've been talking about the conservation of nature and regeneration of nature and culture. However, it's important to understand that we can't separate communities from their natural environment. There's studies now that understand that trying to preserve natural areas from far away is not as effective as strengthening or empowering communities through appropriate governance models to be able to preserve. So that's why we're speaking of what we're calling the biocultural heritage, which means not only the culture but also their relationship with nature. And it so happens to be that in particular the indigenous people of Panama have a spiritual connection with nature, so it definitely influences that they are usually guardians of nature. 50 years ago, when the space exploration program happened, Cacique or Chief Antonio Sarco was looked for by NASA to teach them on jungle survival techniques and techniques on also survival in extreme environments. So this is not the first time that in Panama science has come together with this ancestral wisdom. A very important fact which allows us to understand how we can also learn from this ancestral wisdom, not only for tourism and as a tourist and have transformative experiences in their communities, but also looking for answers or lessons for the current challenges that science is facing today. So 5% of the population of the world is indigenous, preserving 80% of the world's biodiversity. There's an important key there on the relationship with nature. So my colleague Klaus will speak later about non-carbon benefits, which is something that is contemplated in the Paris Agreement and is a concept that is medular or is central to the tourism model we're speaking of, because according to the Paris Agreement, once communities are able to manage their forests in a sustainable manner, due to the benefits that, for example, tourism can generate. So tourism creates the incentives through the income so that communities are not obligated to engage in unsustainable activities. So this key is important in order to keep preserving Panama the way it is, and in order for communities to be a part of development and prosperity. So in summarizing, the new tourism model for Panama considers, again, the 1999 focus on tourism conservation and research, which was the original focus, but for adding the element of the empowerment of communities, also with endogenous development, so also supporting so that youth don't have to migrate to the capital city, which is something that is eroding a lot of the culture as well, because a lot of the youth are migrating. And also the idea of preserving this biocultural legacy through tourism and the appreciation of the tourists also help increase the pride of the communities, reinforcing local identity and also promoting cultural interchange. And in the end, as a result, generating these non-carbon benefits, helping mitigate climate change, boosting economic and social sustainability in vulnerable communities. And of course, in everything that is included in the model, it definitely supports the development or implementation of many of the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. So, as a model, we believe that this can be applicable in many other countries, especially countries that still preserve wildlife. And Panama, we believe, is an ideal place to lead this effort, not only because we are one of 3 carbon negative countries in the world, but also that the fact that the ease of access in Panama is so important that it allows to easily explore these communities and these different cultures, and also with low carbon emissions. And also the fact that we have 30% of our land and our marine surface areas protected, and this ethnodiversity with 7 different indigenous peoples, several very different Afro-Panamanian communities, as well as the Spanish heritage that we have is very colorful and very rich. So meeting this innovative tourism model, again, we are merging together the best of both worlds. What is best for the country in the long term, connected with what the traveler or the fastest growing segment of travelers is looking for today. And the idea is implementing it with the support of this alliance together with the scientific community, government entities, private sector, conservationists or NGOs. And in the end, what we also aspire our ambition is that this can be replicated in other countries as an open source template, that can be shared for the prosperity of the people, the planet, and the biodiversity. So, due to this implementation of this model, we've recently been awarded Best Destination as a country in the future in awards by Newsweek magazine called Future of Travel, through a project we're implementing through Panama Alliance for Community Tourism, which is something that's being implemented right now. So we look forward to continue the implementation of this project in general as a country that we're moving forward. And in the end, what I want to certainly leave as a message is that this idea of empowering communities to be able to preserve the natural environment and to obviously be able to create value for the whole of the value chain for tourism. I hope that the presentation has been of interest and of especially of use for fellow countries. So I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, for sharing your insights and this comprehensive plan for a new tourism model in Panama. We will be discussing and having a bit of dialogue after the presentations, but I would now like to invite Klaus Kirby, please, if you care to join us here at the lectern. Klaus is COO of Geoversity. He is actually here because he coordinates an initiative, global climate initiative that is focusing on defining non-carbon benefits for tourism. And he has wide experience operating tours in Latin America with indigenous peoples. And right now, as director of Geoversity, he's created an ecosystem of individuals and organizations focusing on biocultural leadership. And they work on something called Zero Carbon Footprint Life Changer Grid, which I'm sure we are all looking forward to learning about. Thank you. Klaus, please.
Okay, thank you. Maybe it's easier this way, yeah. And this instrument also, yeah.
Is it working?
Well, earlier this morning, we were put the question whether we wanted to go back 2 years and continue where we were before COVID. I believe at this stage, from what our Minister of Tourism has expressed, that in the case of Panama, we would rather take a significant sustainability leap forward. Actually, we are heading to the COP negotiations in Glasgow next week, and I will make a Kickstarter today from what we're going to present with the Ministry of Environment of Panama and Geoversity Foundation for where I am. And I will do that by trying to demystify the concept of non-carbon benefits. That concept starts, I think, by understanding what carbon benefits are. Something is moving ahead of me. Something, I don't think I touched anything. I don't know, it's moving ahead. I'm not asking for it, so I don't know. Anyways, meanwhile, to understand what non-carbon benefits are about, we need to understand what carbon benefit is. And that relates to that marvelous tree that we see up here. It has the capacity to sequester carbon dioxide, store carbon in its trunk, in its structure, and emit oxygen. A marvelous machine. Now, this has the global impact that we're interested in. It can help mitigating climate change. But what happens when we reach 2015 during the Paris negotiation, the COP21, this concept of solving global climate change matters by having confidence in the forests was challenged on two fronts. On one hand, our forests just kept disappearing. Even reforestation projects were faulty. They did not succeed. So someone said, something here is missing. On the other hand, it was also challenged by some countries in the world who said, this idea about using our forests in the carbon credit negotiation, how you can solve your issue by buying credit from other countries who were better preserving, was simply not accepted. The forests were not for sale to solve our global climate change matter. So for those two reasons, in 2015, they launched this concept, non-carbon benefits. And it was the obligation for all countries in the world to try to integrate this concept into what's called the nationally determined contributions, how each country can contribute to solve this issue of both mitigation and adaptation. However, a couple of years later, it was very hard to find it anywhere. And it appeared that the reason most likely was no one understood the concept, so how could they possibly implement it? So Now I will start here. So the proposal that we came up with after a couple of years of investigation and trials, working in ministries, looking at written reports, was that what was actually missing were local benefits of a specific kind. And the suggestion is that if something shall be called a non-carbon benefit concept, it must have an effect locally in environmental, socio-economical, and biocultural terms. And it must be well governed locally. By governance here, as you see as the bottom foundation, the organizational structure, the decision-making processes behind whatever initiative got to be there. And it's referring to governance in the sense that how people govern themselves, not how they are being governed. So that capacity is highly important. So the logic is that if local populations living, in this case, in a forest context somehow, if they have these benefits, then there will be a far higher chance that we will reach our global impact, the missing link to actually make our wonderful tree or forest machine work. Now, next please. Also to accommodate the criticism from countries who said we got to find a mechanism that doesn't depend on the forest if this entering a market issue. The concept can actually work on itself. If you look at rural forest communities, then it's actually possible to produce these kind of effects, even though we don't focus on the carbon sequestration. Environmental impact, we refer to, for instance, better water quality, better temperature control, socioeconomic effects, income generation, maybe educational matters. But most important, I believe, is the concept of biocultural issues, which is being launched here and there. And to me, in this proposal, this is simply a matter of how do we guarantee that humans have a healthy relationship with nature. How can we provoke that? And that is a very fundamental objective of the non-carbon benefit concept. Whatever we do in locally defined development projects, we have to make sure that we promote a respect, a learning process, whatever it takes to create a healthy relationship with nature. That's what's been lost. So this is actually a way to re-engage local indigenous or social civil society communities in a global challenge, reactivating everyone, not leave it to the private sector, to the multilateral organizations, government or private sector. We have to get the entire population activated. They need to think global climate change, whatever initiative they define, and they must define it. It is not being defined by someone coming from the outside. We can facilitate, we can finance, but the priorities gotta be local. Why? Because we need ownership to this to guarantee sustainability. And that is the only way we can promote that seriously. Thank you. Next. So we did a couple of trial projects in Panama. Next. In an area very close by Panama City, just below the rectangle, and to the left, that's where we have the Panama Canal. So we did the test projects in an area only 20, 30 kilometers in a straight line from the capital city. Next, please. One project was conducted amongst indigenous Mbara and Waunan communities. And when they were asked to prioritize what would they potentially work with, then they, amongst others, they focused on tourism, but at the end they choose another one. Next, please. Because they live at a place where water is delivered to the entire capital city population, and about half of the water to make the Panama Canal functioning. Next. So they had an idea that water was very important in their context and all for themselves, because in biocultural terms, they are the guardians of the water. Their methodology, they want to strengthen it and distribute it amongst themselves and outwards. They wanted to protect their headwaters to have an environmental impact. Next, please. And they wanted some social services in terms of clear, clean, potable water, and they wanted some income from bottled water. They wanted to sell water at a low scale. Next, please. So that was their non-carbon benefit project that should eventually give some global positive impact. They could have worked on tourism. They had a great, enormous potential, but that we are working on in parallel terms with the Tourism Authority of Panama. Next, please. The other case was where this expedition that someone has been talking about, the transcontinental expedition, is taking place where we manage a forest reserve takes place. But in that case, next please, it's not an indigenous community. We learned that in these mestizo communities, non-indigenous communities, that it became far harder to work on these issues because the traditional governance structure was simply not in place. We spent several months just supporting the organizational structure to start working, while indigenous communities, due to their traditional structures, were very easy to assess. Next, please. So now, what's happening in Glasgow next week? The Article 5.2 of the Paris Agreement says we need to work with non-carbon benefits. Now we have a proposal. But what's really going to be negotiated in that case, that is whether non-carbon benefit can become a part of a market mechanism where you can start working with non-carbon benefit credits or not. That's what the negotiations are about, and that's going to be interesting because we have all the multilateral funding. We have the sector, private sector, who might want to go engage. So that's where we're going to see the maneuvers behind the scene in Glasgow, where everyone's going to move. We have a proposal where we suggest that international development cooperation, being bilateral, multilateral, can inject or complement private sector compensation in non-carbon benefits, making it a cycle where you use a national fiduciary institution to collect compensation for carbon offset and then re-inject it into projects that will again promote sustainability, non-carbon benefit projects that can be predefined in its character according to needs. Next, please. But if we want to know if whatever tourism project we have is actually or can become a non-carbon benefit project or initiative, even a national strategy, we not only have to check where it has a governance, biocultural, socioeconomic, and environmental aspect incorporated, which is mandatory. And as you see on the top, you've got to have some global impact on mitigation or adaptation. Local positive effect with a global impact. But you also have to look at what's on the top. I mean, when you do the consultation, when you do promote the definition of their own projects, if it's a civil society logic we're based on, we have to do the citizen participation process done by municipalities, etc. Do they agree upon it? But if we went to an indigenous community, a complete new set of rules apply. Indigenous and tribal peoples' collective human rights say that we need to consult them and have their consent before we start making decisions and continue collaborating all the way through. That is a critical point, and it's very important for us to understand. If we respect and we come with good faith, that will run ahead of any other society because they're so well structured. They have an amazing governance structure. We just have to respect it, use it. And on the right-hand side, sorry, the last very important issue, if it's going to be a genuine non-carbon benefit project, it's got to be linked to the annual reports that all countries in the world have to deliver on how they perform on their nationally defined contribution against climate change, how they perform. So it takes a very strict monitoring, reporting, and verification system. One can do whatever they want, but if you want it to be recognized in a national institutional setting, in global climate change context, we need to look at that. I don't have apparently time to look into that, but it's a very interesting tool that will help us improve performing and also designing our initiatives. Is there any more? Then I better... Next. I can leave that for questions afterwards, how this works, but please be aware, this is not only about compliance with financial budgets and activities, this is about learning, let people have their subjective point of view, what are the most significant changes that they observe, and let only the best stories come to the ministerial level so that they can be distributed at a global level. Yeah, we can come back to details, of course.
Thank you so much, Klaus. Thanks for your enthusiasm. I think it's really useful for all of us to actually learn a bit the theory behind the non-carbon benefits, which is quite new as a concept, but can really help us bring local solutions to global problems. So thank you so much. And we will make sure to continue asking questions in the dialogue part. Right now, I mean, we have a video to watch. It's a video from Praveen, who will be our next panelist. He is the founder of Volcanoes Safaris. He founded the company in 1997, and he's basically at the forefront of reviving gorilla tourism in Uganda and Rwanda, and has been recognized for his model of sustainable great ape tourism. But before inviting Praveen, can we get the video, please, on screen? Thank you.
We all do tourism, in effect, for ourselves. We do conservation work for ourselves. But I've often thought that we who are the privileged of the world really need to think again about how we turn this paradigm around, so that we're not doing it for ourselves, but we do it for the poorest communities in Africa. Throughout the world, there have been moments when we haven't handled the human and wildlife interaction well. And the Batwa is a classic example of that in modern times in Uganda. This is 1991, as you know. In Mugahinga, they said, okay, this is now going to be a national park for the conservation of gorillas, and the Batwa who have lived there for millennia can no longer live there. They became what is called conservation refugees. They were not given any other land or any other rights or compensation. I found a people that was stranded, a people without dignity, and were at the margins of society. We also created what is called a heritage trail at our lodge in Gahinga, where you could share some of their life, how they used to hunt, share how their medicinal herbs were made. This has now taken us on another journey. We bought some land for them last year to build their own homes. The Batwa are one of the oldest surviving indigenous peoples in the Central African forests. They are our forefathers. Today we are very, very proud to officially launch the Gahinga Batwa village. Why are we not marshalling their old history and their connection to their forest and their safeguarding of the forest in the modern world? This is crucial. We cannot just have parks that look after wildlife. Somehow they must look after communities. It is a landmark project, and it is a privilege to be able to support the Gahinga Batwa in this small way. Finally, they have a proper home in the shadow of their beloved volcanoes. These are some of the most beautiful areas in Africa. The communities of this area have suffered some of the most, and it's important to bring hope to these areas. I'm sure if we work with the Batwa and the wider communities here, they will do their part to help preserve the park and help gorilla conservation and tourism. And I do believe we all need to work hard at righting the wrongs that indigenous communities have had.
gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for asking me to be here. I first walked in the Virungas with my father when I was age 12. It now seems like 100 years ago. As you see, it was like an idyllic landscape, like a lost paradise. I'd heard about Dian Fossey's pioneering work with gorillas. In 1997, these memories gave me the urge to rebuild tourism around the gorilla and chimp parks after years of conflict in the Great Lakes of Africa, as some of the African people in this room will know. This has somehow made us accidental pioneers of gorilla and chimpanzee tourism. In the clip, you've seen the Batwa of Gahinga in Uganda, a people I happen to have first known something about since childhood. And these people were displaced when the park was created in 1991, which is relatively recent in human history. But as we all know, people have often been displaced throughout the world when national parks have been created. And I believe that has not been handled well in many parts of the world. I believe people must be part of the conservation chain, not to put it in a dry way, but I hope in a way that recognizes that people are as important as wildlife. And I think if we respect people, they will actually be guardians of the threatened species and the special spaces of the earth, as they always have been. And Ivan, my colleague from Panama, I seem to be very heavily connected with the Panama people today, but they too have similar philosophies, as you've heard, that these are the people who safeguard the most important places in the world. And it's a funny journey that I've ended up on this, talking today about community tourism, because 2022 marks the 25th anniversary of our journey to try and connect the sensitive and controlled ecotourism and conservation of threatened gorillas and chimpanzees to protecting habitat and giving communities a stake in the forgotten forests of Uganda and Rwanda. I have to say, working in post-conflict countries, creating forest tourism, creating community-derived hospitality models, and working together has been a story of some experimentation, determination, success, and failure. So after 25 years, our work remains a work in progress. Sometimes it seems in life, and I'm sure many of you will share this, that the longer you work, the journey seems to get longer rather than shorter. But I must say, I take hope from Gaudi's great Basilica de la Sagrada Familia in Barcelona. There it is, a work in progress, 140 years later almost. So perhaps one day I will get on my journey as well. But what has this taught me? Why am I talking about the communities? You know, much is said about community tourism, much is said about community involvement, community empowerment. Much is controversial, much I think is challengeable. Much of it is something that we need to discuss with care. My view is simple. You don't work with communities to help them. You don't work with communities to patronize them. You do it out of self-interest. There's a simple message in this. If you want conservation to succeed, if you want tourism to succeed, especially in remote places, and if you want species such as the iconic gorilla to succeed, then you focus on the communities. So I would hope we'd stop doing the work, we'd stop saying we're doing them a favor. I hope we do it with respect and work with them in a way that they will support our efforts and be guardians. So what do I want to talk about today in terms of my experience? Well, there are three particular points. One is that conservation in the widest sense of the word, whether of a threatened species or of a specific landscape or a set of buildings like in this city, has to be part of an economic mainstream. It has to pay. Now this might seem callous, but I think it's important to get it right. You have to preserve and cherish the product, whatever it is. Secondly, I believe sensitive and controlled tourism has been critical for great apes around in this part of the world. And I'll come later to the fact that I think it's also critical for tourism as a whole. I also believe that the focus of conservation has to be the communities, as I've said, because then they will be champions of it. The mountain gorilla model that has been set up from the 80s, not by us, but by governments and conservationists working together in Uganda and Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we had the gentleman, the minister for the DRC earlier today, is actually a very specific, very niche, very tiny, but so far very successful model. And in many ways, the problem of the gorillas is not dissimilar to places like Barcelona. Both are small, fragile habitats with pressure caused by mankind. Barcelona, I understand, has an area of 100 square kilometers. The mountain gorilla habitat between the three countries I mentioned has a habitat of about 700 square kilometers. So not very different. Contrast this with the larger famous wilderness habitats. Serengeti has 30,000 square kilometers and Yellowstone 70,000 square kilometers. There's only about 1,100 gorillas left, mountain gorillas left in this tiny fragile habitat. They're under pressure, as I said, from man, from disease, from habitat loss. Diane Fossey, the famous researcher, was against gorilla tourism because of her fears on the health of gorillas. Well, after 25 years pioneering gorilla tourism, I believe gorillas would not have survived without tourism. And yet, if you have too much tourism, that would have also probably destroyed the gorillas. So it's a balance, and a balance that gives us a message for tourism as a whole. Because if local people had not had an interest in gorillas and economic benefit, they would not have supported gorilla tourism. They would have probably wanted to get rid of the forest and use it for cultivation. As the poorest people in the world, they don't study flora and fauna. They don't pay $1,500 a pop to go and see the gorillas. They need bread on the table, education for children, and health facilities. Tourism helps pay for this, and because it's a high-value, low-impact product. It's $1,500 per person per day in Rwanda and about $700 in Uganda. And the way the model is structured, depending on the different countries, 5 to 10% of the revenue is given by governments to fund community projects. So every gorilla permit that a person buys helps fund the development of the community. And of course, the tourism economy funds other things in the area and is central to the development of this very difficult and troubled land. So it's important to recognize the work that the governments of Rwanda, the DRC, and Uganda have done in protecting the gorillas, in protecting the habitat, and in providing support for the communities. But this is all managed on the basis of tiny tourism, of about 100 visitors a day in Rwanda and 160. So gorilla holiday, as it happens, is not just like an ordinary vacation. It helps preserve the park, it helps protect gorillas, it is an exploration of a whole ecosystem, the culture of the people and the land, and hopefully it is supporting communities to have a better future. So in conclusion, let me just draw some messages from this. As I said, mountain gorilla tourism is a niche and small tourism and has seemed to have worked well. I wonder whether we should be looking at the same sort of model in other mainstream tourism activities. Because aren't the issues the same? Aren't the issues universal? One is the product. We all have products we want to sell, and we end up selling more and more of them. But actually, if we control them, as Tony Wheeler mentioned earlier, and if we respect them, there's a better hope that we'll survive. So that we don't get overcrowding in the Rambla, or in San Marco, or in Mount Cook in New Zealand. So if we are to address the challenge of tomorrow, address the future of tourism as this conference wishes to do, I would ask whether we should be looking at models from niche tourism, from small-scale wilderness and adventure tourism, and see how they can apply to wider mainstream tourism. How can we take the central message of protecting a product, i.e. conservation, of having sensitive and controlled tourism, and making sure that it's done in conjunction with communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Praveen. I really hope that we can take those positive models mainstream and they can be replicated in many, many locations. This brings us to our fourth panelist, David Hernandez. He's the founder and CEO of Pangea, the travel agent with a purpose, who's been involved in trying to advance sustainable development for more than a decade. And we're looking forward, David, to learning why you're going to make a difference with Pangea. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot before for the invitation. It's a honor for me to be here, and I hope it's helpful. I'm going to talk mainly about two main topics and issues. One is the demand, how is evolving the demand and how is shifting over the past few years, and particularly with COVID crisis, towards sustainability. And secondly, what are we doing? What are we doing in Pangea in order to surf this wave or take the lead in this trend? First of all, experiences, okay? This is a trend that is coming from before the pandemic, so we have seen how the customers, more and more, the travelers and tourism, each time they are not only looking for a hotel, a destination, or a monument, but they are looking to live experiences, local experiences in destinations. And we have seen a tremendous change, particularly the last 2 years, particularly in Spain. And we have seen cities like Barcelona, which is a fantastic tourism destination, how this summer was at 60%, 70% occupancy, whilst other destinations, more in the nature or more local destinations, have been totally overcrowded. So we are seeing a tremendous change, and this is one of the things that we are trying to target in Pangea, and this is one of the reasons and origins of Pangea. In Pangea, we sell over 80% of the products that we sell are particular destinations, particular experiences in local destinations. Second trend is sustainability. And it is quite surprising, and particularly the last 2-3 years, how are we seeing that people are concerned about sustainability when they are deciding and when they are making a decision on where to travel. And we have seen in Pangea, for instance, how people is starting to care about if they are going to a safari, like what Praveen was saying before, to see if in this safari they are taking care of local communities or animals. And this is something that was not happening 5 or 10 years ago, but we are seeing this trend now. So the sustainability is a criteria that people are using and considering in order to make a decision whether they go to a destination or to a different trip. And the third one is technology. And technology is here and is crowding everything that we are living today. And without technology, it's impossible to think about the first two trends. Without technology, we can see that we have maybe isolated initiatives, but thanks to technology, we can make these two trends to become a global topic. So technology is not only really important in order for all of these things to happen, but also it's critical to make them sustainable and profitable, because no one wants to set up a business and not being profitable or losing money. So if you want to take advantage of the first two trends and being able to capture them and serve them, we need technology as an enabler, okay? So this is a wave that is taking place, that is accelerating, and that won't stop. We can learn and try to learn how to surf it, or we can get drowned by this wave. So now we're going to see what are we doing in Pangea in order to try to learn how to surf this wave and how to take advantage of this wave. Basically, we are considering 4 main and key initiatives in Pangea. One is developing experiences, sustainability, working with local communities, and working on the carbon footprint. And we are doing things today that we are already putting in place with the resources that we now have, but we are working on what are we going to be doing tomorrow with more resources and ambition. First of all, in terms of experiences, as I was saying before, the origin of Pangea is to sell experiences and local experiences to our customers. And as I was mentioning before, over 80% of our sales are local experiences, not so much traditional tourism or destinations. And we have been growing over the initial 4 years of life of Pangea, 2015, 2018, above 70% per year. So this is not something that is not profitable, this is not something that is not happening, but it's something that people is looking more and more, okay? So we are working with our customers and we are working with our providers in order to develop local experiences for our customers. But what are we aiming to do tomorrow? Not only to select and develop experiences, local experiences with our providers, but to create them, to create unique experiences partnering with our providers. As the example that Praveed was putting on the table, let's work with providers in each local destinations to develop and create these kind of experiences to make a difference with our customers. The second point is sustainability. As I was saying before, this is each time more and more a criteria, a decision criteria for our customers. So what we are doing now is selecting providers and destinations that are taking care of sustainability in their processes and empowering them to push towards this goal. What we are aiming to do tomorrow is to exclusively work with these kind of providers, and destinations which sustainability is in the core of their businesses. The third topic is local communities. We are selecting in Pangea local NGOs in each continent to develop experiences to support local communities and sensitize travelers. And this is key also in our DNA. We are working with companies like what Praveed was saying in order to develop and work with NGOs in its destination. And what we are aiming to do in the future is not only selecting local NGOs to work and develop experiences with them, but sorry, this is not working, but to engage with these local NGOs to create experiences involving travelers. When in my honeymoon 15 years ago, I spent 2 months in Thailand, and I spent 1 week in an NGO with an orphanage in Thailand. It made the whole difference in the trip. It changed my life, and it changed my impact and totally the trip that we were developing. So I think people are looking more and more after this kind of experiences, and this is something that we have to take advantage and develop. And finally, the carbon footprint. And this is something more new to us. And here we are trying to engage with providers and global organizations in order to reduce our carbon footprint. And we are doing it step by step now, mainly with airlines and global organizations. But our aim in the future is not only to engage, but to develop our own projects to ensure that by 2025, we can assure that the footprint that we generate in terms of carbon is zero with all of the trips and destinations that we're selling. And finally, below all of this, obviously, we are developing the technological platform that allows us to support all of these initiatives, because again, it's very difficult to do all of this and be profitable unless you have technology. So we need technology to support all of these trends and initiatives in order to make them not only isolated initiatives, but to make them a trend and to move forward. And this is it.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Pangea. It's been great to learn from all of you. I mean, we've heard about policy, we've heard about a new concept, we've heard about practice, and also about the demand. And now we even have time for a round of questions. So I'm extremely happy to all the panelists for having been so good with time. The first question I will ask to the minister, dear Mr. Eskildsen. You know, when revising the nationally determined contributions during our work on climate change, we realized that Panama recently submitted an updated NDC, and we were delighted to see how the tourism strategies are actually referred inside the NDC as a tool for the country to advance biodiversity protection. So I was wondering, how is interministerial coordination working, especially with your environmental colleagues, so that we can make sure that this framework on non-carbon benefits in tourism is supporting the implementation of your NDC?
Thank you, Virginia. Well, for us, it is a very important key pillar to work together with the appropriate Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Culture especially, and also the scientific community. That's why we shared in the presentation that we have developed the Tourism Conservation Research Alliance to work together as one team with one strategy. And the reason why this is so important comes from David's presentation, because as today's travelers, and especially this segment that we mentioned that's been quantified at over 500 million travelers of discerning travelers, because they are demanding this, let's say, conscience about the destination and sustainability within the destination, there is no other way to develop these type of experiences without working with the Ministry of Environment, without working with the Ministry of Culture, because they each have their own labor or their own work within the government. So if we're talking about a national park and you want to work a tourism experience there, there's plenty of work always to make sure the experience is feasible and for tour operators to connect and learn from that possible experience. So along the way, the only way to be able to correctly develop these experiences is working together hand in hand. And as you see, our focus is that we want to capture or attract this very potent and powerful demand of millions of travelers. So, and that's the focus. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Minister. Now we know what it takes from a minister to bring these concepts forward. You were referring to David, so I think the second question I will address to you, David. So given your insights on how demand is changing and the preferences of your clients, and taking into account the fact that as a travel agent, you basically sit at the intersection between the destination and what it offers and the tourists themselves, what would you be asking from governments, ministries of tourism, operators on the ground, and other stakeholders in the value chain so that we can really accelerate that demand for responsible products and regenerative experiences?
Probably two things, and one of them was introducing Ivan in this regard. First one is that we work together, because many times, and I see it over the past year here in our country, we are seeing that the public sector and the private sector are not working together, are not working on the same direction. And sustainability is not an easy concept. It's not, there are no easy solutions. If we are not working together, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So if we want to move forward, we need to work together, public and private sectors as one, because we are in the same country, we have same goals and objectives, so I think this is critical. And when it comes to providers and the private sector, what I would tell everyone is to bet on sustainability, because it pays off. You know, if we keep on working with a traditional product, traditional destinations, we will only fight with price. And it's nonsense. We need to develop new products. We need to bet on sustainability. We need to bet on experiences. And here we can make a difference, and we can really make it a profitable business. So these are probably the two things that I would suggest.
Thank you so much, David. I think that helps. It also connects well with something that Praveen was saying and that I was echoing. How do we mainstream these efforts on the ground? Like, for example, the efforts of Volcano Safaris, bringing on board the local communities and really making them, empowered with the tourism initiatives that take place in their territories. What would be your recipe, Praveen, or your recommendations so that these experiences can really become mainstream, having heard also what David and the Minister have just mentioned?
In the niche world of adventure travel and wilderness travel and safari travel, there are many different examples around the world where companies have connected ecotourism to conservation and communities in a different way. And I think that becomes a win-win solution. What we are seeing in the mainstream travel world, which is much more important, much bigger, for huge scale relative to the niche travel, that is not in sync. So I don't claim to have the answers, but my question is this: would it not be a good idea to use some of the models from the niche world and try and apply them to the mainstream world?
I definitely think it would be a good idea. I see an alignment there with the framework that Panama is putting forward. And that brings me to the last question, which I am going to take everyone more on the concept of non-carbon benefits again. The question is for Klaus, of course. We watched the video where we saw the experience with the Batua communities in Uganda from Praveen. I'd like to ask Klaus, having watched the video, Klaus, how do you think the experience relates with the non-carbon benefit concept that you were presenting? Would you have, let's say, some things to highlight from the video we saw that you would say, this is non-carbon benefit, this is non-carbon benefit, so that our audience can really visualize, the concept through the video that we watched?
I certainly paid attention to the very beginning of the video, where you were mentioning issues related to land rights. And later, and now again, you mentioned empowerment. Both those two concepts relate very much to governance. Because governance, as I mentioned, is how you govern yourself. And that requires a jurisdiction from your own point of view. You have a local authority which has a jurisdiction. That comes with land rights. If you don't have it, you don't have the political, administrative, governance territory. So on that side, I consider it's a very strong approach in terms of non-carbon benefit definition. But of course, I cannot know is how do you monitor the effect of what you try to pursue. And no one, to be honest, today would be able to do it because we're just setting up and getting recognition for the monitoring, reporting, and verification system that comes with the concept. But it also, what I didn't manage to share with you was the result of what's called the most significant change monitoring process. There was a text saying that the Mbara and Vanal communities highlighted that the most important for them in the water project, the non-carbon benefit water project, which might as well have been a tourism project, was exactly what you mentioned, that they had moved ahead getting their territorial titling claim defined. Okay, so no matter what thematic or topic we work within the non-carbon benefits concept, then it's important to open your mind and look at governance issues, look at land right issues, the access control over the resources being the attractions in the tourism business or water resources or whatever. So look at into control of resources in any sense is very important and is taken care of. Now,
Thank you, Klaus. I think we're running out of time. I know we could continue discussing the whole afternoon, and I invite you to do so while we take a coffee. I just want to recap 3 key words. So collaboration for non-carbon benefits. We need governance. Of course, we need dialogue. And I'd like to thank the panelists. They've been extraordinary. Thank you for showing us the human face of climate action with local communities and how we can advance global challenges with local solutions. Thank you all for your interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Yes.
can I have 2 extra minutes?
2 extra minutes.
I need 2 extra minutes. I actually forgot we have an amazing video
Okay,
to
I
show
think we
with
can
an
go-
iconic
Yes.
experience.
Please
Thank you
go
so
on.
much. So this is to close. An iconic experience that will make you all want to travel to Panama right away.
And I believe I speak for everyone when I say, Minister Ivan, when you want to formally invite us, we want to go. So we're in. Thank you all. Thank you very much. So our next speakers will debate a primordial topic, recovering the oceans. One is the granddaughter of the revered Jacques Cousteau and daughter of renowned Philippe Cousteau. Alexandra Cousteau has mastered the art of storytelling to help ocean conservation programs engage record audiences for action to try to regenerate the life of the oceans. The other is the former president of Ecuador and currently president of the FIDAL Foundation, which promotes the development and integration of Latin America. With them, Jorge Brown, the vice president of the Advanced Leadership Foundation, who will moderate this debate. So, recovering the oceans, let's invite our guests.
No, you go in the middle.
I'll go
As
in the middle?
moderator, yeah.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Well, we'll sit over there, and I'll sit over here, which is good. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. And I want to thank all the people who are watching our live stream on YouTube. We have over 7,000 people connected at certain moments of the summit, so thank you so much for joining us on this live stream. Right now, we're going to talk about something which I think it's fantastic, because everybody talks about sustainability. And sustainability is good, it's fine, but I think we are way past that point. And we have to start talking not only about being sustainable, but about recovering from all the damage we've done, particularly in the oceans. So I want to thank both my friends Rosalia and Alexandra to join us here and to share their views about recovering the oceans in the future for tourism. Alexandra, whenever you want.
Yeah, thank you, Jorge. Presidenta. It's an honor to be here with you both today. Hello, everyone. It's really wonderful for me to be here to speak about oceans in the context of tourism. But I think I'm just going to start with oceans because that's my world. And it's a world that I was born into, of course. Anyone who grew up watching my grandfather and my father's documentaries were well aware of how the oceans looked in the 60s and 70s. They were abundant, pristine, they were diverse, and there wasn't a trace of plastic. But in spite of the fact that my grandfather and my father and countless others have called for us to protect and conserve our oceans, we haven't managed to do it. When my grandfather taught me to scuba dive, I was 7 years old. And I dove into the water in the south of France and experienced a very different ocean from the one that my daughter will experience when she goes scuba diving next year. Over the course of my life, we've lost half of our oceans. Half of the fish and whales and life that existed there when my grandfather first invented scuba diving is gone. And so, as Jorge said, the time for conserving what we have left is over. Sustaining the half of the oceans that are still here is insufficient. And the good news is that it's actually possible to rebuild the abundance that my grandfather first explored by 2050. Science tells us that it is. And believing in science as I do, we have dedicated ourselves to turning that science to action. But consider for a moment the impact that that loss of blue natural capital, of life in the ocean, what that loss represents for our experience of the world. And what else is tourism if it's not a way to experience the world? It's one of my favorite things about going on expedition and traveling and arriving in new places. It's the sights and the sounds and the smells, the new people, the new places, the new ideas and memories and experiences that I have when I travel. Well, that's why people go. and explore something that they've never experienced before, or go back to a beloved place. Because those sights and sounds evoke emotion. And when we lose our ocean, we lose so much of what evokes emotion when we travel. So for me, I think ocean restoration is at the heart of the future of tourism. I don't see that there can be any other way than to embrace tourism that, as the Minister of Panama said this morning, is able to regenerate our environment, but also the cultures and traditions of the people who have lived with that environment for so long. It's hard to get to a better place without a vision of where to go. And we spend a lot of our time in our discussions about the environment or news coverage of what's happening in the environment, monitoring our losses, talking about what we've lost. I think that if we want to get to a more abundant place, it's time to monitor our gains, to share practices, ideas, successes, in how we are able to bring back the things that have disappeared, to share those with each other, to learn from each other, and to build on our knowledge base of how to rebuild our oceans and not simply account for what we've lost. And then we can share that with the people who come visit. I don't think there is anything more empowering in a world where people grieve the loss of the places that they love than to be able to be part of their resurrection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alexandra. That's extremely moving, and I think it fits right into one of the things that President Arteaga has been doing for many, many years in her country, where we have one of the most important reserves, natural reserves in the oceans. So, President Arteaga, whenever you want, I would love to hear your thoughts about this.
Thank you, Jorge, and nice to share with you, Alexandra, this panel. And thanks to the organization for inviting me to be part of it. Well, after seeing the beautiful video that Minister of Panama showed us, the beauties of Panama, I think it's not hard to talk about the beauty of the oceans, how we take from the oceans not only the food, but the possibility to breathe, the possibility to enjoy landscapes, and to be aware about how the nature alive has to be. When we see, on the other hand, what's happening with the oceans and the risk that we have to lose the healthy life in the oceans, on the seas, and what's happening with the animals that live there. Alexandra talked about the whales, and we can talk about the iguanas or the turtles or the dolphins or the other species that are there. And we see how destructive could be the presence of humanity, of men and women. And when I feel in my skin, because we are suffering what's happening with Galapagos Island, that is in total risk because of the predatory ships, boats that go and try to take everything that is alive from this wonderful place that is considered the most important laboratory, natural laboratory of the world, declared by UNESCO, but also that helps to develop the science when Darwin goes to Galapagos and develop the idea of the natural selection or the evolving of the species. We know that it was probably impossible to create those ideas without Galapagos Island, and they are totally in risk. And when we see what's happening in other places of the world, with the seas disappearing, with islands also disappearing, with the flora and the fauna of the ocean disappearing, we say what we can do. When it started, the pandemic of COVID-19, at the beginning, we were thinking that probably we are going to reshape the world because we were isolated at homes and the nature was recovering in certain way the place. But when you see how we are doing with the plastic everywhere, when you have a delivery to home with the food, the amount of plastic is horrible. And you see and feel that we didn't learn about what was happening during the pandemic times. And I find that trying to answer the question to how to recover the seas, we have to work in two fields. One field is the science. Science can give us a lot of answers about how to do and how to deal with our responsibilities. Science hand by hand with ethics, of course, because if science goes alone, you are not going to have good results because you can destroy. But if you have science and ethics together, you can create a better environment. That's one, in one hand. And in the other hand, and probably more important, is education. It is the only thing that can save us from the total destruction. The consciousness about what we are responsible to do, that what we had inheritance, what are the legacy that we can give to the other generations. And when you can modify habits, especially in small kids, in young persons, because for us, it is very difficult to modify habits. If you try, and I made an experience sometimes with some of my students, and I say, cross your arms. Can I ask you to cross your arms? Like this? Please, can you cross your arms? And I say, don't cross your arms. Do it 3 times, please. 3 times. And I say to you, modify the way that you put your hands. And you say, put in the other way. Okay? And I ask you again, cross your hands, your arms. You made it in the same way that the first time, because you have to think about how to modify it. Then habits are very hard to modify. Probably, in a way, science can modify habits. Because, for example, when we have a smartphone and we have to use a single finger, or you modify your habits and you have the laptop or the phone on the side of your bed. It was impossible in the past times when I was a young person. It was impossible to think that you are going to sleep with a computer on your side. But now we are doing that. Well, habits can be modified by science. But when you want to have a deep modification of your habits, it's only by education. When you start with the small kids and you start with young persons, trying to put in their brains what's happening, showing them the situation that we are living, and showing them what are the possibilities in the near future or in the next future that we are going to live. Then, if we have to think about how to restore oceans and how to restore the quality of life in the planet, we have to talk about education. And to have good quality of education, we have to have good teachers. And that's another thing, we have to train good teachers. I'm a teacher, then I'm thinking like a teacher and talking about the importance of education. Education and science with ethics are the only responses.
Thank you so much. Well, I don't want to dive into the most recent documentary, which has us all scared with conspiracy. But if you would have to say, what would be your 2 or 3 specific actions you would recommend governments or international organizations that we should take to recovering the oceans? Would it be, or even recommendations for us as a society, 2 or 3 specific recommendations? What would you say?
Well, I think the first thing that we need to do to protect our oceans is to address climate change. Climate change is number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the list of danger to the ocean. And we need to accelerate our efforts to do that. The other thing I think would be incredibly important, especially when you have opportunities to innovate and scale new industries like the seaweed industry, for example, would be to streamline the process of that scaling. So seaweed farming is extraordinary. It sequesters an enormous amount of CO2, depending on where it is and what type of seaweed it is. It creates industrial feedstock for everything from cosmetics to biofuels to plastic. And it has all of these outcomes for the ocean that are just extraordinary. It oxygenates the water, deacidifies the water, mitigates climate change, creates habitat for biodiversity. It also creates local economies. It helps with a just transition. Women are predominantly seaweed farmers, and so there's a gender benefit there as well. It's just an extraordinary opportunity for us to scale a regenerative industry in the ocean that can become the cornerstone of a regenerative blue economy. One of the big problems is that seaweed farming is not treated equally by all countries. And so while in some countries they've identified seaweed farming as beneficial for the ocean and they fast-track seaweed farming permits, other countries like the United States have a very slow and arduous permitting process that is treated almost like getting an oil and gas permit. And so I think what governments can do to help break us out of the paradigm that we're in today is to look at these innovative new solutions and fast-track them with great policy, funding, whatever it is that they can do to make this happen faster is extraordinarily important, because there are so many new technologies and new ideas and new opportunities, innovations, ingenuity that's being deployed right now for the oceans. And governments have, I think, a responsibility to future generations to accelerate our adoption of those solutions.
And for example, Rosalia, you have been involved in many international organizations. What specific policies would you recommend that would be implemented in open sea waters, which they're not controlled by states, but that there are so many different, the fishing industry is so huge and so destructive, it's extremely destructive. As Alexandra just said, seaweed accounts for almost 60 to 70% of the carbon sequester in the planet. But we cannot control the ocean. What would be your recommendations as a international regulator that you think specifically we could do?
Yeah. When we learned in school that talking about which elements are infinite, people used to say water, for example, and we know that it's not true. Water is not infinite, it's finite. And when you talk about the oceans, when you see the dimension of the oceans, people think that it's not possible to end with this resource and what is inside the oceans. Then it is so important to recommend, of course, to the countries, to the governmental level, to have laws that are appropriate to preserve the oceans. But it's also so important to convince the people about the importance of preserving the oceans. And it's a responsibility of all of us, not only to the government. Sometimes we leave to the governments the possibility to do everything, and that's how the world is now, in a bad condition, because we leave only to the governments. What we can do as civil society to improve the quality of life, how we can improve the quality of the land and the quality of the oceans and not let others to destroy it. It is taking the tool of education. As Alexandra says, she talked about technology, but technology is applied science. Then science is so important also. Then we must believe on this kind of alternatives, because if no, no way, no way. We are, I remember the last report of IPCC saying that we are crossing the red line. Crossing the red line is not going back. We want to go back in the terms of saving the planet, of saving the forest. I had the opportunity to work on the Amazon jungle for some years, like General Secretary of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, and we had a lot of challenges on the Amazon to protect the rivers, to protect the fisheries, because the source of proteins of people, especially poor people in the Amazon, is fish. As it's the same in other parts of the world with the fishes from the ocean, the only source of protein. Then what we can do if it ends? You are not taking care about the food protection, the food security that we need to have. Then we must do all we have in hands. Be very exigent with governments about law, about the framework that the law can maintain, and also about the action and the activities that we human beings we can do. In that terms, education is key, and also science or applied science like technology.
Oh, fantastic. And I understand that fish is a great source of protein for many people, but there is so much overfishing in the world, and the bycatch, which is, I think, it is the what harms the most the environment in the oceans. But oceans are extremely forgiving in a way that if we leave them at peace for some time, they recover at a pace which is and it's incredible. Through COVID, we saw that in many areas.
years experience in the private and public sector in the tourism sector. He's been working for Daisy in RC Latin American Travel Board. He's been managing director of the Fondo Nacional de Fondo del Turismo, Director General of Development of Tourist Projects. He carried out diplomacy roles in Mexico, for Mexico, in Spain for 4 years. He's also fellowship and speaker in several countries. And he is Secretary of State of Tourism of the state of Tamaulipas, Mexico. María Muro is Director General of Tourism in Barcelona. She was Director General of Tourism in Barcelona from 2011 to 2016. He promoted public-private collaboration with the creation of the tax for the state tax in the hotel sector. Her job was indispensable. Since 2016, she's been the director of the Group Julia, which is a tour operator, and she's been manager of the Catalan Association of Traveling Agencies and Director General of Tourism of the City Council of Barcelona. Ana Otero, the manager of the Touristic Campus of the University of Girona. She is currently technical dynamizer of the Tourism Campus of the University of Girona, where she has been an associate professor involved in several projects regarding plural and diverse tourism. She's worked for the Picasso in Barcelona, the Hispanic Museum, the Detroit Institute of Arts in the United States, Tampa Music of Arts in Tampa, and the Jalisco College, Guadalajara, Mexico. She's been a coordinator of the Salvador Museum, Salvador Dali in Estados Unidos, United States, where she was responsible of the didactic programming of the museum. She's been a member of the Board of Friends of the Art of the Museum of Girona, where she has helped programming the agenda of both associations. I just wanted to explain the background of all of them because we have a great panel today. It is a panel that's diverse. We have a representative from the academic and the corporate government world, so we think it's diverse enough to talk about the national commitment of responsible tourism. Please, Luis, could you please tell us what do you think from the point of view of the Academy of the necessity of such a responsible tourism?
Pues de entrada agradecer la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation, first of all.
Después de todo el día de oír la necesidad
all the
del
presentations,
turismo responsable sería un poco
need for responsible tourism, I think it's obvious.
No voy a ser tan
So I won't dare to go in a different direction. From the point of view of the Academy, one of the elements that you have pointed out during my introduction is key when we want to find responsibility from the point of view of the Academy. Basically, it's the ability of conveying or transferring everything we can generate from the Academy, which is a lot, it's diverse, and on top of that, it's not very well known.
Por nuestra culpa también, es decir,
we are responsible for that, partly at least.
Decálogo en el European Charter for Researchers,
Charter for Research, we have a set of rules that sets a number of elements such as responsibility during our research as one of the important elements. But there are other elements I would like to highlight from the point of view of this contact with responsible tourism. The first one is the dissemination of the
Desde la
results.
academia estamos
From
trabajando
the
muy
academy, we're
fondo
working
con elementos como el Open Access
hard with elements such as
movement, que
the Open Access movement,
tiene la bondad de poner a
which has the
disposición
advantage
de
of
toda la comunidad,
providing
de toda
all the whole
la
community,
investigación, sobre todo la que se
or giving
financia
access
con
to the whole
dinero
community
público,
to the research that's financed with public funds.
También usamos
We
mucha
also
red
use
social,
social
pero red
networks.
social ahora, si ahora pido a la audiencia
But if I ask
si
the
alguien
audience
conoce
whether
la red
or
social
not you
ResearchGate, pues
know
probablemente
ResearchGate,
pocos de vosotros lo
I'm sure not
utilizaréis,
many
pero
of you
la red
are aware of
social
it,
de
but
investigación
this is
junto con
a
Google
research
Scholar
social
que
network together with Google
permite
Scholar
acceder a
that
cualquier persona
allows
del mundo
anyone
a todo lo que
in the
se está
world to
publicando
access to
en tiempo real.
any
Con lo cual,
publication,
son elementos
research
que yo
publication
creo
in
que
real time. So
desde
these
el
are
punto de vista
elements
de
from
la
that from the point of view of dissemination
la puesta digamos, en público de todos
making
los resultados que
results
generamos
available
desde la academia,
from the academy.
tenemos que potenciar para
We need
ser más
to
responsables.
promote in order to be more responsible.
Y otro es claramente
Another
la
element
implicación pública,
is the public
concepto de engagement que tanto suena ahora, ¿no? Pero ahí sí que tenemos que ser muy conscientes de que en la academia y el contacto de la academia con el resto de interlocutores de la cuádruple Helix, si queremos, pues tenemos que dar especial relevancia a la implicación de todos ellos. Y ahí, por ejemplo, nos gusta mucho hablar recientemente de la idea de residentes permanentes y residentes temporales. Y ahí, hablando de residentes temporales, no solo hablamos de visitantes, de turistas, sino podemos hablar de los nómadas digitales, de los estudiantes Erasmus que tenemos tantos en nuestras ciudades hoy en día, que son residentes durante periodos cortos de tiempo, no funcionan como turistas tal cual, no funcionan como residentes permanentes tal cual, y digamos, la implicación de todos ellos realmente puede ayudarnos a dar un poco esa mejor imagen de lo que entendemos por responsabilidad dentro del turismo. No quiero alargarme mucho más, prefiero
Pues muchísimas gracias. Gracias. Comparto absolutamente el concepto de transferir conocimiento y sobre todo de compartir responsabilidades, más que incluso de transferir conocimientos. Gracias por tu incorporación. Rafa, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo crees que el sector privado acogerá este compromiso que hemos presentado hoy aquí?
Bueno, yo, buenas tardes a todos y gracias por pensar en las pymes en eventos de gran magnitud como este, porque pienso que es importante, somos el 30% del mercado y siempre tenemos que estar, ¿no? Dicho esto, quería explicaros dos casos muy concretos que han pasado en mi sector de agencias de viajes emisoras en plena pandemia. Una es una asociación que montamos justo en el mes de marzo, abril del año pasado, ¿no? Y es la primera asociación de España, se hace a nivel de agencias llamadas de aventura, que hacemos producto propio. Y dentro de los 5 objetivos básicos, los dos primeros son de responsabilidad con el planeta. Obligamos a los socios a que sigan esta línea, si no, no pueden estar, ¿no? Y el debate con el que empezamos a hablar con nuestros compañeros es un poco lo que tenemos hoy, ¿no? ¿Qué es ser responsable con el planeta? ¿Quién está pasando esta línea y quién no? ¿Qué normas nos ponemos y que no las pase a quien echamos fuera y a quien no? Si no lo hacen así, no se le frena. También es verdad que hemos pensado en hacer pocos objetivos fáciles y útiles. Y luego que yo dividiría un poco el turismo responsable en dos ámbitos, ¿no? El visual, el fácil, el de sentido común de todo el mundo. Nadie quiere ir con un grupo de 80 personas, nadie quiere llegar a la playa y encontrarse llena de plásticos. Y luego el etéreo, o el más político, que es el cambio climático, la digitalización, lo primero es muy nuestro cliente lo entiende rápidamente y llegamos muy fácilmente. Lo segundo es un poco más
And the
complicado.
second set of
Esa es una
objectives are a
iniciativa
bit
que
more
viene del sector de
complicated. This
agencias
initiative comes
privadas,
from the travel agency sector.
hemos pagado y hemos
It
financiado.
is a
Y la
private
segunda,
initiative,
que también
therefore,
coincide,
and the second
hemos montado
one,
la Sociedad Nova Geográfica de Cataluña,
la Asociación
una
Nova
sociedad
Geográfica
geográfica que la
Geographic Association,
dinamiza el sector de las agencias de viajes, preocupados por estos, y lo
by the
comparten
travel
con
agency
periodistas, con fotógrafos,
industry,
antropólogos, y estamos
journalists,
también
anthropologists,
en
and
dos proyectos muy frescos
we
que al
are
final
involved in two
resumen el debate
projects
lo que hay aquí en esta casa, ¿no?
that summarize
Desde
the
el
debate
punto de
we're
vista mío
holding
de
here today.
pragmatismo empresarial,
From the point of view of a company, pragmatic point of view of a company,
no nos hemos puesto de acuerdo, estamos trabajando en esto, pero sí que tenemos dos mensajes
we
claros,
have
¿no?
to
Hacer
make
pocas cosas
messages,
fáciles y cumplirlas,
little,
cuando empezamos
just a
a
few
divagar,
things
pues,
that are
los títulos
easy
de las
to
películas son muy
achieve,
bonitos, pero luego a la hora de verdad no se hace nada,
something
¿no?
that's
Y es mejor ser
easily
conservador que hacer pocas
achievable.
cosas,
We need to be
y esto pienso
a
que
bit
es un poco
conservative in this
desde este
area,
punto de vista de
and from this
lógica
point of view, from
de
this
turismo,
logic
que lo estamos
of
notando
the
después de la
tourism,
pandemia con nuestros
that we are
clientes,
feeling this
pues
with our
ayudarlos
customers
a
after
ser
the pandemic. We need
equilibrados,
to
a
help
hacer
them
cosas que tengan
and be
sentido, que no
balanced, do things
penalicemos
that
a
make
nadie
sense,
y que tengan
don't
visión de futuro, ¿no?
penalize anyone, and think ahead.
Muchísimas gracias. El concepto de pocos objetivos que sean
Concept of
fáciles,
having
útiles, y yo
just a
añadiría,
few,
¿no? O yo
just a
añadiría
few
el de alto
objectives that
impacto.
easily
Que sean de alto
achievable,
impacto, que sean
but they need
fáciles,
to
que sean
be,
útiles, pero que sobre
they
todo
need to
tengan
have high
un
impact.
alto impacto. Gracias,
Don't they?
Rafa. Y desde
Thank
el
you,
ámbito
Rafa.
público,
And
Abigail,
from the
más allá del
public
ámbito del
sector,
turismo, los
Abigail,
gestores del patrimonio cultural o natural,
cultural
¿crees que
natural
realmente
heritage
suscribirán con
managers,
facilidad
do you think
este compromiso?
are going to
Bueno,
get on board this commitment?
también hablábamos del compromiso global.
Well, we talked about this global
y también de
commitment, not only
la
local,
transversalidad en cuanto al
also
turismo. Y la verdad
about
es
the
que la pandemia
cross-sectionality of
nos ha dejado
tourism. The
justamente
truth
los
is
dos
the pandemic
conceptos,
has
porque
left
esta
these two
pandemia ha
concepts
entrado por
because
lo
this
global y
pandemic
por la
has been a
transversalidad.
global
Entonces ha
and
afectado de una manera
cross-sectional
dura a
pandemic.
todo el
So
sector
this has
internacional y ha
affected
tocado de una manera
hardly
dura a
the
todas
international
el sector
industry
de las
and
pymes también
the
de nuestro país.
SMEs
Entonces es
in
curioso
our
cómo,
country.
antes no
So
también hablábamos
it's
de la transversalidad y de lo
talking
global
about
de ese
this
compromiso
cross-sectionality and the
para ese
globality of this
turismo
commitment for
responsable.
responsible
Y en
tourism.
cifras realmente ha sido muy impactante. Creo que
In
eso
terms of figures, the
tenemos
impact
que
has
ser
been
claros
great. We need to be clear
en
about
decirlo
it.
y en poderlo explicar, pero también tenemos que ser valientes
But we
a la
also
hora
need
de
to be
plantear nuevos
brave
retos y el
when
camino de
facing new
salida
challenges
en este
and
sentido.
finding a solution
Y
and
comentaros
exit
que desde la Diputación de
to this
Barcelona,
crisis from the
el ámbito en el cual
Diputación
trabajamos
of
son
Barcelona.
311
It's
municipios con un
311
compromiso muy claro,
municipalities
con
with a
una
clear
destinación
commitment,
también muy clara
with
que es
a clear
destinación Barcelona y cómo
This
ese territorio
destination is
fortalece
Barcelona,
esta
and this
destinación. Pero en
territory
términos también
strengthens this
de
destination.
compromiso
In
y de
terms of
compromiso con el
commitment
territorio.
with the
Cuando hablo de
territory,
compromiso,
when I
hablo
talk
también de
about commitment,
sostenibilidad, y
I
es verdad
also
que antes lo
talk about
comentamos
sustainability.
con Marianne
We're
también, desde el
talking
punto de
about this
vista
with Maria
de esa
before,
responsabilidad
from the point
de
of view of
aquella
the
persona
responsibility of a
que es
person
turista, de aquella
who is a
persona que
tourist
visita
who
el
visits
territorio. Y en
the
ese
land
sentido tenemos
of the
un
territory,
compromiso que
and
le llamamos
in that
biosphere, que
sense
estamos
we have a
trabajando también
biosphere
como
commitment
sello de responsabilidad
as
a nivel turística en el
as,
territorio, que creo que es un ejemplo
responsibility
también
brand
a poder
for the
explicar.
industry.
Y por otro lado también
And
un
on the
nuevo
other hand, a new
concepto
concept
que a raíz también de la pandemia y ver también cómo las necesidades
that comes from the pandemic and
de las
seeing the
personas,
needs of
que la necesidad
people,
de viajar es inherente
that
en el
people
ser
need to
humano,
travel.
cómo se iba vehiculando a través
were seeing
ya no solo de esos
this
grandes viajes
concept
internacionales,
arising not only
que
through
ahora
international
hoy la vanguardia lo
travels.
ponía de manifiesto, que volvíamos a ser
We are starting to
estamos en primer término, ¿no? Otra vez con viajantes
regain
internacionales. Veíamos
protagonism
que
in
también
that
el
area.
público lo
We
que
are seeing
pedía
that
y las
the
personas lo que
public
pedían eran
are
experiencias también
demanding
de más proximidad. Hemos acuñado
more local
ese término del
experiences. So we have
turismo
created the
para curiosos,
concept of
¿no? Que es un
tourism
poco,
for
una línea
curious,
también de
for
trabajo
curious
desde la
people.
Diputación que
So this is a line
engloba
of
también
work
ese
we
concepto
have
de
taken
ese
up
turismo
at the
más
Deputation of
responsable.
Barcelona.
Y antes lo comentábamos también, antes de empezar, que es curioso que continuamos pensando nosotros en términos de comparación prácticamente estricta con los números, las cifras, los movimientos que teníamos antes de la pandemia. Probablemente tenemos que incorporar ya en nuestra manera de planificar, en nuestra manera de hacer, en nuestra manera de proponer una nueva visión. No solamente compararnos en volver a tener las mismas cifras, en volver a repetir aquello del 2019, porque la experiencia ha sido muy dolorosa, lo sabemos, sino que en esa nueva salida, ¿no? podamos pensar en un recorrido donde el turismo, tan importante para nuestra economía, tan importante, realmente pueda tener caminos diferentes que tengan que ver con esa responsabilidad ejercida de aquel que nos visita o de aquel que ejerce el turismo de nosotros mismos cuando lo hacemos, ¿no?
Or ourselves when we are tourists. Thank you, Abigail.
Palabras de la
Just
exposición de
take
Abigail
3
es global,
words of her
transversalidad, pero sobre todo cojo
global
una, ¿no? que es valentía, para ser solidario, para ser sostenible, para ser digitalmente aplicable.
Sustainable, we need to be courageous and brave.
En el ámbito internacional,
At an international
¿crees que es
level,
extrapolable
Fernando, do you think you can apply this commitment
franquiciable a
to
un
other
compromiso como
contexts?
este que estamos planteando?
A ver, antes que nada, buenas tardes a todos.
First
Gracias
of all, good
por invitarnos y poder
evening. Thank
compartir
you
esta
for
visión
inviting us
de los
here
países
to share
latinoamericanos y
the
cómo
vision
estamos viviendo este
from
cambio a un
Latin
turismo
American
responsable.
countries and how we're
Y
living
antes de
this
pensar
transition
si
to
esto puede convertirse en un
responsible
modelo
tourism,
franquiciable o no,
before
yo creo que hay que
telling
entender
you if I think
desde
this is
dónde venimos
an exportable
para
model or
movernos
not,
hoy
we need to
hacia
think
esta
where we come
coyuntura
from
que yo estoy
before moving
convencido que no
towards
fue
this
provocada necesariamente
context.
por la pandemia.
I
Ya
don't think
veníamos
this
cambiando
context or this
en
situation
un
was
concepto
really provoked
de
by the
conciencia y de
pandemic.
nueva visión
There was
en
already a
términos del
change
turismo
in
donde
the
lo queremos
mindset
llevar.
of the tourist
Me
community.
voy muy atrás, me voy
And
más de
I'm
100 años
going
atrás
back
cuando decía
100
Henry
years
Ford
ago
que
when
tú podías
Henry
tener
Ford
un
said that you
Forte
could have
del
a
color que tú
40,
quisieras siempre y cuando
the
fuera
color
negro.
you liked, provided
Así
it was
era el
black.
producto y así era el
That
servicio.
was the
Pero
product
después
that was the service.
pasaron las décadas y apenas hace un par de
decades
décadas
later,
hacíamos lo que el cliente quisiera. No
decades
importaba
ago,
si
we
había
did
que poner de
whatever the
cabeza el
customer
negocio, el
wanted.
servicio, el
It didn't
territorio,
matter if we had
pero
to
teníamos
put
que
the
ser
territory of the
cliente-céntricos.
business upside down.
Hoy,
We need to be
en este concepto de sostenibilidad que
client-centric.
venimos discutiendo hace ya
This
poco
concept
más
of
de una década,
sustainability
vamos
that's been
entendiendo que
going
la
around
conservación
for
y
more
la
than 10 years.
preservación
We
de
understand that
nuestra cultura, de nuestra
conservation and preservation
naturaleza,
of
de nuestras
culture,
tradiciones, de
nature,
nuestra
traditions,
costumbre, de nuestros productos endémicos, de nuestra gente,
customs, products,
es
and people
verdaderamente lo que nos va a motivar a movernos en
is
el
what is
futuro.
going to
Y con ello
motivate us
veníamos
to
ya cambiando a un nuevo
progress in the
concepto que
future.
para nosotros
And we
en
were
México
creating a new
es
concept
más
that
un
for
modelo
us
no
in
solamente
Mexico
sostenible
is
sino
more,
también
is
solidario.
rather
Y solidario en ambos lados de
model
la
of
cadena de valor,
solidarity
esto es,
on both sides of the
hacia
value
el
chain.
proceso
That
de
is
la creación del
towards the
servicio o
process
del
of
producto
creation of the service
turístico
or
y
tourist
conocer
product
perfectamente bajo un
and
modelo de
knowing
trazabilidad de dónde viene lo que ofrezco
traceability model
y hacia
where
quién
what
se
I'm
lo quiero
offering
ofrecer y
comes
quién lo
from,
quiere comprar en
who I want
términos
to offer
de
it,
esas
and who wants
nuevas
to
reglas
buy
de
it
convivencia
in terms
que
of
se dan entre la
these
oferta y la
new
demanda. Ahí
rules
es en
of
donde creo que se
coexistence
crea
between
hoy
supply and
esta
demand.
coyuntura del turismo
This is where this
responsable.
new
¿En dónde estamos hoy
situation of
parados
responsible
para poder
tourism
empezar
comes
a
from?
pensar en
To
estos
start
compromisos
thinking
de los
about
ODS
this
al
commitment
2030?
of the
Está muy bien que queremos todos eliminar la pobreza, que
SDGs.
queremos generar
It's great
vida
that we
digna
want to
y empleos de
eradicate
calidad.
poverty,
Pero ¿cómo
create,
lo vamos a lograr? Y es ahí en
decent
donde estoy
standards of
convencido
living.
que nuestros
But how
modelos
are
de
we going to
políticas
do it?
públicas, y hablo desde
Public
los
policy
gobiernos,
models
tienen que cambiar completamente. El
change
tema fundamental,
upside down.
las micro y pequeñas empresas. Hoy y más que nunca,
I'm talking about
los gobiernos
SMEs
debemos
and
de
micro
centrar
companies.
nuestra política
Now more than
pública en
ever,
ella.
need
Lo
to
decía
focus
Rafa muy
our
bien, el 80%
public
en
policies
México es casi
in
el
these
90%.
companies. In Mexico,
Todas las
it's
empresas
almost
o el
90% of the
promedio de
companies.
empleados en el turismo en México no rebasa las 4
Almost
personas.
all
De tal suerte que
companies
es ahí en
in
donde
the tourist
tenemos que centrar
business
nuestro
in
modelo de
Mexico
rentabilidad
is,
desde los gobiernos
no
para
more than
generar
for people.
mejor
So
educación, mejor sistema de
governments need to
salud,
improve
mejor
education, health,
modelos de financiamiento para que estas empresas
financing
hoy,
for these
incluso en esta
companies,
coyuntura ya de
even
la
in this
pandemia, ahora
situation,
sí,
during the
estén
pandemic,
empezando a buscar
start
cómo
to
cambiar sus
find
propuestas de
ways to
valor
change
y
their value
empezar a dar un
proposals
servicio muy
and start
distinto. Y ahí
providing
es
a
en
very
donde nuestras
different
políticas
service
públicas
where our
cambiaron
public policies
y ya ya se hablaba de esta globalización, a pensar en no comprar el queso de Nueva Zelanda para venderlo en nuestro restaurante,
buy cheese that comes from New Zealand, but instead buying the cheese in the community next door, where even we know the name of the cow who gave the milk. This is traceability. If all our communities had been connected to the value chains, the pandemic hadn't had such a serious impact on many communities. In this sense, we're seeing how communication and demand generation has these new two models: responsibility of preserving, responsibility of taking advantage of what there is to create wealth. Competition is not going to disappear, but the responsibility of how this is going to sell things. In 2030, we're going to have 1 billion of adults over 60 years with the ability to travel abroad. Destinations are ready. Are we ready to receive a market of 1 billion visitors? Do we want that market, or do we want the market of young people who are unloyal to any destination? They will move. They're going to move and visit every destination. So we want to have this changes models like small movement, preservation of culture. What we cannot do again is, for example, here in Barcelona, all this architecture that we will only see here, we cannot go anywhere in the world to go this work. How can we preserve this? Well, I think responsible tourism is going to have to be related with this combination of the local community, preservation of traditions and culture, even in gastronomy, this exercise, this solidarity exercise in the value chains that goes back and forth in terms of that allows you as a tourist to do certain things, but you need to be committed to leave certain things in the destination. Thank you for your words. I would take 3 things: traceability. Here in Catalonia, we have a saying that goes, the small jar is the best marmalade or the best jam. This, in tourist terms, is that we have roots, but we don't have borders. It's important to know who you are, to show the world where we come from and what makes us different and authentic. And as you said in your PowerPoint, it was a surprise sign is that effect we generate on the visitor when they come to visit us. Thank you, Fernando, for your work.
Marian, como Barcelona y bajo tu larga experiencia, una ciudad como Barcelona, con toda su autoridad que tiene a nivel turístico mundial, ¿tú consideras que está preparada para un compromiso transversal a estas dimensiones, Marian?
Buenas tardes y muchas gracias por poder participar con este panel. Bueno, a ver, yo creo que Barcelona lleva un tiempo ya sensibilizada con el tema de la responsabilidad y que realmente hay mensajes desde hace tiempo. Barcelona es la primera ciudad certified with the label Biosphere, and it has promoted that the companies in Barcelona have this certification, and it is a certification that implies a number of commitments regarding environment or gender equality, non-discrimination. So it is something that has been developed. 400 companies are abiding by this. So responsibility, I am very confused about the responsibility and the sustainability because the important thing to me is to stop, to take a pause and think about the elements that we need to modify little by little in order to reach this optimal situation of a responsible, sustainable city where you can live,
fundamentalmente donde el ciudadano esté en el centro.
where the citizen is in
Ahora
the
estamos todo el
center.
día recibiendo
And
inputs de
we
responsabilidad, de
receive
sostenibilidad,
inputs
de la
about
huella de carbono.
responsibility,
Y
sustainability,
entonces cada
the
vez que
carbon
veis una cosa de
footprint. So
esta,
if you,
vamos a
when
medir
you
la
listen
huella de
to all this,
carbono,
we're going to
todos vamos a
measure the
medir la huella
footprint.
de
We are all going
carbono.
to measure
Ahora vamos por
the
ahí.
carbon
Creo que las
footprints.
cosas
Now we're going to
es
do
un
that.
tema
So
serio.
we need
Es un
to
tema que yo creo que
focus,
nadie duda de
and
que todos queremos
we
dejar un
all
mundo mejor y
want
que
to
los
live a
recursos
better
son
world
limitados.
and that the resources are
Tanto, en
limited.
esta
So
línea tenemos que
in
hacer un
this
plan
line, we
bien
need
hecho. Yo
to
coincido mucho
plan a lot, and I fully
con lo que ha
agree
dicho
with the word
mi amigo cuando ha
he said
comentado, ¿no?,
about
de que realmente hay dos tipos del turismo
there are two
responsable, ¿no?
types of
Hay un
responsible
turismo
tourism.
como
One would be
de requisitos que están a la
the
mano de todos, ¿no? El
requirements
reciclar
at reach of
esto,
everybody,
el no utilizar
recycling, reusing,
plásticos, etcétera y tal.
etc.
Pero luego están
But
aquellas
we
decisiones
also
que
have
son
these decisions
transformadoras.
that are transforming decisions, and these decisions that are
Pues dejan
transforming,
muertos en el camino.
well, leave some victims
Porque,
behind, so to say.
cuando tú
Because
estés hablando, pues, de que tienes
when
que
you say that you need
la
to
huella de
reduce
carbono y
the
que esto
carbon
requiere
footprint, and this
sacrificios
requires
en movilidad,
sacrifices in the mobility,
bueno, pues todos estamos
so
dispuestos a hacer
we
estos sacrificios.
all want to make
Cuando
these
tú vas a una empresa de
sacrifices.
transporte y le tienes que decir,
Do we?
tu tráfico
When
tiene
you
que
go to
tener
a
una
transport
reducción de
company, you
tanto
have to
porque el impacto
reduce
que tiene es
the
importante.
fleet
Estamos
because
dispuestos.
the impact
Cuando
is
estás
too big.
hablando con comercio,
Are we
estás
willing
diciendo,
to do
hombre, mejor
that?
que vendas producto
You need
local,
to
que
sell
merchandising
local
de China,
product and
porque
not
estamos
products
ayudando
from
a esa gente
China,
que está
because we are
produciendo aquí.
helping the local producers. Is the retailer willing to do that? So it is just a question, because sustainability is not only virtues. So in order to reach this goal, we need to make a lot of sacrifices and generosity for a common good.
Cuando hablabas de cultura, ¿no? Aquí también se hablaba de la cultura responsable, que aquí siempre digo, y desde luego es mi punto de vista, la cultura y como bien usted estaba afirmando, al final la identidad de uno es aquello que conforma algo que solo te identifica contigo. Y todo lo demás, yo estaba explicando que el puente pasado estuve en una ciudad española, que está haciendo muy bien las cosas. Es una ciudad que ha tenido una progresión tremenda turísticamente, pero estaba paseando con mi marido por aquella ciudad, iba mirando todo, y le dije a mi marido, dentro de 5 años, esta ciudad tiene los problemas que tiene cualquier ciudad turística. Porque iba mirando a mi alrededor y estaba viendo que los grandes edificios que eran realmente identitarios, pues ya se habían vendido a las grandes marcas. Es que ya no había ni un comercio que tuviese identidad, porque al final todos caemos en la especulación y el tener una mejor vida en aquellos momentos que da el turismo, pero al final el resultado es la pérdida de identidad, que no nos pasa a nosotros. ¿Y por qué no nos pasa a nosotros? Porque Barcelona tiene una identidad inherente, que es su propia arquitectura, aquello que nos han dejado los antepasados, esa cultura. Pero eso es lo básico que tenemos que preservar, porque si hemos de venir a Barcelona para ver lo que pasa y lo que hay en todas las ciudades, pues al final, ¿cuál es nuestra razón? Es un debate muy complicado porque, yo como ha dicho Rafa, el cambiar el plástico por el cartón lo hacemos todos, pero cuando llegas a elementos de transformación, no hay más que ver el debate que se ha tenido en esta ciudad hace 4 días, ¿no? Donde se ponía en valor una infraestructura, yo no conozco los detalles, una infraestructura y un tema de sostenibilidad. Y yo creo que el gran debate que tiene el mundo ahora es dónde está ese equilibrio. ¿Dónde está el equilibrio entre la sostenibilidad y la progresión económica, el progreso, la generación de puestos de trabajo? ¿Dónde está? Esto es un debate que es muy interesante.
Very
No
interesting
sé quién lo
discussion.
pondrá.
Muchísimas gracias, Marian,
Thank
por
you
tu
very much,
intervención.
Marian,
Es
for
un debate que es cierto que
your
no tenemos tiempo de
contribution. It is true that
empezarlo
we
hoy, pero sí
don't
que es
have
cierto
time to
que
initiate this
deberíamos
discussion, but it
sentarnos
is
y
true
tenerlo.
that we should
Acojo un poco
definitely
las
have
palabras
it. So,
de Marian
as
acerca de que
Marian
la
said
sostenibilidad
about
no puede ser solo un
sustainability, is
greenwashing,
not
un
only
lavado de cara,
greenwashing,
que para la transformación es importante tener
for
al ciudadano
transformation,
en
we
el
need
centro, si no
to
lo vamos a perder, y
focus
sobre todo
on the
tener en cuenta
citizens
siempre la
and also
identidad y el
to
sello
have
propio
into
para poder tener
account
esa
our
marca distintiva que nos
uniqueness
hace
in order to
diferentes y
make us
únicos.
different and unique.
Y Ana, en relación a
And
la
Anna,
ciudadanía,
regarding
¿puede
citizenship,
convertirse,
so
consideras, en el epicentro del compromiso
you
la
think they
ciudadanía
can
o
be
debemos
in the center,
tener un marco más
or
abierto?
shall we have a wider framework? Well, I think that obviously the citizens play an important role
pedir que se cumpla con esa responsabilidad que de hecho
asking
es compartida,
for this acknowledgement and for this responsibility. So it's not only a responsibility of one single actor, it's social, environmental responsibility, health responsibility. And I would like to talk about what we do in the University of Girona, complementing what Luis said, that from the different sectors, one is the tourism, we share different things we want to do in a cross-section and diversified world to solve challenges. So there are different types of campus, so to say, different types of projects, and we try that the tourism is present everywhere, because tourism is present in all the aspects of our life. And I think we need to change our mindset. It's instead of using the word tourism, using the word mobility, because we will understand then that incorporating a lot of professional profiles in these sectors can make us realize that we can share this responsibility in a wide way. So, in this sense, I was thinking the type of responsibility. I can add the responsibility about the content. So, my background is focused on art, history. So, when I go to a place, I want to know about the art in the place, the history in the place. So, through the wine, through the gastronomy, the hotel I'm staying. So, I want them to explain to me the identity, the reason why I'm going to this place is this, and also the responsibility of the citizens, because we are users of the mobility and of tourism, and I think it's our duty to get information about some things. If the people in the hotel are getting good wages, if the food in the restaurant is locally sourced, and if the plane we are catching to Thailand, which is the emission of greenhouse effect gases. So we need to act also, being aware of the things that we do, and also to participate. Thank you very much, Anna. So, two milestones would be that what's not tourism, right, when tourism starts and when it finishes, about these cross-section, the history, the identity, the root, and also the information. Also citizens are implied in these transformation that we want. So, Luis, from this academia perspective about responsible tourism, do we need a different training model for the professionals? Do you think that they are really prepared for the needs of the market? So maybe a global commitment would be necessary in the profession. So the change is a must, it's obvious, but it already exists. So when I started being a professor in the University of Tourism, back then we were training tour operators,
Ahora yo lo que les digo a mis estudiantes es que
So I say to my
les estamos
students that
formando para gestionar la
we are
complejidad.
training them to manage
Son gestores de la
complexity.
complejidad. Porque el turismo, como se decía aquí,
Because
es muy transversal,
tourism
toca
is very
muchos elementos,
cross-section with different
y todos
elements,
ellos complejos.
and all of them are very
Con lo cual,
complex. So
esto ya
this
estamos,
is
digamos, este cambio ya lo
this
hemos,
change
ya lo
has
hemos
already
realizado.
started.
Y sobre todo,
And,
a nivel del punto de vista
As
académico,
for
la
the
suerte que tenemos
academia, we are very
es
lucky
que
because
al combinar
when we
docencia
combine
con investigación,
education with
cualquier
research,
cosa relacionada con la
anything
investigación
related
nueva
to research
salta
that is
directamente a
new
las aulas
goes straight away to the
al momento.
classrooms, straight
Algunas
away.
veces solo para debatir, solo para
Sometimes
discutir,
in
solo
order
para
to
generar
debate it or to
ese
generate
cambio de
this
mentalidad.
change in
Pero
the
yo creo que
mindset. But
esta es la línea
I
de
think
cambio que
that this
debemos
is the
seguir,
line we need to follow,
con la que debemos seguir avanzando, la gestión de la
the
complejidad.
management of complexity. Thank you, Luis. Rafa, so as a multi-entrepreneur in this sector, you think that the entrepreneur is aware enough of the need to build a more sustainable model and to rethink this model? The business model. Yeah, I gave you some examples from the private initiative, and nobody has helped us, so it's a private initiative. And I also think that our subsector, about admitting troubles, being pioneers in different places, we see some hypocrisy because when you Europeans go somewhere else, we don't respect what we want others to respect here. And I say it with the next generation funds. How are we supposed to have access to these funds? It's a great opportunity. We have a project, and I don't know how we are going to make it in order to do that. So if we need to be responsible and consistent in Europe when we go to Sulawesi or Paraguay or to Laos, our local partners, we should help them to be consistent as well. So we all go buy our trainers in Decathlon shoe shop because it's very affordable. So being expensive is not sustainable then, right? Is our idea or the idea of our customers. Thank you very much, Rafa. So we've been talking about training because we have the academia here. And how do you see the governance, the political agenda, the strategical plans? Do you think are going to help us to promote a more responsible tourism as part of the solution? And how do you think we can imply the public managers of the heritage and also the residents? Well, very interesting what you said. So when you introduced me, you said that I am a mayor of a municipality. This means managing proximity, managing the solutions to the problems, managing the agreements in order to move forward in what we have as challenges. And this represents a change in the life of people. So from this perspective, I think that we have an important challenge, different administrations, the local administration, and then we need to establish a co-governance.
Vuelvo a repetir la palabra valiente, comprometida, porque creo que la administración local, con la administración regional y con la administración del Estado, tenemos que saber trabar en este momento, en esta circunstancia tan especial que estamos viviendo, esta complejidad para poder conseguir lo que hoy también sobre lo cual estamos debatiendo. Y no lo haremos en solitario, no lo haremos desconectados, o lo hacemos juntos y de una manera coordinada, o probablemente esta gobernanza que representa llevar a buen puerto justamente esa transformación que
making
necesitamos
this
y ese
transformation
apoyo
that we need and this
absoluto al sector,
support
uno de los
to
más
the
damnificados
sector,
de esta pandemia, o
one
salimos
of
de esta
the
manera o no
sectors that
saldremos.
was
Y por eso creo que
more damaged after the
los fondos
pandemic.
europeos,
So
que antes
that's why
Rafa
the
también
European
comentaba,
funds,
creo que
Rafa
son
was
una gran
mentioning them, are a great
pero una gran
opportunity.
oportunidad
But
desde esa
a great
perspectiva de la
opportunity with this
cogobernanza,
perspective of
desde esa perspectiva del
co-governance,
entendimiento
of
y la
understanding and
coordinación entre las
coordination between
administraciones
the
públicas,
public
porque tenemos una gran
administration,
responsabilidad
because we are very
ahora
responsible
con
now
el sector del turismo y con todo
with
lo que
tourism
representa,
and
que
everything
son
that
familias,
means.
personas
People, families, with their jobs, projects in their lives. So they depend on these
gobernanza que sepamos establecer.
governance.
Y yo soy optimista,
And
Marta,
I am very
porque lo soy así también, pero soy optimista y creo que la pandemia nos ha enseñado justamente cosas muy duras que no queremos volver a repetir. Y creo que las administraciones, y te miro a ti también, Marta, porque formas parte de la administración, en este caso regional,
administration. I think that we need to understand each other and work on this co-governance in order to achieve this goal.
Pues ese turismo responsable,
and
con todo lo que ello representa,
and everything it
muchos de
means.
vosotros habéis estado dando esas
And
pinceladas,
you've
esas
been
ideas
giving
desde una
details
perspectiva poliédrica, antes lo comentabas,
from
desde la complejidad.
this
Creo que es
complexity,
importante
and I
que
think
nosotros
that
seamos
we
los adalides también de
need
poder llevar
to be in the
adelante
avant-garde
esta salida.
Muchísimas gracias.
in order
Miguel,
to
es cierto, ya somos dos
start
optimistas,
this
creo que somos
recovery.
3, 4, 5,
We are very
estamos aquí,
optimistic
pero
then.
somos todos. Fernando, permíteme preguntarte, ¿tú consideras que ayudar
So
a
do you
mantener la
think
cultura local es
that
parte del
keeping the
turismo
local culture
responsable?
is responsible
Entendemos que partimos de
tourism
aquí.
and
Por tanto, en un mundo que está tan
in
extremadamente
this
globalizado, con
globalized
grandes
world,
corporaciones que tienen el control, ¿tú crees que la
with the big
globalización
corporations
es
under
compatible
control,
con
do you
un
think that
turismo
globalization
responsable y
is
viajar a diferentes
compatible
destinos puede
with the sustainability and
enriquecer
going to
nuestras
other
vidas y
destinations can
ayudarnos a
enrich in
aprender,
our lives
como
and can
hablábamos antes,
teach us a
acerca de
lot
diferentes
about
culturas,
different
nos abre la mente,
cultures.
nos hace
It opens
transversales, nos
up
hace
our
ser
minds.
tolerantes,
We are more
y acercar
tolerant.
otras culturas y puede acercar a la humanidad. ¿Qué crees tú
What
que podemos
can
hacer
we
para
do in
enfocarnos a
order
una cultura local?
to focus on local cultures?
Así es, mira, yo creo que
I
este
think that
ejercicio de cultura local
this local culture
en un
exercise
mundo en el que veníamos de forma muy acelerada
so
hablando del
accelerated,
mundo globalizado,
talking about
es
globalization,
verdaderamente el punto en el que nos tenemos que centrar en la
is
responsabilidad.
focused on
Veníamos
responsibility
muy contentos
because we were
en el
very
mundo del
happy
turismo,
in tourism
tratando de acercar al mundo punto a punto
and
cada vez de una manera más rápida y más económica inclusive.
trying to reduce the
Yo decía
prices
desde
and
hace
going
más de un
faster.
par de años que
And
estábamos
we
a
were
distancia de 1.000 euros de cualquier lugar del mundo.
just 1,000 euros away from any part of the world. So 1,000 euros you can go
Y hasta
anywhere.
los alimentos y bebidas en
Even
muchos
the
lugares.
food is included in
Y
some
esta
places.
globalización
And this globalization
empezaba a comoditizar completamente
was
la experiencia
starting
turística.
to
Y
commoditize
sin menosprecio de
this
las grandes
touristic
inversiones,
experience.
podía cerrar los ojos
And
y aparecer en
then
un lugar y no saber en qué
you
país.
can close your eyes,
Cierto
go
es que ha
somewhere,
generado
open your eyes,
empleos
and you
y ha
don't know where you
generado
are. It
riqueza,
has
ciertos
generated
modelos económicos
wealth,
de expansión en
these
algún momento.
expansive economic
Pero entonces,
models. But
¿dónde está esta diferenciación de
where
los
is
destinos?
this
que
differentiation of the
aprecia
destinations?
para llevar a cabo un esfuerzo tanto
So in order
económico
to
y
make
de
an
valor de su
effort
tiempo
regarding
para
economy,
poderse trasladar de un
in
punto
order
A
to
a
move
un
from
punto
one
B.
place to
¿O qué
another.
tanto
And
merece o compensa el
also,
viajar 12 horas
traveling 12
si a 2
hours
horas tengo el mismo
if
servicio,
I
el
have the
mismo producto y la
same
misma
service, the
habitación?
same product in 2
suerte que
hours in
es
2 hours
cierto que
distance.
entonces la
So
cultura
it is
local
true that
es la que
the
debemos
local culture
exacerbar,
is the one
pero
that
también
must
es la que
be
queremos
supported,
nosotros
and it is
conservar
also the one
y
that we
colocar como
want to
punta de lanza
preserve.
en el modelo de gestión turística y de la
And
promoción. Y por ello también
that's
hablamos hoy
why
de un
we
marketing solidario.
always talk about
¿Cómo
this
comunicar?
solidarity
Y si
marketing.
recordamos cómo
And
promovías un destino hace
how did
10
you
años o
promote a
más,
destination 10 years
el
ago?
anuncio
So the
era la misma gente,
pub
el mismo
was
bañador,
the same
el mismo
people, the
coche,
same swimming
la
costume, the
misma
same
portada de un
car,
hotel,
the same hotel that you can
casi
find
cualquier
anywhere.
país
And all countries use the same music and the same pictures and the same experience. And now, this solidarity marketing is telling you a story. It's talking about the local cultures, the ethnics, the gastronomy, healthy food, and sustainable food. And you can find these differences in the traditional recipes, for example, talking about story and also the behavior of society in order to make us different. So it is important, this coexistence. It has to continue existing.
Términos cuantitativos,
And,
que ya no usarlo masivo, sí, pero
we need to generate in this model
de desarrollo turístico el punto claro hacia la diferenciación de nuestras tradiciones locales. Ahí es donde vamos a poder cobrarlo caro y no convertirnos en ese commodity en el que antes de la pandemia nos estábamos convirtiendo.
We don't want to become the commodity that we were before the pandemic and then think, what do we want? A lot of tourism, not a lot of expenses, or enough tourism with a good expense.
La verdad es que vamos como súper apretados de tiempo.
Well, we are behind the schedule, and I would like to ask Marian 2 questions.
Marian, cuando hablamos de turismo responsable, con frecuencia pensamos en sostenibilidad.
Sometimes we think about environmental sustainability.
Barcelona realmente es un paradigma global de destino urbano súper éxito.
Barcelona is a paradigm. So which are the challenges of the city in order to satisfy the needs of the locals and the tourists?
Espérate un momentito que acabamos. Pero es que, o sea, a ver, te voy a decir una cosa, es que
So let me tell you something.
nos es más cómodo a todos, yo
It is
creo, hablar de sostenibilidad
better to talk about sustainability,
hablar de reciclar,
talking about recycling and social aspects, because
la reflexión, y la voy a hacer ahora porque creo que es una reflexión.
I think it's a reflection.
Nosotros estamos ahora todos los sectores
We are all the sectors
hablando de la
talking about digitalization.
Arriba, los gobiernos están
Everybody talks about this.
Millones y millones en la
Millions and millions in digitalization.
Yo estupendo, o sea, yo creo que todo lo que la tecnología sirve para progreso,
technology helps us to progress, being more efficient, but I think that
nos queremos dar cuenta,
sometimes we don't realize that this digitalization is making that thousands of people cannot recycle their jobs. So we are focusing on things that are really important, but they require a progression. Now we are living a situation in which governments are giving a lot of money so that companies are digitalized. We will be surrounded by robots with decreasing the cost of wages, but the human dimension, I don't know where will be. And also, the human touch is also belongs to the identity of a place, and nobody's saying anything. And everybody's talking about digitalization, sustainability, responsibility, but we all clap our hands and greeting digitalization, and we will not be here anymore in the future. And we see this going on without reacting, with all these people who is jobless and trying to recycle their professions and trying to see how we can offer them a job, because it's also social responsibility and human dimension. There are some values, and in this moment, under my perspective, they are not present in the narratives. Thank you very much, Marian. We will have to do another summit in order to debate all these questions. Thank you.
Súper rápido, la verdad, esto es lo que le pasa al
So,
anuncio
Anna?
de la cola, que tiene que ir cerrando. Hasta ahora nos hemos enfocado realmente en turismo
Now we have focused on economic
socioculturalmente
tourism,
responsable,
socially
trabajando en
responsible,
sostenibilidad
talking
ambiental,
about
pero queremos
environmental
hacerlo siempre atendiendo y
sustainability,
entendiendo cómo
but we want to
aproximarnos al
understand
turismo
how we
responsable desde la
can
estrategia
do
de
it
las 4 hélices.
with the
¿Nos
four
puedes mostrar algunos de los ejemplos
helices. So can
de
you
cómo
give
turismo
us
se
examples
fusiona
about
con
these
otros
four
sectores
pillars
y cómo se miden los
and
desafíos? Siento que es una pregunta
how we
súper
measure these
interesante, pero que nos
challenges?
tienes que concretar para que deberíamos ya empezar a cerrar la mesa.
Súper rápido, claro que sí. Bueno, la cuádruple hélice es
Well,
simplemente poner
these
en el campo
four
de juego
helices
a administración
is to
pública,
put the
empresas,
public administration, the companies,
ciudadanía
the citizens, and the academia all together. These are the four pillars, the four helices. And how can you reach the citizens so that they can participate in this process? And this is our challenge in our everyday life. And we do this co-creation. So they participate and through the associations, because the citizens represent through associations, we invite them to participate, and this way they have a role in order to decide and belong to these four pillars. So these four institutions, these four bodies must talk to each other, and that we reach an agreement in a consensed way. So thank you very much, dear panelists, for your participation. And we can talk about this. So thank you for sharing
en el día a día y sobre todo enriquecer esta cumbre.
and enriching this.
Nada, gracias también a los asistentes virtuales y perdón por el tiempo que nos hemos comido, pero era tan interesante que deberíamos extender la sesión. Así que muchísimas gracias y de verdad gracias por estar y compartir.
Thank you for sharing in any case.
Welcome and thank you very much to all of you, to the panel for their insights. Thank you very much.
Gracias a los...
So incredible at the end, at the end of the day, incredible insight on what tourism can advance and what we can expect, and sustainability always very, very much present in everyone's minds, and trying to put sustainability in the middle of the picture, which is something that normally we tend to forget. So let us continue. And an incredible, powerful tool to tourism is transport. And flying is central stage. Of the utmost interest is to be very interested in listening to the next panel, which will approach the future of travel, civil aviation. Here are our next speakers in a short while. Let me just give some time on our background so that everything is ready, but we will be calling 3 speakers and a moderator. Juan Cierco, Corporate Director of Iberia. Welcome. Callum Lemming, Chief Customer Officer of Welling. Sonia Corachona, perdón, sorry, for Director Barcelona El Prat Airport. And Jorge Brown, Vice President, Advanced Leadership Foundation. Ooh. Have a good panel, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you all for staying so late for this last, but definitely not least, roundtable discussion on civil aviation. It's a pleasure to have 3 of the most important people in Spain talking about this topic. And I'm going to switch to Spanish as we're going to do the conversation in Spanish. There's translation over there, so that's okay. Buenas tardes a todos. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Y en esta mesa
Thank you very
final,
much.
pero
Thank you for being here for the last
de
panel
aviación civil.
about civil aviation. We have 3 of the main players,
no solo de España, sino de Europa,
not only in Spain, but also in Europe. For us,
en primer lugar, pues bueno, vamos a hacer una breve introducción de cada uno de los
we're going to do a short introduction of each of the panelists, and at the end we'll have a Q&A sessions. Juan, maybe you could comment on the strategy of Iberia on the future of civil aviation. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here at the last panel. You've been brave enough to wait to see us. Thank you for your introduction, and thanks to the organizers.
Me temo que aquí tampoco. ¿Se oye ahora? No, se me oye.
Can you hear me now?
Gracias a los organizadores, a la Organización Mundial del Turismo, a la Cámara,
WTO,
Barcelona por acoger esta.
Barcelona Chamber of Commerce for hosting this forum.
Respondiendo un poco a tu pregunta,
Answering your question,
pues tampoco tengo una respuesta.
I don't have a clear answer.
El futuro se presenta fundamentalmente lleno de incertidumbre.
Basically uncertain. Regarding commercial aviation.
Negativo, ser positivo y optimista, como es gratis ser una cosa u otra, pues yo prefiero ser optimista.
I prefer to be optimistic because it's for free, but we have to acknowledge that uncertainty is going to be here for a long time. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, though. We know that this light is not a freight train coming our way, but it's an exit. After the worst crisis we've had in our history. But we don't know how this tunnel is going to end. We don't know how we're going to resume our flights. We don't know if corporate flights are going to recover, because experts say that they're going to recover, tourist travels are going to recover earlier than corporate travel. We don't know if we're going to recover the levels of 2019 by 2023 or 24, but we are certain that this is not to be recovered by 2022. This is the only certainty we have, which makes things more gloomy, because all the airlines in the world are going to have a level of indebtedness that will prevent us from doing anything else than paying our debts and keeping more or less afloat. It's not going to be easy for airlines to have an ambitious approach in the next 2-3 years, because first they're going to have to pay their debts, and to do that we need to be certain that all the projects we start have the revenues and income for you to have the margin to pay the debt. So we're more optimistic, we're positive, because we couldn't be worse than last year. So cross our fingers, but there are uncertainties that will cause us, the industry, to be have a slow recovery in the future. Thank you, Callum. From the point of view of welding, how do you see the future of civil aviation? Are we facing a new model or paradigm? What are you doing in welding to face this uncertainty? I don't think the model has changed, and it's going to. I don't think it's going to change. We're the same thing as our brothers in Madrid. We're optimistic. The people still has a desire to travel, so what we offer as a low-cost airline, this is going to change how we travel, and this is going to be here for a long time. With all the documents you're going to need to travel to a different country, and we need to adapt. And we took this opportunity in welding. We have developed digital solutions to make the travel easier for our customers, but we ourselves need to change. We're undergoing our welding transform 19 initiatives to ensure our future, because it's been 18 months that were incredible, never seen before, and we had to fight as an industry. It is important for us to work together in order to reactivate, and as a low-cost airline, we're really flexible. We can change from one day overnight. If the demand is there, we're ready to capture any demand. For example, in Orly next week, we're offering 32 new routes due to the opportunity that there's been 18 18 slots open there in that airport, and we need to make the most of all the opportunities to reactivate the demand. This perspective and this crisis that airliners have suffered has also impacted the airports and the airport business. Sonia, how do you see the future of the airport industry and this adaptation? How do you see the economic recovery of the airports from the point of view of the aircraft airport, but also all the retail shops in the airport? From the point of view of an airport business, obviously we need to facilitate the activity of airline companies. As Welling says, at AENA we have taken the opportunity this time of lower activity to carry out a set of renovations and works. We're working a lot in 3 axes. One is the passenger experience, as my colleagues mentioned, has changed a little bit. Honestly, I think airline transport is basic, whether it is freight transport or passenger transport. It is possible that corporate travel changed a little bit, but we're seeing a recovery there too. We thought that we would keep on doing Zoom meetings, but it will probably be a combination of both. So as basic access, we have passenger experience, adapting to this new kind of passengers through innovation. AENA has promoted during the pandemic a program called AENA Ventures with 5 challenges related to passenger experience in collaboration with Vueling, for example, regarding baggage transport from the home to the final destination without having to do the check-in. And this sort of axis are going to set the future in the next 5 years, and also sustainability. During this period, in the case of AENA airports, they are regulated through national regulation. So there's been a new regulation for the next 5 years, and this reassures us, both airports and airlines, because we have the rules on the table for the next 5-6 years, and this contributes to launch this recovery with all the obstacles obviously we have in the middle. Sustainability is an important aspect, and economic recovery. Are these contradictory? Are these opposites? Can you be sustainable, taking into account the environmental impact of an airline? It is against economic recovery. Well, I don't agree with you completely. I agree that sustainability is here to stay. We've been doing this for decades. For example, in Iberia, we have very ambitious objectives. By 2050, we want to be net zero. By 2020, and by 2030, at least 10% of our fuel is going to be sustainable fuels. But I would bet for aviation, because aviation is responsible of only 3% of the emissions of air pollution and CO2 emissions. The maritime sector, as an example, has the same emissions, and it's not on the news every day, on the headlines every day. So sustainability and airlines are linked, but it's not a reality. Other modes of transport are advancing faster than us because it's easier for them, and they're using alternative methods. But if we want to have electric planes or hydrogen-propelled aircraft, we need to investigate, we need to invest, we need to work for this to be a reality.
decisiones de los reguladores
if the decisions by
pasan
the
por poner más
regulators
impuestos, por poner más tasas,
imply
por
more
poner una serie de
taxes
medidas absolutamente inasumibles para
or
las aerolíneas, las
a
aerolíneas
set
vamos
of
a
measures that
dejar
airlines
en ese
cannot
sentido y vamos a ser menos sostenibles. El precio se va a
support, we
trasladar
will
a las tasas a los
we will
pasajeros,
not invest, and the
los
price is going to be
pasajeros volarán menos. Los aviones
reflected
seguirán volando porque habrá gente
on the
siempre
rates
que
and
quiera
the
volar
fees
a
the
Nueva York o
passengers
que quiera
pay.
volar a Buenos Aires,
Because
pero volarán menos, los aviones irán menos llenos y por lo tanto se emitirán más emisiones.
The planes will have less passengers, therefore, and the amount of CO2 emitted per passenger.
Personas que por su nivel de ingresos
Flying will be less democratic because some parts of the population won't be able to pay the new prices due to the taxes. So it's a vicious circle that will jeopardize one of the main assets of this country, which is tourism. Spain cannot afford to approach sustainability as other countries. We need to be really serious, but trying to find a balance, not being fanatics. If we find a balance, we all will work together towards the same goal. But if we take a different approach, Spain is a peninsula. We have the Pyrenees, which is pretty broad. We have two archipelagos that live from tourism, and out of the 80 million of visitors, 88% of them came by plane. So it doesn't make sense using or raising the sustainability flag when approaching this issue. We need to sit together at the table, regulators, administration, airlines, operators, airports, fuel manufacturers, Greenpeace.
Hablemos todos juntos y
we need to sit all together at the table and try to find a balanced solution. If we have an alternative at the for short distances, such as trains, high-speed trains, but we also which also pollute because all the infrastructure is built using fuel. So we need to talk about this issue and find a balanced alternative in order not to jeopardize the future of this country or not the future of the planet, because otherwise we're going to, this industry is going to suffer a lot. This is maybe a traditional point of view of a big company such as Iberia, which has years of existence. Vueling is a younger company with a different mission. It has a low-cost vocation. What do you think about regulation? Do you think here in Spain have the same approach as in the UK or other countries? Do you think it is a challenge in order to standardize regulation so that airlines can invest more in R&D and reduce their environmental impact? Obviously, what you said is true, but reality is not as important as perception, and you have a high visibility more than the vessel industry.
Estoy totalmente de acuerdo que tenemos que trabajar juntos con todos.
I agree with him that we need to work together with airports, manufacturers,
en términos de tráfico aéreo, tenemos que empezar con la Unión Europea. Es muy importante.
We need to work with the European Union.
Muy higiénicas ya que estamos haciendo, quitando
there are things we're already doing. We're trying to reduce plastics, for example, and we're going to be a lot of rules we're going to have to follow. We are renewing our fleet. Our fleet is one of the youngest in Europe. We are reducing the amount of documents, the traveling documents. These are things we need to do, and we need to sit at the table as an industry, all the providers, and all the people involved at a European level first, and then with the rest of the countries, not only the UK, and long-haul flights as well. Our customers are thinking about this. The pandemic has changed that, not at the beginning, but now this is changing, this focus on sustainability, and some customers are changing their behavior, and they have also great expectations in this respect. Sonia, these European regulations, what you mentioned before, doing this sustainable is the responsibility of the state, of the administration, or the airport, the operator. Does it have an impact on the cities when an airport is more sustainable? Well, in the case of airports, we have two areas. If we talk about emissions, because sustainability encompasses a lot more things, for example, waste management, because an airport is like a small city, things like circular economy, biogas production, other things. If we focus on emissions, due to our infrastructure, we have emissions. And last week, AENA has launched a project of 2 solar plants in Barcelona and Madrid for self-consumption. AENA will be able to generate to cover all the energy requirements through solar panels. We also have air conditioning efficiency. We're looking at other options or alternatives such as geothermal heating and other projects we manage so that our emissions are zero by 2040. So it's 10 years before the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. As service providers, we need to provide our clients, for example, when an aircraft taxis, we provide them with electricity so that they can switch off their engines. This energy will come from renewable sources, handling equipment, assisting the aircraft. So we need to be facilitators as much as possible, but as Juan said, all that's related to aircraft is really complex. The industry is working on it and will reach that point, but it's not an overnight transition. Regarding the aircraft, as I said, in Barcelona and Madrid, aircraft can also load sustainable fuels called SAF, and our plan is to create the infrastructure for this to be a reality in all the airports in our network. And talking about hydrogen is not very well developed as a technology. Manufacturers such as Airbus are working on it, and specifically as regards AENA, in order to know the technology of hydrogen and be ready, because we think that this is going to be the way to go. We're going to install hydrogen generators in Barcelona and one of the electric plants in order to know the problems with maintenance, the installations, the facilities, the storage of the hydrogens, all the things that are going to be related to the hydrogen process. It is a road we have started to walk long ago. We're now becoming sustainable overnight. We have ambitious objectives, and certain things will be done in the short term, and other things will require a bit of time, such as the hydrogen technology. The aircraft industry has proven that it's able to innovate and do complex things, but we have safety requirements that may slow down this process. I just want to point out, I mentioned the pandemic has caused the worst crisis in the history of the airlines industry. Before the pandemic, if someone had imagined how a world without planes would be, nobody would have been able to imagine it. But this was possible through the pandemic. For months, there was no one flying. What did that imply? It was a world without connectivity, where families cannot meet, where businesses cannot see each other face to face, supply problems. We need to do special flights to China to bring face masks to Spain. Without planes, we wouldn't have been able to distribute face masks or respirators or vaccines or food. Supermarkets would be empty, pharmacies would be empty. So this month we've seen what a world without planes would look like, and I think we don't like it, not to mention tourism, which is what we're talking about here today. We have seen the consequences, and we don't want to work towards that direction. We need to prevent that from happening again. We need to have a more sustainable world, but with planes. You mentioned that the tourist in the future changes. They're looking for an experience now. Data say that people are going to spend more money traveling because people want to have this experience beyond the cost of money. From the point of view of dwelling, what do you think provides the best experience to the passenger, to the traveler, and why would they choose to fly with a company like yours, a young company, a dynamic company like yours? Where do you think are the keys of the evolution after the pandemic? I don't think the will to travel has changed. It's still there. We have seen when the restrictions are lifted in many countries, there's an increase in the demand. It's incredible. There's a lot of people that is reluctant to travel for healthy reasons. There are certain things that are obstacles to traveling. For example, last week, the requirements to enter the UK have changed last week. So people have uncertainty, are uncertain what to do. What we have had to do is to adapt. Bet on digitalization. We are the best low-cost airlines to introduce the travel pass. We have developed our own tool on 87 routes for our customers. They can upload all the documents so they don't have to make a line at the airport, because the requirements now are really strict. We have to verify everything before a customer can jump on a plane. We need to be more flexible, nimble, and this is here to stay. This is going to last a long time. Next time, that's for sure. People need to have a vaccine or a PCR test. So we've had to adapt, and we'll have to continue to do this, because this has changed how we travel and how we think to travel and how we buy flights. We're seeing last-minute demands because people don't know really if they are going to be able to fly or not. And this, there is not a solution yet. We are optimistic, but we're still feeling the consequences of the pandemic, and we are not seeing the levels of 2019 yet. So we're still a few years to do things for to engage clients to fly. Sonia, one last question. How do you think airports can make Spain more competitive? Juan mentioned really shocking flights. 88% of the visitors in Spain come by plane. That was before the pandemic. How can we help to improve these figures? What would be the strategy of AENA to attract an increasing number of tourists and a better kind of tourist? Maybe a tourist that is able to spend more money or generate more local development, as sustainability is not only based on the environment but also on the financial aspect or social aspect that can be generated by these travelers. What is the strategy of AENA in that respect? AENA, as I mentioned at the beginning, is a platform for airlines. So our first line of action we've been developing in the recent years is the concept of airport marketing. It's the relationship with our airlines, with our customers, so that the end customer interested in coming to Barcelona have an airport as a position, not as a final destination, but as a transit destination. These travels need to become a reality, and this common customer, because the passenger is a common customer of both of airlines and airports, is interested in flying to that destination. From the point of view of how we can help airlines, AENA has one of the most competitive fees in Europe. They're really efficient if we compare the price per service. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the fact that this have been approved, the airport regulation document for the following 5-6 years sets a stable ground, because both the airports and the airlines know the rates for the following 5 years. These are maintained, and this helps us in these uncertain times plan ahead, and because we have last-minute passengers, restrictions are changing every day, and the fact that the structural part of the services is fixed for the next 5 years provides stability to the recovery. From the point of view of AENA, the target is to maintain our efficiency we have maintained for the recent years, and incorporate what passengers demand in terms of innovation and experience. The requirements of our passengers when they travel through the airport might have changed, and when we think about a passenger that's going to stay longer at the airport, is going to take a long-haul flight, we need to work on the connection processes and transfers, and this can help airlines that are doing connections at an airport. A customer may choose an airline or another depending on the airport only this connection is made. So at the end of the day, are a lot of little things that can have an impact on the price, which is important when choosing an airport and an airline when doing a trip. We need to be part of the process and facilitate it.
So we are running out of time, but it has been very friendly and very interesting. Thank you for sharing this moment, and I want to thank everybody who's been watching us through the streaming platform, and we hope to see you tomorrow at 9:30. I wanted to thank you again. There's 3 different visions. Thank you for your time.
Gracias a todos. Sonia Corrochano y Callum Lemming, Juan Cierco y Jorge Brown por ese panel. Muchas gracias. Y así como decía Jorge, and like Jorge was saying, we finished this day. We'll be back tomorrow. On a high note, we close. Tomorrow we'll be back. We will be back tomorrow morning. And as you know, go to futureoftourism.org. You can look at what happened today and the videos that were published, and also be joining us live tomorrow. So, hasta mañana.
Open your eyes. Imagine the Barcelona of the future. A Barcelona that promotes an equitable, sustainable and competitive economy with opportunities and quality employment in strategic sectors such as biotechnology and health sciences, ICT, creative industries and Industry 4.0. A downtown with a balanced economy, which enhances the synergies between knowledge-intensive activities and neighborhood use. With a recovered Port Olympic as a space open to the public where we will promote a blue economy hub that generates synergies with sport, navigation and gastronomy. A Pintidos Aroba district that advances as an engine of innovation and creativity with a mixture of uses and quality of life, promoting the northern part to consolidate 2 axes, the Creative Mile in Peraquat Street and the Green Axis in Cristobal de Maura Street. A Sagrera in transformation and the Besós industrial area that hosts manufacturing activities, last mile sustainable urban mobility, recycling of materials and initiatives linked to the green and circular economy. A Montjuic that will promote activities in the economy of sport and culture. With a Fira that can continue to promote Barcelona as a city of exhibitions and that economically revitalizes the surrounding neighborhoods. A Zona Franca for logistics services with a mainly residential marina neighborhood. A new centrality that will redraw urban dynamics in a space strategically located between the port and Barcelona Airport. A Barcelona with a sustainable and evenly distributed throughout the city visitor economy, which coexists with more livable neighborhoods, with many more green spaces and environmentally friendly renovated buildings, where priority is given to local activities and shops. A more equitable, more competitive and more sustainable Barcelona. A Barcelona of opportunities that forms the backbone of the metropolitan region and opens to the world as a global city. A Barcelona where citizens regain their green gaze. This is the Barcelona Green Deal, the new economic agenda with a 2030 horizon.
Time, leisure, family, discover, experience, memories, nature, freedom, dream again. 2020 left its mark on the tourism industry. It is time for a comeback. Experts from around the world debating on responsible tourism, building a new normal towards industry recovery and accelerating global cooperation. Technological innovation, digitalization, big data, incentives and regulations, and much more. Participants will join a milestone for our industry, signing the Barcelona Declaration on Responsible Tourism, a benchmark for the new post-pandemic tourism. the Future of Tourism Global Summit in Barcelona, building together a new normal for a tourism comeback with all the fanfare.
Otras crisis, cambiamos y salimos adelante, más fuertes. En esta crisis será igual.